Hi, everybody. Windows updates, am I right? It's Saturday again. Which means I get confused of the number of episodes because this has been taking forever. And it's also extremely hot today.
And imagine a D&D campaign taking forever.
Mm-hmm.
I refuse.
I refuse.
We have another one that's taken forever as well. We're still on session 8. Music is loud, I'm pretty sure. I shut it off.
I have it muted, so I don't know.
Right, there. I'll bring it ever so slightly back. Alright. We can all blame Spaz for not being here.
Yep. Blame Spaz.
So, if is it Don? Is Don? If you're in there somewhere, have at it. For the rest of us, we'll start with funny stories to cover for Spaz right now. They must include Spaz. That is the topic for funny story. Right
Oh
now.
Hell yeah, we got plenty of those.
So we'll start from the top down. Celia, you got a funny story that you want to tell about Spaz?
About Spaz.
Yeah, or at least with Spaz being either an audience or involved in the story.
Oh man, look at the loser that showed up.
No, we're still doing this.
This.
Spaz judges people on how they eat pizza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we had Zeph say something. If you're still thinking, Celia, we can move to the one person who's giddy to say something, which is Luna.
I spent 5 minutes in the closet with Spaz.
I believe it.
What?
Not 7 minutes in heaven? Only 5?
It only took 5.
I only need 2.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was playing a robot.
Oh, that's right. The first time you guys actually fully had a conversation together.
Yep.
Where you were a robot and he loved you.
Yep.
What?
Oh yeah.
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 I was Captain Kirk robot.
Yeah, during the Blake stream that I had.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember Spaz just hating it.
Yeah, he fucking absolutely.
Too. I think that was one of the clips I sent to the creator of the game.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, the creator of an actual game has me and Spaz in the closet.
It was beautiful. I said the thing that comes to mind is the day we played Goose Goose Duck, and Spaz was really, really hell bent on getting the little the baby Grim Reaper pet, and we started all getting like little founders packs and stuff to get costumes and shit. And so I said, hey, maybe we're just bugging up the system. This is an indie game, and a bunch of us are like 16 people are all getting stuff at once. Maybe that's why you can't connect to go get what you want. And he went a little ballistic on us.
A little
bit. It's like he said, I wouldn't say screamed, but he raised his voice very, very loudly and threatened us that if we were preventing him from getting his baby Grim Reaper, he was going to lose his shit.
So you're just gonna act like normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, fair.
Yeah. Anyone else? You have the small dumb bean can type up a story, or do you just want to insult? An insulting statement would also fare well. So he's just a wimp. Got it.
I have a constant threat in this campaign of Princess carrying him.
All right. Do you feel sufficiently punished, Spaz, for being late?
Sure.
He's used to this
No,
shit.
you
It does not phase him.
You
He does not phase him.
Oh, okay.
He's used to us.
Somebody fetch Don.
Ari's going to ask Aloria about where that new party member's coming along.
What?
The new party member.
Yeah, after your quote meditation.
Fuck off.
Disadvantage on his first roll.
I'm not late.
You are.
You are late.
We were
You are
live before you
100%
got
late.
in here. We are currently live.
Just because we usually start 15 minutes late, Spaz, doesn't mean that's the actual start time.
Yeah. Start time is 6. No, Let's see. I will make the statement. There has been a decision or a veto upon a decision made last Saturday in regards to the coming schedule for Saturdays. It will become more clear at the end of the session, but I just want to give that fair forewarning. And yeah. D20s. So we can recap.
Damn
Look
it.
at that natural 20.
Didn't want to
That's
waste
a
it.
waste. That's a waste.
That's a big waste.
This is where you don't want to roll it.
I know. I thought I was gonna get one because I was on the edge. I was like, please go to 2. Please go to 2. Yes.
Let's see.
There we go. Rolls are all over the
I'm
place
bad at
today.
remembering things.
Yeah. Only 2 bad
Prince
rolls in the
roll.
entire lot. There are 3 bad rolls.
Man, are we actually gonna like hear from the prince today?
I don't know.
No,
It's
no,
been
no,
a
no, no,
weeks.
I
would
was just like, mm.
Hey, speaking of hearing from some
Please
sort of
don't.
nobility, go ahead, Luna, with the recap.
Oh God, really?
I got a 2. It chose.
Oh,
I got
fuck.
a 2.
You can always phone a friend.
Oh, I'm not supposed to freaking swear, am I?
You can swear. Fuck,
Gotta be on my
fuck.
best behavior. Fuck, fuckity, fuck. So I'm starting to blend some of these things together. I think I'm thinking a lot of this previous session. Because I remember, no, Fred was the previous session, not this one, right? Yeah. No,
Yes.
maybe so. Okay.
Fred was previous, yes.
He's infiltrated the mine.
I remember we were meeting up in the garden area after Spaz had his little episode. And Lily was able to figure out that the eye that Arya saw and almost lost their connection to their god over was some sort of like scrying spell. There wasn't exactly specifics, but it was something that was pretty high level. So we decided to meet in Lady Whitewater's room because Lily knew that it was there was measures to prevent like long distance scrying in there. We met her bodyguard. For those of you that didn't know him already, I remember the mind flayer was there too, and looked inside Spaz's head, but couldn't see anything that involved Gil. So it was basically like a one-sided conversation he witnessed and brought him up to speed with. And don't remember much after that. I mean, I remember people left and I got tickled. I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing something really important.
Bukovics.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Giant army.
I know there's something that happened that was really funny afterwards, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
Army.
Yeah, the giant army that appeared. Yeah, that Fel had a talking to with the king. They seemed to be pretty chummy, and the queen stopped into the town, and since she's like a mother figure to Lady Whitewater and Lily, they started having an impromptu girls' night, which Lily forcefully encouraged Eloria to show up, and then Arya kind of got dragged into that as well, while Fel and Elenan are kind of looking very confused while they have terror on their faces as we're taking them upstairs. And I believe that's where we ended.
Well, Arya is terrified. I'm more determined.
Yeah, that's the whole game.
That's me. That's me dragging Arya.
I will leave this as just a soft gesture as to because a few people weren't there. Neoma, if you wish to be involved in the ladies' night, you can. that is entirely your choice.
Oh, that.
Wolf, I'm going to block you.
What
Fucking chill. He's just spamming me in my DMs.
Sure, okay. Confused ooga booga noises.
Unga bunga.
Unga bunga.
You cretin. Sorry, I'm salty today. I don't know why.
It's probably all the fish
You're
smell.
fully seasoned.
Definitely seasoned.
Oh my god.
Did you like that one, Arch?
No, I'm glad
I'm
that
a
you covered up
seasoned
my statement.
adventurer.
Were you about to say it?
No, I said
You said,
something.
you know, I heard what you said. Yeah, it was
you
the
heard?
fish
Okay.
comment. Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. God damn it. All right. As the women head up to the second floor and into the women head up to the second floor into the into Lady Whitewater's chambers. We did leave off with Foulwolf, Elenan in the either in the foyer or cafeteria somewhere where you're both kind of like, what the fuck just happened? If you two would like to communicate or be able to actually have a conversation about whatever, here's your time. Or do you proceed to bed to hasten to the evening?
Man, don't all talk at once.
I was literally about to say. Right out of my brain.
All right.
Welcome, I live there rent free now.
Basically.
All right, we will leave quiet and confused alone wherever they are, and we will get to the riveting tell tales of what is happening in Lady Whitewater's room. How about that?
Do we really need to?
Yes.
I don't know. I gave you guys an option.
Yes.
I had two players both be quiet for an alternative start.
You had your opportunity.
You had your chance, and you forfeited it.
You wasted it.
Rather freaking meeting going.
What's the what?
So rather get this meeting going.
Oh, okay.
I thought I said beating. I was like,
Yeah, I thought you said
Yeah.
beating.
It's
too.
about to be a goddamn meeting if we don't get out of fucking Whitewater today.
We could generalize this, I guess, or do we want? Or is there a heavier vote for the shenanigans in the bedroom?
My biggest question is what happens between Arya and the Queen, because wasn't there some kind of concern there?
No.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead and Lily, everybody involved into the ladies' night, give me a performance.
Oh,
Oh, hell
Get
yeah.
A performance check?
Yeah.
I'm about to duty chop somebody.
This is literally my worst.
Oh, I
fucking
don't know why
thing.
it's advantage. Don't ignore the advantage.
Oh wait, no, not my worst thing. Okay.
Hey.
But it's mine.
Hey.
Aha! Yay! I get to roll one for
For the Queen.
Whitewater,
Yeah.
and then the Queen. All right.
Karaoke night.
When you have a
Yeah.
plus
Well,
60
the satyrs,
performance.
yeah, say satyrs have that plus to performance.
As the night kind of drags on, you're a bit hesitant during these this small makeshift event / party, as for everyone involved, a large series of sweets, foods, and wines are brought in, though most of it is heavily consumed by Queen Bakovic. as the rest of you are trying to behave in some form of socialism, or like being a socialite yourselves in an attempt to be friendly and chat about some topics and whatnot.
After we were just woken up. So
Yeah.
go run to see the end.
Yeah. As most of the evening, Aloria is rested by the window, just kind of still near but separated from the main group of ladies there, though is occasionally dragged over by either Neoma, Lily, or the queen herself in an attempt to just be involved. Overall, throughout the evening, go ahead and let's do Lily, Neoma, and Arya. Give me Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Damn, how potent are these sweets, man?
What's this for?
Wine consumption.
Okay.
Gotta have a +9.
Mmm.
Ooh, look at that
Why?
spicy one.
Why you got the disadvantage?
You know why?
Okay.
It sounds like he does it, but okay.
Yeah. It's wine, so of course. By the end of the night, we would sit there and say, Aloria, you're having to carry Arya out of Lady Whitewater's room.
This would be a reoccurring theme.
Which, by the way, she is wearing her armor right now.
Good luck. Oh God.
Can I ask for the sake of my own sanity?
Yes, you can shift to a crocodile again.
No.
Do you require help?
It's throughout the entirety of this social encounter. Is Pekovic at all convinced of my position on Fellwolf?
No.
No. Okay. Got it.
At least that's what you're able to get from it. It's either that or she's just continuing to just prodding the fire, just poking
Stoking
it,
the flame, you mean?
just fucking just prodding it. She knows the
Since you can't get a
danger.
reaction.
Yeah, she knows the danger of what she's doing. She's just doing it because forbid that anything actually happen. Because it's already lit here in the attitude with the 6 that you have there. There's a bit of the I don't want to be here. I don't want to talk to anybody right now. You are all just too much. Neoma and Lily, you both didn't save. And so throughout the night, Neoma would shapeshift into other weird animals as some form of attempt to play guess this creature, and just doesn't play it right, just turns straight into the creature. Charades happens, and the entire time Lily's just screaming out the answer as they're attempting to do something.
I just imagine that like that one gif of like someone like sitting in their room trying to put like the pillows over their ears and just horrified of whatever they're hearing upstairs.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire event, Patrick is still standing there in the corner, just quietly staring at everybody. And you do notice that eventually, as the night did progress, or the event did go on, you kind of forgot he was there. Just for the sheer fact that there is no moving once he stops moving. Doesn't need to breathe.
He's a fucking statue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so eventually his presence fades into the background. And at a point, the ladies are all sprung out about as Lady Whitewater kind of gets herself back together and will assist in trying to get Arya and Neoma out of the room by aiding you to some degree, and then Minifil aids from the door to their rooms. So you're each taken back to your rooms and then able to sleep for the evening. Eventually dawn will break. I need those three to also give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Hey, another one. Nice.
God damn! What is with my rolls today?
Arya, Neoma, you will not have a hangover. Lily, yeah. Just a bit irritable.
A wee bit.
Shouldn't have done that.
shouldn't have done that. It's like, oh god, I'm gonna have to hear people talk
Should
today.
not have done that.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to hear a lot of people talk today. This is not the day to be hungover. Hey, but at least I'm in character. Like I have a little bit of a hangover, so this will be perfect.
God, it's already the
yeah.
evening hours. Why are you still having a hangover? Did you drink for breakfast?
I was up like to 9 a.m.
Jeez.
Well, you weren't up. You were passed out. You were still on the VC, and I popped in there this morning to see if you were actually alive, and you weren't. So I just watched like the last half of the Elvis film. So
It was just on replay all night. That's all it was.
yeah, basically,
But
last like 40 minutes.
Felwolf, as you wake, ready yourself, are you putting on armor, your home's attire? What are you wearing?
Oh, the goal is to be as impactful as possible, so I'll be wearing my actual armor.
Okay.
Let's make an impact.
So 10 minutes.
That's fair. You'll get dressed, and I assume the rest of you are wearing either your new adventuring gear, or your gear mixed with your new outfits, or just your standardized armor and whatnot, correct? Or are you guys going with fancy regalia and whatnot?
I'm going full armor.
Okay. Shadow?
I'm typically always wearing my armor.
All right.
Same.
I will...
I will be
Stolen?
turning it inside out from the white to black, though.
Okay.
Yeah, Stone will also be wearing his armor.
All right. I will say for the sake of brevity that you did take your fiance back to her ship that evening. After having dinner and whatnot.
Yes.
You will, as those of you that are gathering, I'm assuming mostly towards the main hall, not towards the cafeteria, as you begin to exit your room, you will definitely be able to tell there is a good or a large source of noise outside the main castle building, or the keep itself.
What if she murdered the prince?
Not before me.
Take a ticket.
There's a line now.
Got it.
I got a shotgun.
Considering her dog is on
Oh.
the line, I'm pretty sure she gets the shotgun.
I'm assuming Sal is cooking right now.
I never said that.
No.
Yeah,
I
but you
really
stay
want some
so
food.
far away.
Well,
No, I'm right here.
So as many of you proceed down the steps, being Foulwolf, Neoma, all kind of waking up roughly within the same few minutes of each other, and making it down the steps, the entry hall that you had seen now for the past few days is littered with large sacks, bags, and equipment. There are some that are covered in tarps of fur, some that even that are soaked down to the core, just leaving puddles on this entry hall. A few seem to be covered in sand, and others just worn and torn.
Seeing as we're all gathered now, I'm going to give everybody besides Arya their share of the money. So, everybody needs.
I can't hold it.
Go ahead and put that in your inventory, at least for right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell them how much it is, and then go ahead and put it in there. All right. 60 what is platinum, 45 gold pieces, 8 silver pieces, and 7 copper pieces.
Yep.
Once that's dished out, you're all kind of standing there as you'll watch as Minithol walking from the cafeteria, pulling out like a small handful of oats and just stuffing them into his mouth, just chewing on them. Hey everybody, how are you?
Good morning. What's all this?
Why are you chewing so loud?
He'll just kind of stand there with his mouth left open. He'll just like tongue it all over to one side.
Doesn't improve the situation, but okay.
Need a little pick-me-up?
Maybe. What are you offering?
Arya pulls out her necklace. It's a holy symbol. I don't know if Lily's ever seen it or not.
I don't think I've spent extended time with you. Other than last night, so maybe.
Yeah. You would have likely have seen it at some point. But she's gonna walk over, raise her hand. Can I?
By all means.
And then she's going to go ahead and cast Lesser Restoration on you.
Much appreciated.
And you all wonder why I refuse to drink.
Early August is for the royal court.
I think you're fine to eat normally now.
And he'll take a moment and shift it back in and just begin to chew.
She doesn't like the ASMR.
That stream category.
I feel assaulted.
Oh man.
I suddenly want to hit somebody.
Join the club.
As he
just stares at him like.
His dodge does move in the rotating fashion as he'll then kind of gesture towards the door that it is currently closed. The meeting should be happening within the hour.
Now?
Within the hour.
Okay. Well, suppose I have some Last minute stops to do.
By before the hour or within the hour, do you mean by next bell toll or before next bell toll?
At the next bell toll.
Understood.
I have breakfast. As he'll pull out a large wad of oats from his pocket.
Those are yours.
He'll put them back in his pocket as a couple like drop onto the floor, and he'll, with his giant frame, bend down and pick them up one by one, and then put them in his pocket.
Goal's gonna go to the Senate door. Push him open.
Right. So you're heading straight towards the large building across the open courtyard, right?
Wherever the meeting's gonna take place, yeah.
Okay.
I will be accompanying him.
As I'm going, I'll be scarfing down some rations.
Stone will pull out the biscuit he got yesterday, I guess, and he'll spread some of the C4 jelly on it.
All right.
And eat that.
You're telling me that shit's not stale?
They're still good.
Yeah.
Technically, there's salt in it, so.
Oh.
And he'll pull out the piece of cake he also had. And put a little bit of jelly on that too and eat that as well.
I'm not saying it's not expired, but
Yeah.
got salt.
Got
So
salt.
at least it's flavored.
You'll see Stolen licking his fingers.
Tastes like gutter trash.
My favorite.
It tastes like gutter trash.
I'll return. I'm getting a phone call.
All right.
As we approach the Senate, are the doors locked?
No. You will see also outside the building, just at the steps, different mounts and the like, and one full-on pitched tent that is still covered in snow.
Cool.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is it? There's no snow on the ground.
There's no snow.
Is there?
There's no snow here.
Yeah. Okay.
They brought snow in.
Open up the doors. What do I see on the inside?
As soon as you open up the doors, you'll see the main hall that is between the Senate floor itself that stretches around the building that connects all the other rooms together. I assume that you just immediately press forward to the other doors and open them up. As you open up those doors into the main Senate room, you'll see the concave room as it shifts downwards towards the center, filled with to the brim with individuals. Most of them wearing gear for adventuring, others in some sort of noble-esque attire. Standing at the very bottom is Lady Whitewater at a pedestal.
I'm not actually entering the room. I'm just basically opening the door slightly to look inside, see what it looks like.
This door would shoot down an what you would see immediately is a fucking aisle. Fuck, all the way down. Sorry, that the energy drink just kicked in, and I just sat there like blinking for a couple seconds.
You just have like an episode of Tourette's. Like what the hell?
I don't do energy drinks. I'm tired. I wanted to take a nap, but I chose not to. So I probably drank something I shouldn't have. So,
That's
as you see down the aisle, you will see Lady Whitewater standing there at a podium, kind of lifted up in the center. Next to her is Sebastian, and on the other side, you will see Queen Bakovic. She's kind of off to the side, not like in the center, but probably in a place where she shouldn't be, from the way everybody's ignoring her. The seats and tables themselves that wrap around this room are filled. Immediately, you're able to see a couple of familiar faces, being the adventuring party that belongs to Lily in there. As you can see Bordvin just with a large pot of probably some sort of oatmeal or porridge, just drinking it out of the large pot, staring from this back row down towards the center, kind of flanked by the rest of that troop. There are a few other individuals, as you will see, sitting down towards the center aisle seat would be a Master Hawk. Also in this room, you will see Prince Altir, though his guards are currently not in the room. There's a lot of conversation coming from this room, most of it drowning out any sense of organization. As you were made aware, it has yet to start. So you see people kind of just chatting amongst themselves in small groups or leaning over tables, akin to like a form of classroom or a meeting before everything gets started. That's what you see in there.
Is there a spot where we'd be able to sit down?
There is one near the front. The bottom section furthest from you, that would probably be across the aisle from where Master Hawk is. You can see a few empty chairs there that do have something sitting on them.
I need Stolen.
Stolen would eventually met back up with you after having his breakfast and looking around as well, so he'd be there.
Shadow. Well, he's going to discuss this through the group very briefly. It's just a very simple set of orders. Number one, Arya, Aloria, you're to stay with Felwolf.
Got it.
Shadow, I require our gravely injured friend. If you have something, if he can't walk, to put him on and move him, that's fine too. Whether it's a table, whatever. Stolen. I need a chair.
A chair. You want a nice one? One with a cushion?
No, I'm going to have you use your key to victory in everything you do. When I ask for this chair, I want you to bring this chair in, grinding on the floor as obnoxious as possible.
Understood. I like it.
In addition, Shadow, if you can also grab our red injured friend as well.
He'll nod.
Okay. He's gonna take a deep breath. And he's kind of looks at the two. Arya and Laura, you two will be the only ones that will be entering. Arya, you are to keep yourself hooded until I give the signal.
Will that signal also be the time I would bring in the chair?
No. So you are going to technically bring the chair up to the door.
Okay.
At that point, you open the door and then start grinding it on the ground, just dragging it behind you. However you wish to do, just make it effective.
And what will signal him to drag the chair?
The bringing in of the injured people.
Well, right in behind.
I will signal Shadow to bring in the wounded individual first, the severely one. He will, as I said, if it is a table, if it's a chair that he is put in, whatever. He'll be brought in first, and then Mao's sister shall be brought in. At that point, you will bring the chair in.
Gotcha.
I have multiple keys that I will use in this fight. Some of you may be not having the correct stomachs for what I will be doing. So as soon as these tools are left to my discretion, the only ones that should remain in this set shall be myself, Aloria, and Arya.
What is it you intend to do?
Simply put, shock and awe.
You're going to try and put the fear of the gods into them.
No. I'm going to put the fear of their enemies into. To be more specific.
Well,
These are people who are unwanting to believe that there is conflict. So, I will dangle the proof in front of their face while shoving their nose in it.
Aloy will get a kind of an amused grin. I look forward to seeing them squirm.
Okay.
Pulls her cloak up over her head.
Arya, deep breaths.
Laura will put a hand on Arya's shoulder. You'll be alright. Remember.
LNN.
Yes.
Should things somehow go south, make sure that letter arrives. I'll be counting on you.
Letter?
A final threat, if you will, if it should come to it.
Let's hope not.
All right.
Though, I am curious. Why have me alongside you and not your brother, or even Stolen?
Well, I'm getting in the chair, remember?
Well,
I'm
sure,
putting
but-
everybody to the best of their strengths. First off, stolen is stolen. Self-explanatory. No need to explain further. LNN.
Best chair
Is-
mover in town.
LNN is not one to be in the public's eye as much as possible. I will use him to his best strength. As for you, you specifically asked to learn, did you not?
I did, yes.
This is probably not going to be another thing you're going to be doing anytime soon, now is it?
Probably not.
Perfect opportunity to learn.
Okay.
As for Arya, we both know why.
That's why I did not question her participation.
Right. So at this point, it is a matter of us waiting to be announced.
Mm.
This court is like a theater. Each of us will have a role to play. Some of us greater than others. Kind of eyeballs Arya.
Yeah, she's not even paying attention at this point. She is holding on to her necklace, and that's it.
Game face. When they announce, simply just follow my lead. You should not have to worry about anything. No matter what they say, Aloria, try to keep your fiery temper cooled. I will be attempting to do the same.
I can only promise that I'll try.
Our goal is to sway these people in our favor with tools I have at my disposal. It should work. And if it does not, well, I have something that will.
Do you mean to use Bakovic?
Bakovic is only one of my many tools I have for this session. The Senate is not prepared for what I will unleash. And I am actually quite confident that some of you may not be either.
Well, whatever you have in store, I'm behind you.
And we'll wait for the cue at that point.
While we're waiting, I would grab Aloria. I need to get a chair. Do you know that move dirt thing that you did earlier that one time?
If you're about to ask me if I can make a chair, no, I can't.
Out of dirt or stone?
It sounds like Twitter talk.
I can simply move it.
Can you turn a normal chair into stone?
No, I cannot transmute one substance into another.
Damn it. Okay. Alright, Stone's gonna walk off and start looking for the absolute beefiest, heaviest chair he can find.
Give me an investigation and a D100.
This motherfucker brings in the throne chair.
I was just thinking that.
Yoinks the fucking throne.
That should work.
That'll do nicely.
That's a statement piece right there.
Investigation and D100.
That's not bad.
We'll get to that chair.
Gotcha.
All you need to know right now is that's a pretty good chair.
All right.
Definitely a throne.
It's a pretty good chair. This is definitely not going to be what Felwolf had in mind.
No. Trust me, as flash as he can make this shit's gonna be better. Because I'm going to do some heinous shit in here.
For shits and giggles, give me an athletics check.
Oh,
Just for shits and giggles.
Sounds like he's dragging a dresser.
Got it. Thank you.
That's pretty dope. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I know what he's got. He's out looking for it. Shadow will also depart, heading out to fetch the 2 individuals that he requested.
Guess I'll just take a position off to the side.
You do what you do best.
I'm going to be making sure I have eyes on every exit that is possible. Especially ones close to Prince Altair.
Okay. What do you guys do with Neoma, or what is Neoma doing?
I don't know what Neoma's doing.
Yeah, what the Neoma doing?
What is she doing right now?
I guess she could be with me.
Oh, here we go. We got a message. 1 second.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Pocket weasel moment.
Suddenly,
What?
giraffe.
Not a bad idea.
Suddenly giraffe.
Beowulf
hold
rides
on.
into the Senate on a rhinoceros.
This is a kangaroo core. Kangaroo
is
core.
now.
Pocket ferret. Pocket ferret.
Guess
Pocket
outsider,
ferret,
pocket
alright.
ferret.
All right.
So pocket ferret on Elanan then.
Who's a pocket? Okay, either or. Okay, who want pocket ferret? All right. Who want pocket ferret?
Elanan.
Elanan wants pocket ferret.
It worked last time.
Elanan, your mission title with Neoma is going to be QRF.
Yep.
Meaning...
QRF is equal to quick reaction force.
Ah.
It's QRF, quick reaction ferret.
Neoma, I choose you.
I just picture you just throwing the ferret, like, to something else mid-throw.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
wait.
a goddamn
From
Pokemon.
ferret to a horse.
Yeah.
No, she needs to
go
be
a
like
goddamn hippo.
she needs to be in the form of a baby armadillo, so she can be in a ball, and you throw that, and then she turns
Yeah.
into something else mid-flight.
Yeah.
You just
damn it.
paint the outside of the armadillo.
You just sit there and just paint. What are you doing? Don't worry about it.
All right. So we have our stations now, so we're just waiting.
All right. Are you waiting for Shadow to return, or are you just waiting for the bell to go off to make your grand entrance?
We're gonna go in. Shadow will be pulling in his, or we're gonna go in when we're announced. I'll just sit there at the edge of the door listening.
Wasn't there a spot already for us though?
I'm not going in. That's part of the theater.
Lily, you will more than likely go in ahead of them.
Yeah.
Like showing up late for your own wedding.
No. This is more like kicking down the door of the place when you're pissed off.
Imagine Lily in a wedding dress, just like kicking down the door. That'd be hilarious.
That would be great.
100%.
That's how she does her. That's how her wedding's gonna go.
I half think of like the Bridezilla, but like the more mental image instead of like the actual Bridezilla.
Yeah.
It's like busting down everything, just
Boom, baby. Let's get this shit over with. I want cake. Let's
shows up
go.
in a white dress and combat boots.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking of it.
Like, all right, bitch, better say your vows.
You better have them prepared. We're not stopping.
All right. There'll be some time that passes, as if you're still staring through the doors somewhat. There will be a few individuals going out the other 2 side doors that are in that same court, the same Senate room. There's this one and then 2 others back against the other wall on the sides. Eventually, you'll hear the faint sound of bells tolling as the room itself doesn't get silenced, but most of the chatter ends as the only thing you begin to hear are people adjusting chairs or sitting down, getting ready for whatever is about to happen. as you can see Lady Whitewater just kind of staring at the empty seats in the front aisle, just like kind of.
All right, so basically, I'm understanding it's basically now.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
All right,
Grand
so
entrance.
Arya and Aloria, he's gonna basically pause with both of his hands on like the double doors, as he kind of just takes a moment and says, "I do what I do because you all instill confidence." And I am grateful for that.
I forever at your back, Foulwolf.
He shoves the double doors open with full might. And begins walking in.
Laura will take her place at Foulwolf's right side. Face has gone completely stern and is walking with staff in hand. It clacks on the ground with each step.
Arya on her left, or on his left, hood up, covered, head down, bow on her back for the time being.
Okay.
He does not go to his seat. He walks straight to the middle, the Senate floor. Kind of looks up through his capito and mask, makes eye contact with Queen Whitewater, Lily, and some of the others he's met in the last few hours. Some of you know who I am. But for those who do not, I am a son of an ally, a hero to these parts. I am Foulwolf Starstrider, son of the great Dragonhawk. I am now leader of the Wolf Clan. As the father of the Wolf Clan has fallen, his comrades silent, his land on fire, covered in blood. From a war unprovoked. Bodies, men, women, and children litter my streets. Those who are not killed, enslaved, and brought back across your great sea. Why I'm here today may be blatantly obvious. He just kind of does a slow turn, making sure to make eye contact with everyone in the room. However, The information I bring you as an ally is more convoluted than you may expect. I'm here to rip open old wounds, to show you the rot that has festered in the bodies of your nations. Names whispered in rumor and history, no longer only just. For whom do you think invades my land unprovoked? Kind of just holds out his hand, pointing at everybody. You don't wish to say the name? Is he just slow? Yeah.
To that question, there are a lot of people that kind of look around. You will see some people kind of eye others, people you have no idea, and another number, few kind of staring towards Altair.
As he slowly stops turning in that 360, as he locates Altair and just keeps his finger pointed straight at him.
At this point, Altair will have an expression of intrigue and just entertainment on his face. I see
you, whether through ignorance or arrogance, have chosen to rip open wounds of old. If it is ignorance, that can be forgiven. But if it's arrogance, you will be no more. Let me give the Senate more than just words. You wish to see proof, do you not? You wish to see that this Eastern warrior's words valid, not simply quips of fury. I bring here with me today a slave taken from my people and kept in his lands, deep in a prison. Along with this slave was freed one other. This individual you do know, as he is one of your own, a prominent member of your Western society, known by name and action. Living proof of torture, slavery, and unjust. I say, I won't have to speak on his behalf more than like, as his betters just happen to be here. As he points over at the Queen Bahovic.
Novgorod.
One of yours was freed as well, rotting, bleeding, like a washed up piece of filth in their prisons, so deep under their ground that they might have been forgotten for good. Alas, your champion sacrifice came at a cost. Daughters missing from this rescue. Now, do I believe that his kingdom has the ability to imprison your daughters? I wholly do not. His soldiers are nowhere near the skill required. No, he does not work alone. He works with your most vile enemy. An enemy that your elders dream nightmares and relive the scenarios of. The days of blood, corruption, darkness. Days when this land was ruled by a king. That very same enemy is back. And now I ask you, why he have a base of operations for them right outside his walls? Surely you think I jest that these old enemies are simply just a boogeyman, a rumor. I'm a warrior, I'm not a comedian. I don't act on performance. You want proof? I will give you your proof in physical form here today. The only reason, with the inaction of all of the countries here today, that we have fought these individuals tooth and nail, this far from the east, our entire journey, non-stop, is with the aid of an ally. One who would turn against. One who would seek a better path. Another way. No one is beyond redemption. You want your proof? Have it. And he kind of looks over at Arya.
She'll reach up and pull down her hood.
Second.
I give to you one turn terror.
There is a dense amount of murmur between people sitting next to each other. I would say it wouldn't require a roll. There is a somewhat shift in the atmosphere in the room from just being kind of like this open to more dense.
Alas, I'm not sitting here to mince words and offer one example of proof. You want example of the torture and slaves, first-hand account. I bring them with me as well. As he gestures towards the door, he's like, stolen, if you would be so kind.
Stoll will then kick in the door, probably same way as Felwolf would have. And
I pushed it open, but yeah.
Stoll will kick the door open.
Yes!
And then, just before entering, pulling the tip his hat down just a little bit, cover a little bit more of his face to give a more ominous and serious aura, I want to say, as he will let Shadow go with Zhu and the injured one, and I will loudly, Clavic, and I will loudly drag the chair or sitting apparatus behind me.
Sitting apparatus.
You will see Rage Fang. He is walking on his own. It's Clavic Rage Fang.
I had it written out, just didn't look at it.
He will be walking on his own. However, he will have like a crutch under one arm, and Jua would be. She would be again still upright as she was before, but mostly healed. There are just remnants of what seem to be bruises, just slight skin discoloration. They will make their way in, Shadow in front of them, and the chair in which Stolen carries or is dragging with him is somewhat unique, as the chair itself has straps over where the on the armrests, soft padding on the back and the bottom, but mostly covered in dust. The chair itself looks extremely old and oddly stained. As the chair is brought down, you will notice that the base of the legs have iron molds as if to be bolted to a floor.
Oh no.
Great choice. Great choice, Stolen.
Where did he find this?
You can surmise he more than likely found a very old, from the way it looks, probably older than most of you, a torturer's chair.
Oh, I fucking knew it.
As it goes down the steps, it doesn't just grind against the carpet. It thuds, and the frame itself, being mostly metal, has this ominous hum, like a tuning fork.
Oh yeah.
That gives this eerie sensation every time it hits each step.
Oh yeah, I know the sound.
Eventually gets it all the way down the steps as people are kind of eyeing this parade. Stolen, you kind of knew what it was, but you couldn't find any other chairs in the building.
That had that much pizzazz. You got somewhat lost as you were going through a warehouse room that was deep in the back. Like, you didn't even know the room was there. The door was just unlocked as you walked in, and you saw furniture and stuff about, but there were no chairs. There were like cabinets, desks, and other things. And way in the back, under a bunch of crates and stuff, you found this, and you just pulled it out. Like, this works.
This is perfect.
Nice.
As he kind of just behind his mask, because he's wearing his mask, he has like that shit-eating grin. Like, that was perfect. As he kind of just looks right back over at Altier, as he just kind of takes in the man's expression.
Alter's expression in this moment is one of slight confusion, but still of intrigue of what's this show going on. Like, there's no sense of fear of the accusations that have been brought to him. He's just more of, well, let's see where this goes.
As Felwolf says, I've brought you word. I've brought you living proof. Evidence. If this was court, this would be over. However, I am not done. Too many have fallen. The Jade can stand against our enemy and will defeat them. However, the Wolf Clan is owed a debt. We aided in your war. You are called to rise for mine. And know this is not simply a jest. This is not a joke, as some would lighten the mood. As he reaches into his backpack and pulls out a sack and tosses it into the floor, where a decapitated head rolls out.
I knew this was.
No more games. No more inaction. If Whitewater and their allies do not aid the jurisdiction, I will go to those who will. And I am quite certain I will not have to force that notion much further, as he looks over at the Spartan Queen.
Queen Bukofik.
Whatever. Queen Butthead.
Wonderful way to get someone on your side. Is calling.
I didn't say to open it.
I know.
As he says, yours, more specifically, will not have to be swayed to fulfill their debt. And if it is still not enough, and the nobles and warriors, as he puts up quotations for that, would ignore these deeds, then know this. If the Jade does not get the egg they ask for, when we eliminate our enemy, and the Turn terrorists focus their ire upon you, as you fight them, you will fight us.
That's...
A debt is a debt. We have had peace between our people until one of yours ruined it. I may not have started this war, but I will most certainly end it. What say you?
I would say at this point, Altier will begin to slowly clap and rise from his seat. And
God damn it.
And he would say, is the theatrics finally over? Or I was under the impression that this meeting was being held to discuss the recent attack on my kingdom, where my harbor was destroyed, countless numbers of civilians were killed, let alone the damages of a fire set in one of the districts, killing countless more. Now, again, I thought this was going to be a area to talk with the Senate about politics and what we can do from this, as Whitewater is an allied nation to my own. I did not expect this to be some type of trial taking place against myself. What does Whitewater think of something like this taking place, and you other nobles and senators? And he begins to move his arms out and talk to the others being seated. How do you feel if one of your allied nations who have just been attacked within their own walls is now being targeted by someone who, to all of our knowledge, could be making most of this up. You know, what credibility does he have other than who he says he is? Like, and what says you that your kingdoms, your cities, will not be next targeted, as he just said so himself, that if you do not do what he says, you're next on the list. Now, his claims are far-fetched. You know, I can say for sure that I do not know of any people being kept in my prison, like someone of our Western nobility. But say you, like, of your own retainers, how often do you, I suspect, people to be scheming behind your own backs? I doubt even Lady Whitewater here, who has constantly been trying to give away her own power to people around her, knows everything going on within their kingdoms. And I will say, yes, it is widely known that I deal in slaves, but not of my own people, but of trade that I pass through, as my city in of it itself is a mercantile city. But now, because of my expansion to develop with what I know, all of a sudden I am a cold-hearted murderer, I'm a torturer, I am just the bottom of the barrel, says this one person.
You would claim that we burn your buildings, destroy your harbor. You have destroyed our harbor first, burned our sacred temples.
Now that is funny, sir. I have not once said that you were the cause of this.
That scroll there, do you remember who it's from? Perhaps not. As a mask of innocence is what you wear. Perhaps I shall enlighten you that this is one of your nobles. Your nobles are not exempt from justice, even if they were mind controlled. It seems to me that even your nobles grow tired of the chafing your country emanates from others. Looks to the rest of the crowd, he says, "You've seen proof. Some of you are far beyond the point of dealing with charades. For those who are not, you're not ignorant. You do not have to be an archer to see through a simple mask. If a blatant warrior can do so, I have confidence those who sit here can as well. Action will be taken. We'll not sit here and debate politics with a jester."
Well, then you came to the wrong place, as this in of itself is a court filled with jesters. And this is what the Senate does. This is not a trial or a court.
You disrespect those around you. That in itself shows you have no honor. Those who gather here to solve a problem, regardless of how small it may seem to you, is still a problem to others. I remind you who gives you your nobility, who makes your city run, who makes your country function. Without the people underneath of you and their problems, you are no one. Do not presume to be almighty. Arrogance always leads to a downfall. Though, I suppose, being inexperienced. And apparently unashamable. You would not know that.
Oh, I'm well aware of how people see me. As you know, they are well aware of how I see them. Just because I have my own opinions does not mean I do not come as a spectator to the Senate and give them the respect of having their own discussions. Yes, I have my own opinions, as other people have opinions on how I run my own country. But again, I sit here as a spectator that allows them to run their own Senate, and they have graciously allowed me, after I've declined to join, to be a spectator and keep my own opinions to myself. Now, I don't come in here and make a mockery of the Senate floor, such as yourself, by, well, you just threw a beheaded head in the middle of the Senate.
You wish
and
to have
you're
proof.
saying I am the one that has the mockery to...
Nice critical, by the way.
No, all right. That's going on with DM stuff. You guys continue your conversation.
With my point of view, I have been cordial throughout this whole interaction. You're the one that has stormed in through here with none of us knowing, well, most of us not knowing who you say you are, taking full control of this Senate meeting, demanding that everyone here aids you in whatever conquest or payback that you seek, or if they decline your offer, they will be the next one that has your blade against their throat.
Oh, you misunderstand. It is not my blade alone. This is what you don't seem to understand, regardless of what happens here today. Your kingdom will cease to exist as it stands. That's what you do not seem to grasp. I have a quite literal understanding, King Bukovic, and he is very excited to meet you. And I wonder, what would your vaunted walls do from attack from both sides? The entire jurisdiction and all of Bukovic's might. How cocky would you be then? Or are you willing to actually assist in dealing with the plight?
Well, with all the information you have given today, you have not said what the plight was, just that I am the plight itself.
End your war and stop allying with the Turn Terrors. It is pretty simple. Your people have no place in my lands. And the fact is, you would be exceptionally lucky if the rest of my people hold their temper as I do right now.
Quick insight. Is what's his face? Altair, is he showing any signs of fear or being shaken?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Where's my shit? There it is.
Probably up your butt, but okay.
And around the corner.
Great. 6.
Not entirely sure. You've not been in the presence of this kind of setting. You haven't been in any kind of situation like this. From what you're able to tell, second.
I was almost at the 20.
Arya, visually or like behaviorally?
Both.
I would need a perception. Actually, no. I could tell you what she visually looks like, but to go further than that, it'd be insight.
Okay.
Let me.
So we get to continue, or you need to do something?
Just to double check. I did tell you this, Seth. The Turn Terrors
I assume you just didn't write them out. The Turn Terrors were a family of vampires, which were labeled as responsible for starting the War of Whitewater. For you to know for this, your kingdom was involved during some of the retreating moments as the Turn Terrors forces left Whitewater. Your armies essentially cut them down as they fled. They had to cross through your territory.
Okay, I'm just confirming because I'm honestly going through my notes as we're having this discussion.
It is, and to spell it is literally Turn Terror.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I always said it.
Yeah. There you go. Ari, if you want, give me that insight for that individual, and then I will finish typing this up.
So much going on.
There's a lot going on right now.
Dude,
I'm interested by that nat 20.
I know, I did.
I think he's typing about that.
Yeah, I'm typing to Lily right now. Just give me a minute on that, and then Arya, I will get to you. If we could pause that, just remember where you guys are, because these two things can help direct something that's going on.
Awesome.
That's perfectly fine.
It's relevant. Actually, I need to get some.
So everybody take your bathroom breaks, get your
Coffee noises.
I would like recess in the Senate. Please recess.
Coffee noises.
Shit, I'm gonna get some popcorn. This is great.
I will allow Altier. You can roll to GM for me. Your choice of performance on to what the situation that applies. I'm gonna list the options available for you.
Okay.
Performance, persuasion, deception, or those are the three that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do believe. Let me double check. I believe those are the three that can apply to this situation. You can roll me one of those.
Remember to roll privately.
I don't know how to roll privately. That's what I was
down. So over at the left, where you have the D20, you should be able to pull up the advanced roller, I believe. Or no, it's not on there, is it?
No, it's just on the little pop out that's
on the pop out. You'll see where it says GM. You want to have that highlighted. That should roll directly to me whenever you roll something.
Okay, good to know.
If it doesn't work, I just ask players to disregard what he chooses.
So just to confirm, I would be rolling this on just like my constant dialogue through all this.
Yeah, this would be for me to kind of determine what people would get in total from things, and also give you a chance to counter a critical insight.
Oh God.
That's fine, because I know I assumed it was all me, so I was prepared for it. So if you want info on that, just let me know, Arch, and I can send it to Luna.
Yeah, you kind of got the shit end of this, where everybody's against you.
Do you not think I thought about this when I was coming?
He mistake Zeph right now. He is enjoying the hell out of this.
Yeah, he requested to be this character.
And to explain a bit, keep in mind Lily has no love for politicians. She does not like the talk. She would rather do shit with her fists. She has met Felwolf, who is doing things visually and like he's not like really using flour as much as this guy does, so she's naturally going to be way more suspicious of the politician in the room.
Yeah.
That is her. So it's not necessarily like yes, she doesn't like his personality, but she is trying to be neutral.
Holy shit.
So sus.
What?
What is that?
God, his
plus 13.
I clicked 2 GM, but I guess it didn't work.
I guess not. I don't know.
Your sheet. So you can go to the cog and bring out the 2 GM toggle.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the sheet.
If it's on a character sheet, there's there's a whisper.
Go ahead and roll
toggle.
it again. That way we can get a new number.
Let me find that.
Why? He's got a plus 13. Come on, give us this win.
Yeah, so go to the cog, and it should be on the right-hand side near the top.
A crit will still be treated as a crit.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, if he can't counter the crit, then at least one person gets some info on him.
Watch this fucking
You
crit.
can also do that with toggle advantage discipline.
Yeah. It will also aid him in how he needs to begin to perform or whatnot. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw it. All right, thank you.
Perfect.
Go ahead and give that another roll.
Let's see.
All right, it didn't show up for everybody else. So, all right.
All right, nice.
Yay!
Nice.
I would say go ahead and go between those two
Okay.
on kind of your outward performance, but
Okay.
go ahead and send to Luna generally what is going on with you, and then I will send some deeper details.
Okay. I'll do that right now.
Got coffee in my cup.
Coffee make noises.
I am. There are things that I want to say, but I know I can't open my mouth. I can't open my mouth
There's
right
a
now.
lot going on right now.
The fella's leading the charge on this one. I can't.
I was actually out in the kitchen just now talking with Melody. He's like, you need to throw more heads.
What head do I need to roll?
It's like you just need to carry a bag of heads and just start throwing them.
Dude, Luna was so confused. She was like, he was just carrying that. Is that the head? Is that the head
is
of
the exact head
That's
from
the
the
head from
noble
the
that we
general.
killed on my shores.
Yep.
Yes, I fucking
It has
knew
to be
it.
so foul at this
Yup.
point.
Oh yeah, that
It's
was
so
the
bad.
point.
Oh my god.
It is probably rotting and very bad.
It's been what,
Months.
2 weeks?
Dude,
Months.
how did no one smell this on him when he's just carrying?
I carry a lot of perfume.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Oh, I knew I should have put some on this morning.
Pretty sure it's only been 2 weeks.
I mean, I am technically still a noble. I gotta smell good. Gotta get my smell good on.
You smell good?
I'm just a sailor.
I got my herb
That's not
did.
bad.
We got all spice.
It's not Old Spice
Yeah,
here. It's called New
I
Spice.
just imagine like you try to pick up somebody in a bar and just the moment they smell that, they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
Hey, baby, you want to see
Yeah.
my head in my sack?
Yeah. Oh my god. No.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Jesus Christ.
No. Oh, it's so not okay.
How about I show you what it means for relentless endurance?
Oh,
God.
oh no. Oh no.
Okay, Archer wants this to you too, so you know I sent to Luna.
Fuck. Relentless endurance. Okay, buddy.
Jeez.
That's the last thing I wanted to think about today.
All right, don't worry. I'm gonna. We go. Luna just wants me to end this with an insult to this guy and call him that famous thing I said on Monday.
Yep.
Famous thing.
I don't think we can say that. No,
It starts with something and
No,
ends
you
with
can't.
nugget.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you cannot say that.
Sure we can.
No, you can't.
No.
We can't?
No.
Deal with it.
Are you sure?
I had
As an
so many
insult, you
people
cannot say
fucking
it.
laughing. Yeah.
That
Okay.
is what you're able to get, Lily, and from Arya. I'll just tell you. As you look at Lady Whitewater, visually she has her arms crossed. She does have this resting face that seems somewhat just glazed over as she looks back and forth at these two individuals and the essentially firing words at each other. Though with your insight on her, there is this sense from her of irritation from both. It's not intense, just like an individual
Annoyance.
just like somebody waiting for clear air, or somebody that's slowly building up a bit of pressure like her state currently is akin to a tea kettle that's been on the stove. Okay. She's just waiting for the heat in the room to either die down or to reach a certain point. But you two may continue your verbal beratement.
Okay, so we unpause the breakdance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, this is good.
Let me bring up my notes real quick. Okay.
I will say, as you're pulling up your notes and whatnot, during this, the room itself hasn't been entirely silent. When you guys begin to talk about things, and when there are the moments of silence between, there is murmuring, there are conversations taking place. Most of what you can hear secondhand is it's related to what you're talking about.
He'll point over at Saint Queen of the Covic's wife, whatever. He'll point at her. He's like, "Will you not speak on your champion's behalf?"
I can speak on his behalf. It's a better opportune time. This is currently, I would say, a stage for informing the group.
You have been informed. Though I will say, this is not the extent of my knowledge. Should you wish to know who runs the operation, Turn Terrors and the Jester, you will aid the jurisdiction. Only then will you know your true enemy. I will not mince my time with this foul creature. He'll just look over at Ari and Aloria, and he kind of nods to the seats that are empty.
And we're gonna take our seats.
Yep. Klavic and Mouse Sister, he's gonna just basically have them wait outside with Stolen.
They're already inside.
I know. He's telling them to leave.
Ah.
They were proof. They've been seen. They leave.
Okay.
Sebastian will take the two out one of these side doors.
Stone will drag the chair back.
Arch, I have a question.
Yeah.
Whenever Arya took her hood off to like show everyone who she is, would it have connected to me who or what she is?
It was stated that she is a Turn Terror. Not Turn Terror doesn't reference vampire. Turn Terror reference the royal house that once ruled over the Crimson Cliffs.
Big boy vampires.
Yeah, essentially think like the family of Dracula. Essentially, would be like saying somebody is that is like saying, "Hey, this is old blood."
It's not. Yeah, it's not some small matter. If you have living proof in front of you, there's a fucking problem.
No, I want you to confirm because so much is happening right now.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the whole point.
Yeah, there's so much information.
I didn't even say the other half of it.
Yeah, there's
just
still
in
another.
case I missed this while I was like trying to put things together. Did the slave that you brought as proof, did we get a testimony from him, or he was just there?
So Rage Fang didn't say anything. He wasn't a slave. The male individual which they were referencing is probably more than likely to do with Lady Bakovic, or sorry, Queen Bakovic, and the air quotes other slave from his homeland is a almost tiefling looking woman, though I would say broader. akin to like something like an Eastern Oni, who's not heavily dressed. And there are the signs of the bruising and whatnot. This would be, if somebody has the image or whatever, this is the character Mao's, or the NPC Mao's sister.
You can always command one of them to speak. I mean, they were there.
Well,
for
that's
a
why I'm
while.
making sure I didn't do that if it was already mentioned. Like,
No, nobody asked them to speak just yet. They were brought in front of you, and nobody asked them any questions.
As the moment begins to silence, there'll be the slight tap from Lady Whitewater on the podium. As you are now all aware, this is what the call was for. There are claims currently, which we have evidence, testimony that may be called upon your request to be shown and provided to all of you for a judgment of action. This also involves, or can involve, the devastation that took place in Altair. Though the original intention for this gathering was, thank you, Celia. The original gathering for this court was for the deciding on actions to take against a member of the West towards their actions in the East, and to establish some form of decision and course of actions from this point on in regards to that, if proven or disproven. You may, as members of the court, call upon members of the party, other members of the court themselves, those involved, testimonies of witnesses or victims, and have the extended skills of Sebastian to provide information and the clarity of such. With that, we can begin the full group discussion. My request is that instead of shouting from the seats, an individual may approach the podium and speak their piece. Though I am not fooled enough that won't happen, I suspect at some point it will become heated and conversations will be incited from anywhere. We did have Wolf Star Strider, the Wolf Clan, the Jade Jurisdiction, which is the Eastern Empire or the eastern section of the continent, to help inform those of the location of this individual's domain, territory, or influence, home. We can have Altair come up and provide either any extra evidence, testimony, or a form of defense from the accusation and evidence provided, instead of standing in a seat. She'll step away from the podium.
Lily would definitely probably walk up pretty immediately.
Altair would begin to raise, but after seeing Lily approach, she would sit back down.
Simply wish to clarify the summarization of this issue. She'll point to Felwolf and be like, you are claiming that your land was attacked in the east.
That is true.
Were at the behest or knowledge from this man. And she would point to Altair.
Whether he knows or does not know is not within my knowledge. All I know is that his country enacted the action.
And you were claiming, she'd point to Altair, that you have no knowledge of any such attack. So say,
no,
summarization.
That is false. I am aware of my kingdom trying to actively develop the land to the east, as it is an undeveloped area. But that was to my knowledge of what was happening in the region.
Undeveloped.
My land is developed. There are buildings, tribes, families, wilderness untapped by your industry. The first thing you set to do was develop my land.
Well, such as Oasis is developing the desert. Like there are tribes scattered through it, but, you know.
It is not your land. It is mine. Period. Develop your own farmland.
Tell me, does your nation's development include the slaughter of the innocent?
You know full well that to open up wounds between the East and West again is a mistake. There was peace between our lands, and you would upset it for greed and nothing more. Not a single soul in this room would think you beyond that.
So, to, again, just try to make sure accurately summarizing here, you sent people from your nation to basically establish a settlement, foothold, something to that nature, correct?
Innocent, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And you were not aware of any conflict up until this point?
I was aware that we were sending more people and troops over with, of course, protection, but I was not aware of any conflict or, as he's saying, the slaughtering of women and children. No.
Okay. And who did you put in charge of such an expedition?
Arch?
I'm assuming there was some oversight.
I'll go ahead. I'll do that. I will give you the option, Seth.
Okay.
Point to the head.
Well, technically, that was more like a lieutenant. The commander, we know as a group that the commander was replaced by somebody else. The real commander's dead in his office, remember?
Yeah.
Lily's basically trying to establish where the responsibility, like where that has gone wrong. Yeah, like it's not like I'm sitting here trying to, pick every single name out of a hat, but like she's kind of trying to establish the chain of command that should have been followed here.
Well, you're isolating the root of the issue.
Mm-hmm. Like you're being a good mediator. On like, what are we actually here to discuss?
Well, that's the thing is you're trying to request aid, and in a way that saying, okay, this is a problem, and this is a problem where other nations need to get involved against another nation. You have to kind of isolate what is an isolated incident versus what is direct conflict and intention.
I mean, he's openly stated.
I'm not saying he's not responsible. Clearly, he is responsible for what his people do. That is not really the question that she's asking. She's basically trying to establish. She's basically trying to give him rope to hang himself. If you understand that.
Yeah.
That logic. She's not necessarily trying to be against him because that is not her role here. As much as she hates politics, she has to try to be as neutral as possible. But the devil is in the details here. If he's claiming to not have knowledge, someone had to. Otherwise, this kingdom doesn't run.
And that devil is one that he made the deal with.
So, like, that's the thing, is she's trying to basically give him something to establish where the loss is.
Additional information would settle your curiosity. I have met with his Senate as well.
All right.
There we go.
And what did they
give Zeph a moment to respond to the original question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is responsible for the development actions in the East? Because I just finally sent that to him.
Invasion.
War.
Air quotes development. Ask Britain. It was never war or an invasion to Native America. It was development of untapped territory. Yeah.
Bringing civilization to savages. Yeah, no, I get his perspective on that. Yeah.
I have another question. Is Lily's insight still in effect during this conversation?
At this point, no. It's been enough time where I would end up having something, but they can always roll if they want to innately check something.
Okay, I send you another question back, Arch.
Okay.
This is gonna be something.
What do you mean?
Just this entire conversation is going to go places.
Well, that's the best part. Is and Felwolf wasn't lying. Regardless of what happens here today, Bukovic's gonna get blood.
Yeah,
and so is Felwolf.
Auditory.
That's the undeniable truth that will happen here today. It's just whether their hyenas are going to jump into the pool as well.
Okay.
Hello?
Sorry.
They're typing.
Lots of typing.
There's clickety-clackety.
Because I want to make sure I have the information right with what
the last question is more along the lines of like a player.
No.
Yeah, I had.
Lily, can you restate the question, please, if you can?
Yeah.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Who did you put in charge of this expedition, this movement, expansion, whatever you want to call it? Who did you establish initially as directly in charge of the whole operation?
Well, for the operation of the development of the East would be two people would be in charge of that. One being my Baron von Mordvin and my High Commander Augusto Colabella. Sadly, before this meeting was called, I was informed that the commander, his estate had went up in flames and nothing was left, and we are unable to locate him.
But it turned to fell. I'm
well aware of that. So I'm willing to answer any questions you may have about our dealings while in the region.
And when were you in my region?
The exact same time. I do not lie.
So you have involvement in what happened on the attack in my kingdom?
It was I who freed Bukovic's champion. It was I who freed my people. Yes.
And so it was just coincidence that on the same exact night, within mere hours of your supposed rescue, that one of my high commander's estates had went up in flames, causing damage to its district.
Absolutely not. My team was there as well, as we knew who your high commander was, and we wished words with him, just as we had words with your senate, which, by the way, denied us peace. We did try a peaceful approach. As we went to speak with your high commander, he lay dead on the ground, long dead, I might add, to the point where he is merely a husk. In addition to this, upon investigation, we found blood rituals within his confines. Arcane dealings that dealt with something more dark.
At this point, you would see on Alter's face, like, it's more or less his, say, mask has kind of, gone away for like a split second. And within that, you see just confusion and just more of like a what the fuck type of face.
So,
At this point, Shadow would hand the piece.
We have
of
evidence,
fell.
yes, yeah. We'll hand the book over to, I guess, who is it, Lily, that's in front of me right now?
Yeah, I'm at the podium, so.
Fellow like Shadow, if you could bring forward the evidence we were able to recover until it sadly was destroyed, the rest of the site.
And as Shadow's walking, Lily will kind of continue talking while, keeping track of his movements. But she's like, so when was the last time you received a report from this commander?
That's another question for Arch.
That was that was 2 weeks ago.
No, I received my last report from him 2 weeks ago.
14 days ago.
Yeah.
Since there are no weeks, really, so.
Yeah.
14 days.
A fortnight ago.
There you go.
My agents would say that'd be physically impossible. The man was long dead.
I confirmed it with my very eyes.
Well, as I've also been traveling and out of my kingdom for this time, then he begins more pondering on trying to, more or less, he's trying to piece all this together, as well as, okay, these people just, I more or less admitted to being partaking in like what's happening in his kingdom, but also this new information coming to light of, okay.
I make it a point to always tell the truth. A warrior doing something other is not honorable.
I'm going to turn to Fellwolf and whisper into his ear. Do we disclose the commander we saw with the mask?
He kind of just pats her on the hand. He's like, all things in time. We give them the information they ask for, and if I see an opening for information that would aid us, then so be it. So far, they have not deemed worthy yet to divulge the entirety of our hand.
And so what is the paper that Shadow's handing me?
It's actually a book.
A book, okay, a book.
Well, actually, there's two pieces of paper. One is the scrawlings of the ritual, and the other is the blood-stained book that the corpse was found on top of.
To quickly go over it, it is a book of depictions of masks. You can give me a religion check if you want, but there is text towards the front, which is where you see the most of the stain. The writing itself is talking about these masks and having to do something about them in some form, or researching them, having to look into it.
Just standard masks, or is there something specific?
These masks are drawn out. It just says masks. All these masks seem unique in some manner. Not a single one, as you look through, are the same. Some do look similar, but they aren't colored, so there could be color schemes. With an 18 in that, I will send this to you, though it could be relevant or not relevant. I'll leave that up for you to decide.
In the ritual scrawlings with Lily's experience, does this seem familiar, or is it something like brand new?
Sorry, say that again.
The specific scrawlings of like what the ritual was. With Lily's experience with a lot of magic things, does this seem as something she would recognize, or does it seem like it's just a completely different kind of ritual?
This doesn't seem like something, let's say, a wizard would do.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what languages you know, actually. I'm gonna double check.
Actually. She knows. Oh, she knows 4. Well, 3 outside of.
It is not. Though the text or the writings and scrawls, do look like some form of language. They aren't a language in which you know.
Sebastian would know, I bet.
I was gonna say, I would if I didn't recognize the scrawlings immediately, then I'd probably start passing them to different Senate members just so they could review the evidence. I'm assuming that's how this goes, or give it to Whitewater.
Oh god, this ought to be fun.
Oh no.
I mean, the goal of this is for them to have information. I'm assuming that we're supposed to be. It's like projectors here.
We have to sedate here and convince all these politicians. Hey, this is the creepy shit going on.
So you hand the book over to Lady Whitewater?
Yeah, I'll pass the scrawled note, and then after I'm finished looking at the book, I'll do the same with that, as they're kind of talking.
While that's going on, Altair would say, with all these claims you're saying about my commander, I would request once this court is finished with said evidence, I would be allowed to look at it and then take it back to conduct my own investigations of the claims being said.
Or to recreate the ritual. I imagine that's what you might do with it.
I will state you should be careful going back if you do. Regardless of who you are, whoever did the ritual may still be there.
But even if that may be true, it is still my kingdom, and I plan to return.
At this point, from what you have bestilled, claiming innocence and lack of knowledge, I doubt very much it is your kingdom anymore. You may have it in name, but obviously, in action, it is not yours.
It is not rare to have a retainer to attempt to lie and deceit the ruler of the kingdom to get ahead in their own position.
Your entire Senate denied peace.
Sounds to me like your power has been usurped.
Were you aware of the Senate meeting?
That was the first thing I did when I arrived.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking. She's directing this toward Altair.
Altair would not. Altair, you would also know that you were on your way back after you were actually scheduled to go back the day of all of the explosions. However, something held you up here in Whitewater. You've been here for a good number of days for a line of events for you. Before you left your kingdom, you spoke to the commander and went to Whitewater, and now you've been here since, unable to return.
Correct. And so I would relay that. I've been trying to go back to my kingdom for some time, but I keep getting pulled back here.
By who?
I gesture to Lady Whitewater.
The first thing we did
quietly nod.
When we arrived in your region was I physically announced my presence to your noble court. They sent their senate. I would describe it to all the individuals that came and spoke with me. In order to even procure an audience, I had to drop my dead father's name. And after announcing what our knowledge is and the ask to cease the war, they denied me. They simply chuckled and left. This is an insult. This was a brazen act of defiance. Your people have left me with no other choice.
So the Senate was aware of such conflicts happening?
Yes. In blatant knowledge they were.
I would raise my voice and say, on the contrary, yes, I have a Senate and a council that runs things while I'm away. But again, such as this right now, in this, you don't see this as a disrespect to the Senate on how would they know of someone claiming to be someone who just walks in with information of a war and atrocities occurring and take that seriously?
At this point, he kind of just stands up from, desk or whatever he's at. He unsnaps his kabuto, takes it off his head, drops his mask. He says, I am Felwolf Starstrider. I am a samurai from the Jade jurisdiction. Unlike the warriors of the West, I do not lie.
Even if that may be true, and you in fact do not lie, why would my Senate and my council take you for you and your word as what it is when, like you said before, places like this are full of deception and lies? Why would they take your word for truth when they do not know of you? Or have any information about what is happening, as I've already given you the two names of the people who should have. And who
they are the ones that run the operation while you are ignorant. Obviously, they know what is going on as they direct your commander in your absence. It is simple mathematics, young king.
Now, it is simple that, yes, they follow and give orders, but it would be the same thing as if I was there. If the commander was at fault, why would he lie to only me and not to my Senate?
Perhaps they do not like you either.
Perhaps that may be true, but again, you have no proof. All you're saying is that you attempted to just walk into my Senate, demand a meeting, tell them outrageous, and in their mind, outrageous lies or deceit them into your own whatever you want.
The same.
Yes, I would have laughed you out of the room as well.
The same.
Again, we do not. Just because you know a name and you say who you say you are does not mean that everyone should understand you speak the truth.
That would be valid if they were not keeping prisoners from almost every nation in your prison. Your argument is invalid.
It is a prison within my kingdom. Are you saying I only keep prisoners that are from my kingdom in my prison? Bandits travel, smugglers.
What did the champion of Bukovic do to you?
I'm not aware.
In the 10th level of your prison. And tortured, left chained to a table covered in blood.
I am not the warden of my prison.
Ignorance is not an excuse for a king. You seem to rely on it quite often in this debate.
One might almost think you incapable.
I'm not saying that you are directly responsible. I'm saying exactly what you are admitting to.
Then there are proper channels to discuss this and to handle it and not declare war.
Your Senate denied me of those channels. I attempted peace. The first opportunity I got after cutting my way through your invading army. Piecing back together children that they murdered.
Then I have a question for you. You say that you have tried everything to establish peace with my kingdom, and you attempted to speak to me or to my Senate. And when that failed, well, you did your prison rescue and you came here. There's been ample time and opportunity to discuss with me these issues, and yet all I have received from you is stares of hate and disgust. Why not attempt to discuss with me, especially the other night when I was wandering these gardens and I found you with a few other people? Why not bring it up to me then of, hey, let's try and discuss peace talks, or at least establish some type of connection?
At this point, Felwolf kind of smiles. He's like, you wish to know why? Absolutely, I will be forthcoming. As he just holds his hand out in front of him, pointing at every member of the audience he has spoken with thus far. It is because they told me not to. The ones that hold their tongue as we debate wished for me to hold mine. And I did. This is not my kingdom. I showed a sign of respect for those who owns it. If they would like to speak now, it would probably aid in the situation, would it not? As he just kind of looks at each of them.
I would raise my voice again, saying, they may be representatives and parts of this royal council, but they hold no say in their own kingdoms. They are all second or third in line and would have to return and come back with your answer.
At this point, you will see, your party will see Master Hawk stand up, just to catch up Luna and Zeph. For you guys, you know him by a different name, but this is an individual from Oasis. He would be a form of political contact. Probably one of the only few members that your last statement does not apply to. He will just stand up quietly with one kind of scroll under one arm and a small cup of tea in another, walk towards the podium itself. He'll approach Lily. May I?
course. She'll give him a nod and step back and start returning to her seat.
And he'll place the scroll on top of the podium, and then you'll hear him finish off the tea as he sets it to the side. As he'll put both of his hands towards Altir and Felwolf as he kind of gestures to have them sit once more.
I would sit.
Felwolf pauses for a second. He kind of slowly sits back down.
He'll look down at the podium to the scroll that is now opened. Thanks. That's kind of a proper moment for that. A can's about to, all right. Yeah, a can's about to be open.
Got that soda pop.
Yeah, as you can see his head kind of go over the notes in front of him once more, and then look up. It is not unknown. This trade of procured individual being moved from location to location. Most of them are, in a sense, dragonkin. From the scaled nations through Auditore, and to Oasis itself. It has been that way for years. That same territory was traveled by carts and carriages of slavers of my people's own hands. Till eventually, years ago, Auditore founded itself and became what it is now. No one in these seats is ignorant to the slave trade. No one here has best knowledge of it than myself or our lead, as he gestures to the man that was sitting next to him. That figure is bald with a long beard, but a very dark brown, almost blackish complexion. Their robes themselves very different, heavy and red.
Do I recognize this individual?
Make me a history check with advantage.
Oh boy, I get to do history checks.
Hell yeah. Aren't you like pretty good at these usually?
Oh yeah, only have a +2 to these. These are great.
Definitely. He's honestly been the character that's made the most.
There you go.
You is that a fucking crit?
That was a good 20. Oh, damn.
But with a 19, yes, you would know that this is Talad al-Eid.
Bless you.
Just yeah. He's just he either goes by Talad or Talal or Alid. But he is the council member of Oasis Minor, which is a gifted territory from Lake King Whitewater to Oasis, in an attempt to provide a form of bleeding of policies between Oasis and the West, and hopes to slowly move away from slavery. So this is a political figure. This is an individual that essentially has sway in an offshoot or a sub-territory of Oasis itself, and would probably regularly communicate with the ruling class or the ruling individuals of Oasis itself.
Okay. From what I do know about this individual, does he lean more towards the corrupt side, or is he more towards the law-abiding side?
With a 19...
Is he honestly trying, or is he just a scumbag milking money?
With a 19, he has with a 19, his history is unaffiliated. He doesn't work with Khan or any of the bosses, nor have you ever heard anything of him meeting with them. You have seen this individual in particular riding in and out of Oasis itself via boat or mounted, and entering into the Sultan's palace.
One where nobody usually goes in or out. Gotcha.
The one that nobody goes in or out that's foreign. Guards, important figures go in and out of that place, but you have seen him. He would be one of those figures where he's probably up there in what you would just label like the government. He works alongside those people.
Okay. That's satisfactory to me.
It is unfortunate from a humanitarian aspect, but I cannot judge the Sultan's decree and law. But in this regard, I, Tess Amin, Governor of Oasis Minor, would like to state that I know of the troop that makes claims today, or members there are. I have reasonable sources to state that Altair himself is aware of going-ons within his kingdom, but would like to afford the individual himself of being away from the desk. Messages. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. And yes, I'll go ahead and spell that name for anybody that wanted Master Hawk's name. TES dash AMEN. Tess Amen. That's the name.
And what was his official title again?
Governor of Oasis Minor. For Western statement, essentially, this would be akin to a duke or like a high lord, essentially.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
And he takes out of his busy schedule to beat me.
Yeah.
Religiously. Fun.
You could probably assume that his good friend, Alid, takes over those duties when he's beating you.
Oh, great. I'm getting beat by a fucking governor. Probably to take his mind off the stress.
Yeah.
This fucking kingdom, you fucking shit. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Father abuses his child.
Many of you, many of those unable to make it today, still stationed on Bastion, Weary, and the other two. Though, as you are familiar with them, they are familiar with those tradings, the going-ons. This group, I am to say, is of importance in other places. His head will turn towards the small group of the four of you that I do know that are in here currently. So many kingdoms, nations, and organizations in the West are either unaware or refuse to make a declaration of recognition of the East itself. No one here is foolhardy enough to believe it is a safe environment for people to wander from the outside to inside. I would guarantee my statement that this figure here, as he points to Foul Wolf, of your stature would be a baron, one that watches over a territory, land itself.
Yes.
Though I will make the statement from what I understand from passerbys from your territory, you are nowhere near what one would label a king or absolute ruler.
No. However, I am under orders of our ruler. If peace is not an option, I am to inform him otherwise.
Now we have established this entity as a ambassador. Those of you that have great connections to the east, I suggest you ask Sebastian for aid to either confirm or deny. Those of you that don't, you have very little than goats on a field, currently. Though I will say one thing. The hard thing is that the West, as you've come to know, is different from what I suspect Oasis and East have in common. Where our large territories are monitored by a single force of ruling class, the West fails to unify itself in such fashion. Which is the purpose of these? As he just kind of gestures to the entirety of this place. Be wary, for Oasis owes nothing to your empire. Neither would a place akin to those from Okrisuk who did not partake in the war. And others of the sort, like Enzel, who was opposing Whitewater's side during those times. This hall is a mix of friend and foe. But I have evidence to prove their station. If their station were in question, that's it all. Still leave the scroll there and tuck the tea cup underneath his sleeve as he walks off towards his seat.
What does Altair's face look like now? Since that was one of his concerns, was that they were random.
That I wasn't lying?
No. Yeah.
At this point, it would be more stern on, like, again, he's just still processing this new information of, like, someone's actually has proof, says they have proof and is vouching for the legitimacy of who he's claiming to be. But it's more of just like stern processing as he's listening.
Okay.
Halfway to his seat, Tessa Amon, Master Hawk, will stop and turn towards Foulwolf. Question for you.
Yes.
If my information were to prove false, what price are you willing to pay for your claims? In the West, the price is death in claiming to be a noble. Is that a price you're still willing to pay?
I am a warrior. I do not fear death.
He'll kind of nod, just kind of look towards or glance over the entire crowd, and just proceed the rest of his way to his seat.
At that threat, Allura will kind of shift uncomfortably.
Val kind of just pats her. He's like, "It's okay. It's a good little firebird."
Jesus Christ.
You didn't say that. You did not just say that.
Put that nicknames. Oh my god.
You did not just give me no, stop.
No, it would have been more discreet. I wouldn't actually said anything.
Okay.
It's a mental thought.
I just once again, just like kind of patting your hand to tell you it's okay, relax.
So he left the scroll on the podium, right?
Yeah, he's submitting that as evidence of proof.
Mm-hmm.
You have the bloody book journal, the scribblings of runes, and now the scroll to prove that I'm actually fucking noble. So I'm going to assume you're gonna walk up and check the scroll, Lily.
Yeah, I figured at least it might start getting passed around and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the head and the back too.
Yeah,
the head of the bag is not getting passed around.
Yeah,
it is still on the floor.
It is.
Everyone take a whiff.
There. The scroll itself, as it will get passed around eventually, I'll just go over what it says. I won't use his voice. According to primary sources of Oasis and my own personal gathering, the individuals include, and it goes over in a brief background of each individual that is there, and Neoma seems to be written in a different form of ink at the end and just question marks. As this man obviously hasn't had the time.
Yeah, she's a relatively new addition.
Scratch your head and just be like, good pop.
As Lily will read aloud essentially the context of it and then pass it around. It is signed off by both Master Hawk and the individual that he is with, along with another name that is just X.
Okay, so what exactly are the titles or like names that in this document he's written down for each of our members?
Oh, your entire name. And
just our entire name.
Your entire name and like who your parents were. And yeah. Though with Arya, it does go in and state who your father is and then who your mother is. It does state any noble titles, your actual profession, and a brief moment of actual interaction between himself and those members of the troop, which is why the only one on there that's question marks is Neoma. It's like, it's better than writing Forest Lady.
This motherfucker went and just dug into all of our past. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew that he knew more than he was letting on.
I mean, granted, for some of us, he didn't have to dig.
Yeah.
True. But some of us he did.
And so it essentially just reassures everybody of what you've said and who your troop is and the people making accusations. There is no mention of Mao's sister or Rage Fang. It could be on purpose, or it could be that there is just nothing in there. But it does confirm the identities of the accusers. So like, here is my proof that they are who they say they are. He'll sit down and cross his legs once more, and as soon as he leans back in his chair, another individual will walk in from the other side door. Stolen, you would have seen her out in the hall as she passed by, went around a corner, but you'll know who this is. But you're currently, from what I'm aware, not in the room.
Yeah. Kind of.
You will see a woman with threads adorned with shells and other sea motif, deep blue hair, skin that reflects the light in the room, somewhat pearlescent like. Her skin a deep blue, soft around the mouth and eyes, and this navy regalia. Beowulf and Elenan, you would, I believe Elenan's still in the room, or did Elenan go out?
Elenan is on Overwatch outside.
Okay. Beowulf, you would recognize this as Elenan's mother's old uniform, as there are medals adorning this, and a kind of long coiled saber on one side, where at the base it spins like a corkscrew and comes out into a straight point. The handle itself is made out of what seems to be this almost metallic seashell. As this individual walks into the room, Lady Whitewater will quickly have her attention on this woman, as she just stands there and just kind of gives a bow and almost apology for being late, and then move towards Sebastian and kind of stand near him.
After seeing her go around the corner and recognizing who she is, Stone will kind of probably not go all the way in, but open the door and kind of poke his head to see where she is and like who she's next to and stuff like that.
For you all, I will go ahead and do this.
Boy, who is the new fish lady?
Don't you wish you knew?
I would like to know.
Yeah. Here is that.
Hey, yo.
Oh no,
Okay.
she's hot.
Oh no, she's hot.
Yeah.
As that kind of odd moment passes by, should I pull this guy? Where? There you go. You'll see Caleb from the back stand up. Lily, you kind of, you know what he's probably gonna say as he gets down the aisle and stands at the podium and just kind of looks over at both of them. You can expect me to stay out of it. I owe nothing to yours, as he gestures towards Foulwolf. As you may understand. And my kingdom owes nothing to yours, as he gestures towards Altier. Let my vote be removed from the total count. Lady Whitewater will kind of nod, as he'll just leave. Okay. There will be a number of individuals that are dressed in the same color as Caleb is, as they just kind of say the same thing and leave. Lily, you would know them to all be from Insel.
Was this like a normal behavior that they did?
They sided with the Turn Terrors during Whitewater. They have no right to decide anything in this truthfully, as it would just be a facade more than likely. They accepted that fact and just left. They chose not to bother anyone with their bantering or bickering or conversations that happen in the background.
Okay.
Archer, send you something to clarify.
Okay. They're not here to, as from what you may be aware, the fact that this is being declared a war would mean that they themselves were not made aware that this would turn your actions can be construed as an undeclarated war, which your alliance would not cover.
Okay, just clarified.
Yeah, if war was declared on you, they would declare war on that other person. However, if this accusation is you started it, and so they're just leaving. They're like, fuck it. If it changes afterwards, and a war then is declared from the east on Auditore, then their statement has already been made that they would declare war on the east. But at this point, there's no point for them to be here.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a number of these individuals kind of get up and shuffle around and leave, there are a number of seats left open. Beowulf, you'd see at this time, and Lily and Altier, you'll know what this is. Everybody kind of stand up and shuffle. There'll be people that begin to move over towards the side of the aisle that Altier is on, and people moving towards the side of the aisle that Beowulf is on. And just kind of sit back down. Empty spaces left further in the back. Most people are being brought forward. Sure I get their name right. Beowulf, you'll see a young man, much younger than you, walking down the aisle in what seems to be somewhat new armor. Young face, doesn't seem to be, at least from your perspective on this individual, battle hardened. As they approach the podium, they turn to look towards you, Fel. As you are unaware, I'm Tuyon. Tuyon the Young. I'm a paladin from Aelia. There's no nobles. There's no nobles there or royals. But I would like to tell you that I don't have sway. My place here is mostly to inform the court here and the head paladins in Aelia decisions on either side. Think of me like a liaison, a messenger. Though me and some others, I see kind of points towards a couple individuals on your side of the aisle now. All we can offer is our vote. At this point, against Altier, against Auditore. We would like to, if needed, provide aid where we can.
My people are not ones generally of magic. So your support would be very helpful for healing arts.
Though I am familiar with those types. We have a member of our troop that is familiar with your lands. As he'll gesture his hand above. Belle, go ahead and make me a history check as you turn around and see this individual as they pull a hood down.
Son of a bitch.
Uh-oh.
Skadios.
15.
Nice round number.
You would know this person by the attire somewhat hidden underneath the cloak that they are wearing. Let me go ahead and read this real quick. Stolen, make for me a stealth check.
What?
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
And then.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Man, he trying to touch somebody.
Trying to touch ass.
While you look at this person, you'll hear the door that's stolen and that the side group went out of creak open slightly as Stolen shuffles his way through the door and then over towards like the darker section near some of the chairs as he's just now watching. As you would see this individual, and you would know her by the name Run Long.
What?
She is you would probably label her in the teens number of members to the Emperor.
Okay, so we have Run Long and Too Young. Got it.
Yeah.
I heard Zeph giggle that one.
Are you mad-libbing again?
Me? Am I ad-libbing? No. Tuyon is actually, it came from a the generator for a European name, which is funny. No, Rulong actually would translate into the soft dragon.
Nice.
Out of some of the younger children of the Emperor Felwolf, you would know that she's labeled to be one of the less likely to take a claim towards anything in the Empire. She's probably and now seeing her out in the West, you would know this to be a kind of a falsehood. She was labeled to be weak and fragile, and so supposedly was kept in the Emperor's palace. But you would recognize her face and the armor in which she wears as being the, I think it would be, it is like 17th child, 17th daughter specifically of the Emperor.
Damn.
And she'll just kind of smile slightly and give a bow towards you, and then just as she sits down, put a finger over her mouth as she puts the hood back on. Just understand we will do what we can, and we understand your position. As he'll just kind of awkwardly smile as he kind of looks around the room and walks off from the podium towards his seat.
Yep, he can be easily influenced.
This paladin, he kind of has to be. Kind of goes hand in hand. Paladin versus evil.
I wasn't just talking about this.
Two individuals begin to approach from the seats above. One with this massive shield, heavy plate armor, and a large spear. The other, a woman in what seems to be just ragged cloth, beaten armor, a kite shield, and a long sword. As they pass by, it isn't. You are able to quite place where they may have found themselves suddenly leaving and entering this location from, as their armor is also covered in odd colors of blood splatters of purples or deep crimson, as they probably just left a quest and were brought here in some fashion. As they both approach the podium, Lily, you would know these two somewhat in the ways of having seen them fight before. As they both stand there, the woman kind of steps closer towards the podium more. Hi, I'm Vanessa, the Vagabond Knight. This is Timothy Griffin, the son of King Griffin. You may know him as the Unbreakable, but we're normally just adventurers, at least for me. I do have a question, though. Since the last one was directed towards you, she'll kind of make that squinted face with one eye kind of popped as she points towards Felwolf nonchalantly. She'll point over towards Altair. You can answer the question first, I guess, Prince. She'll kind of do that arm shrug as she says Prince.
I like her already.
Are you on the stance that you knew your people were going east and you just weren't in your bathtub at in time for you to get a paper note about the happenings?
Archer would stand once again. I received reports on the happenings in the in the east, but again, there was no mention of heavy conflict or of anything that he is accusing me of.
Of course there wouldn't be.
Okay. I have a question though. You do have a place where they teach magic, right? Over there, like was it the World Tree University? That's a yes, by the way.
No, yes.
So you have mages, right?
That is correct.
She'll kind of turn her head towards Sebastian. Isn't there like a thing that mages cast to talk to people over a long distance? That is how we got you here. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, I just thought I was hearing voices. She'll just kind of blank face stare at Altair.
You'll probably see Lily try not to giggle. There's like...
Birds are also an option. I'm pretty sure the North uses dragons, as she kind of looks up towards Boardvin. I think they get messages around too. Maybe work on that.
I would clear my voice and my throat and say, I received messages and reports over the happenings into the east. Again, none of them mentioned anything I'm being accused of.
Ah. So what we can accuse you of is poor infrastructure.
I mean,
she'll kind of she'll give this like half-cocked open grin as she squints one eye and tilts her head back as she just kind of looks at him.
She's the fucking tough of the group. God damn.
I love her.
Out of everyone here, Altair, just to give you some cannon fire back at her, she's no way a noble. She's only here because honestly, she's Timothy's girlfriend.
Yes,
my man.
Yes!
Let's go.
She's aligned to be.
You got insulted by Miss Frappuccino.
Yeah.
As soon as I heard her speak, I'm like, oh my god, she's a white bitch. She's a white bitch.
She would be essentially the only one currently in line to be the next queen of Silesia, which is where Timothy is from, and Silesia House is the primary mages college. And the fact that she's acting dumb about magic is just more along the lines of an insult.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
I mean, she's
my fucking spirit animal, dude.
She's riding a point that I did say that ignorance is still just ignorance.
Yeah. And that's just kind of why she's stating her, from what you can gather, Felwolf, she's stating her reason why she's just like, you're just, why would I sit over there on your side of the aisle when, like, come on, man. But thanks, as she'll then turn to Felwolf as soon as you attempt to defend yourself. You, on the other hand, you made the statement where your people don't use magic, right?
The majority of us do not. We have shamans that are similar to your druids, but different.
Okay. May I ask you a question that you probably aren't suited for? She'll also kind of give a slight smile to, just in that kind of same demeanor.
I imagine she just starts talking before he even gives an answer.
Yeah, that's essentially it. I am giving our audience here the time to hear both sides of what's being said, so that things aren't getting muddled. So then she will immediately afterwards. Why did you pick wartime to decide to come out here and establish like a more direct connection with people?
I was left with no other choice. The invasion has already pressed towards our capital. It is either go now or risk complete defeat.
Right. But what stopped you from coming this way? And as I'm pretty sure you're aware, most people aren't aware of your people. Why was no action taken previously?
Of what do you mean?
Like, everybody here, I'm sure, is aware that the she'll stop herself for a moment before she, as you Lily know that she's about to go on some tangent about Lady Whitewater's father, as she just stops and looks over from the corner of her eye at Lady Whitewater, who's deadpan staring her at this point. We've all heard the story of the great King Whitewater going around the continent of Lagillon itself to and through the east, and he came back with knowledge of different ways of doing things.
Yes, he specifically visited my territory. He met with my father.
Right.
Sure.
That was not meant to be sure, but it could come off in that demeanor. I'm just gonna say that now. I guess I got a little too much frappuccino.
A little bit.
Yeah, sorry. But he went there and came here, but had the unfortunate event of not living long enough to inform everybody of your people and their ways, though some of it, I guess, found its way into the daily practices here in Whitewater. Why didn't you guys send somebody or a more formal thing this way when no one else came that way?
So to put it bluntly, my father had passed. I was currently in Oasis. I traveled to complete my training before assuming the leader, the role of clan leader for the Wolf. My training is officially over, which is why I'm here now as leader of the Wolf. The reason why me specifically is because of the exact same reason you've stated. I am the connection the Jade has to Whitewater and the rest of the West from there. As to why now, the West, just like the East, is partitioned. Correct? You have multiple kingdoms ran by different rulers. The Jade functions on a similar type of leadership. A clan leads a specific region. For example, my Wolf clan runs the South. As you can tell from this type of Senate, certain things have to be agreed upon by leaders before actions can be taken. In the event of me being here right now, the majority of the clans have agreed to send me as an ambassador.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you're just saying that this would have been that moment, right?
If we were not at war, I would still be here, but under less strenuous circumstances.
I can see that. Welcome to the West. She kind of does like this circle hand motion with both of her hands as she kind of moves slightly with that kind of rotation.
I wish it was under better circumstances.
Though we don't guarantee immediate action, as some people in this room can, and she just kind of, out of the corner of her eye, looks at Queen Bukovic, we can guarantee pressure. At least from the start. Though I'm sure enough pressure to leaders of our own homes, being either family, or pressure to others, being a turnip, and she just kind of looks towards Altair. Things can be done. So you have my pressure. She just kind of stops smiling for a moment and then pulls open a little notepad from a pocket on this kind of outer vest of her armor. She'll read it real quick. She'll lean over towards you, Lily. I have to go kill 3 trolls tomorrow. Is this gonna be done by then?
I think if it takes more than a day, I think I will lose my temperament. So I hope not.
She'll kind of fold up the note and then tuck it back into her vest.
That's so
You've got my vote.
I would speak up and say, I'm assuming you're speaking for Timothy. I see. I said nothing. And you are but his arm candy.
Oh no. Oh no.
From this figure from Timothy, the one outstanding thing about this man himself is that he does have this great stature until you begin to size him up in comparison to many of the other people in the room. He's roughly like 5'8", Yeah, he has this massive fin on his helmet. He hasn't really moved other than just kind of had his eyes on Vanessa the entire time. But when the statement of eye candy happens, his head will turn towards Altair.
I'm sorry. While saying this, I'm specifically looking to get eye contact with him.
Oh man.
He'll walk over towards you, Foul Wolf, and just kind of stand there in front of you. The tower shield and spear on his back. As he'll extend a hand out towards you.
He'll shake the hand.
The entire time he's still staring at Altair. Make for me an athletics check.
Okay. I'm not bad at it.
And staring at the prince as he's shaking the hand of the other guy, like
you're fucked.
Fucking bitch.
Your hand's not crushed in any regard, but you will feel
it's a firm grip.
Yeah, the firm grip and the intense disdain from the grip, but it's not directed towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'll turn his head towards you as you'll see these almost emerald colored eyes underneath the helm. Fuck this guy.
I love him. He's great.
I feel like we could be great friends.
My father became a king because he was a warrior, not because someone else died. As he'll turn and head back to his seat, as he'll throw an arm around Vanessa, as she just kind of with like
that Chad energy.
Yeah, she'll do like this middle finger as she pulls down an eye and sticks her tongue out towards Altair.
I can just imagine her like pulling down the glasses, chewing gum.
As soon as he said "fuck this guy," Lily would fucking laugh. She couldn't hold it in anymore.
Get bent.
She's looking at it like, this is the most entertaining part of this whole meeting. Oh my god.
Yeah, you would know that most of these meetings, when they involve something serious, the serious people actually leave. Kella being one of them. When it involves politics, he does not budge. So these individuals that are firmly set in politics, they leave. The others that have sway to some regard, as what Vanessa said, is pressure, they stay because they full-heartedly believe their pressure achieves things, and sometimes it does, and other times it doesn't. The only reason why the individuals from Nagarad never leave is because they side with Lady Whitewater. They don't have a military alliance, as all of you would know. They actually have an actual alliance. All their trade is almost bonded together. Their people behave in such same way. And Nagarad behaves as an offensive military for Whitewater.
Oh.
They are the same kingdom except officially. There is still the line between them, and a ruler for one and a ruler for the other. But they would be akin to how King Bakovic is essentially the commanding-in-chief of the military for both kingdoms, where Lady Whitewater would be like the president-elect.
Gotcha.
That
alliance. It's like a mutual beneficial agreement. So even though they're separate in name, they function together.
Yeah, which is why the people in the town are not in an uproar that the army of Nagarad are outside. They're like, oh, I'm pretty sure Fred's out there, or Boris.
Something again.
They're probably out there playing games with the army themselves and whatnot, or inviting them into the kingdom. But there is that stance from the guards and whatnot. It's like, okay, well, we know the situation to some degree, and we weren't notified the army was gonna be here. But the people they know them, and on more along the lines of a personal level.
The presence in general. Yeah.
And so where you would see the individuals like Boris Autumn the Fifth, and Kiri Autumn, they haven't moved from their seats even during the shuffle, and they are staring at Queen Bakovic, because that is the individual in the room that makes the decisions. They don't get to apply pressure in this situation. The pressure has already been applied.
Very, very distinctly.
The other individuals that that you are aware of that are akin to just nobles, not royals, in this room, have somewhat scattered amongst. Most of the individuals that are royal blood are sitting on Felwolf's side, from what you're able to see, Lily. So the larger power is on Felwolf's side. The majority of mercantile money and wealth is on Altir's side.
Okay.
As is in common in most states, because his kingdom is the financial hub for the Western kingdoms.
Yeah, he said it was a mercantile kingdom. So.
Yeah. And so they're there just to make sure that trade agreements or agreements between their noble house don't fall apart because they chose something, even if it's what they want, they chose something under the visual eyes of Altir himself.
Fucking greed.
Yeah.
At this, no, go for it.
Oh no, you go for it.
I was gonna say, at this point, after the handshake, and I assume they left afterwards, correct?
No.
He shook his hand and said something.
Yeah.
Timothy and his and Vanessa sat back down though towards the back. They're there because their vote is still needing to be cast, but they just showed that that's their vote.
Then Altir will stand up again from his seat. He will Lily, there's still one major question on my mind that I feel like we need answers to here.
All right.
He changes his attention to Felwolf and his troop. As someone who has stated throughout this whole encounter and discussion that you do not lie, is that correct?
I find it deplorable and unhonorable.
Very well. And so you would tell me the truth if I asked you if you and your troop had anything to do with the major explosion and destruction that happened on my pier.
Yes.
So you're saying, as it's been confirmed by, player-wise, I can't remember how to pronounce his name, from Oasis.
Testament.
That you are in fact, with his knowledge and gatherings, a noble, have willingly, and at this point you see, which is rare, actual frustration and anger come across Altir's face. You have set off a giant explosion of our ammunition storage, killing countless guards, civilians, which include women and children of my kingdom, as well as destroying my whole harbor.
Such is the irony of war, is it not? You destroyed Shao Nao, along with many of our towns. I take one dock. Doesn't really seem to be a fair trade, but I'll accept it.
Again, to my knowledge, I have stated that I have no knowledge of this supposed giant war and conquest, and I have asked for the evidence that has been brought to this court to see it for myself and be able to investigate your own claims within my own kingdom of what you're saying. And you have just admitted that, again, without even the knowledge of what is happening within my kingdom and my involvement, have yet caused a massive attack within one of the kingdoms within the West.
You would forgive me not to chuckle if a criminal syndicate decided to say, we'll investigate ourselves. It is quite ironic how you suddenly lack knowledge. Granted, I do not believe you may be entirely lying. I do believe you very ignorant.
Well, even if in that case, as someone who has said they are all about honor and respect and integrity, you stooped so low as to kill innocent civilians that were nothing to do with my military at all. Rather than attacking something like a military outpost or compound for your war, you have decided to target the innocents.
Innocence. I believe that your military compound was also at the same point as your docks. Your ammunition for the ships you send to my shores, the same ships that carry your troops to invade my lands. Whether you have knowledge about or not is irrelevant. The fact is, it happens. The fact is, you put your military target in civilians' range. There's nothing I could do about that. If you're asking why, well, it's simple. I needed to get here. And I needed to make sure as many of my people survived back home as long as possible, which means your supplies needed to be interrupted. It was a tactical decision. I could have taken your entire town down. I chose simple targets to give me more time to speak with the nobles and warriors here. Any true commander or tactician would know that my choice was solid. You put civilians in harm's way. You stationed your military at your own civilian docks, not me.
Aloria at this point would stand up. Your soldiers march across his lands. This I have seen with my own eyes. So too have I seen a fishing village burned, shot, completely and utterly demolished. The carcasses and the cadavers that I saw there were unimaginable. And as your armies marched, they burned the ground that they walked upon. We had to watch as they burned an entire village so that we could get a message, a distress message to his emperor.
That's when you'll see like Lily kind of walk up to the podium again.
Have you ever seen a battlefield, Altir? Have you ever commanded troops? Ever had one die in your arms? Or hell, even a friend? Or just one of your own civilians? Do you know what it's like to lose? I imagine not.
I watched as many died. My own father, in fact, a close friend to the previous king, died in my arms, trying to give us time. I came for peace. I will either leave with it, or I will leave with war.
Hey Arch, you said Sebastian's services were on the table for these proceedings. Can he show like all of us what he finds, or is it more just like he sees it and describes it?
we just take him at his word.
Sebastian is taken at his word. The main reason is that out of everybody here, you would know that Sebastian has no ties, truthfully, to anybody, even let alone Lady Whitewater herself. He services as something else entirely. And if you want more on that, I can send you that message. But currently, that is not relevant.
Okay.
Everybody here just knows that this man is the equivalent of, what would it be? What's the position for individual types up everything in the courtroom that they hear?
The
officiator.
No, it's the they literally
keeper.
They have a name. I'm just trying to remember what it is. I'm talking about.
Right.
Stenographer?
Yeah.
Stenographer. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's here. He has the ability to hear every conversation in the room, and he writes it all down later for record keeping.
Okay.
He also is a wizard of sorts. Because of his race, he has innate spellcasting. He's not an actual wizard. So which is why he can perform spells that other people or wizards will never learn because of that fear of vanishing. That and along the lines that he's able to consume a brain from a dead victim and know all of their memories. It also helps maintain the fact that this man will not need to lie, that he is essentially the top in his field, if so to say.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Okay. You'll see Lily kind of take in all that's being said from Aloria and Felwolf and turn her attention back to the prince. We've established your stance on the matter is that you are ignorant to these events. Would you clarify for the rest of us the military that you yourself know of that you sent over into the east? I'm assuming if your goal was expansion and establishing settlements, you wouldn't have just sent armies. They're claiming there's greater numbers than what I would normally associate with an expedition. So is this something that is normal?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
You're fine. I'm not meaning to be a pain in the butt asking for details.
More questions?
Well, no.
To...
Here's the thing. We are collectively backing this man into a fucking corner, and I'm here for it.
Again, the goal is that he's claiming there's no proof to these accusations, so I'm trying to establish where...
Actually, telling the truth. The problem is, it's the same thing with Khan. If you remember, way back in the day, Khan had no idea what was going on, but I told him the exact same thing. Ignorance is not excuse.
I fully believe that he doesn't know this. I'm not trying to hammer on that point because it's already been made. Whether people believe it or not, it's going to be the same answer every time. Lily's just trying to figure out establishing validity of claims if numbers like these and what you guys are describing is normal for his kingdom. Like if this seems like something that would normally happen. Because something otherwise is not right, whether he knows it or not. There's something wrong with this picture.
With what I have seen myself from the first ships leaving our docks, as well as what I have read in the reports that were given to me from, to my knowledge, who were trusted retainers that worked under me, we sent a large number of rangers and foot soldiers on ahead because, to our own knowledge, it is undeveloped, unknown land So we need to make a foothold to make sure it is safe, mapped out, and is able to be sent the commoners and the settlers to that land beforehand.
If I may expand upon his explanation, I don't believe he is entirely telling a lie. I believe he is telling a partial truth, at least to his knowledge, is fully truthful. He may have sent retainers that he trusts, however. The noble that was commanding the forces, human, was being controlled by two of the turned terrors. And therein, the entire attack force was also, therefore, manipulated.
So you're saying my retainers fell under the control of these turned terrors?
I saw no retainers. I saw two turned terrors and a human commander leading the entirety of the force.
And
then your banners flying.
Oh, okay.
You sowed discord at first, attempting to split the clans against each other. This eventually failed. The Jade reunited, pushed you back to a point. Last I saw, heading here, his forces were completely surrounded, on the verge of being ambushed from all sides. I have full confidence my people can fight what's there, which is why, to my previous explanation, I destroyed your stockpile to give them that time. Everything I have done has been for the sake of my people. I have not taken a single soul more than I should have.
Arch, question for you.
Yeah.
When the folded like piece of paper went around, telling everyone who they are in the legitimacy, what were the names of the parents on for Arya? And what I know them
for Arya. Specifically, you wouldn't recognize the mother's name, though you would recognize her father's name. Let me go ahead, make sure I say that name right, unless you want to state it, Sally. I gotta pull it.
Oliver Turnterror.
Yeah, you would know that Oliver Turnterror is, or was, the king of the Crimson Cliffs. He was essentially Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any more information on that you're wanting?
No, I'm processing it real quick before I say something.
You would, you could also, from that aspect. Actually, no. I'll let you ask the questions.
Okay. So you're claiming that my troops are fighting with the Turn Terrors against your own.
As I said, your commander, from our knowledge that we were able to ascertain, was being controlled to a notion. Only after we slew your commander on sight did we gain a foothold. The Turn Terrors, however, captured, as I said, a very prominent person. He gestured to the door, the individual that was red, and brought her to your city and imprisoned her and tortured her along with the Bakovas.
Altir. Not Altir. Altim.
So you're saying that you're also fighting against the Turn Terrors?
I fight those that would harm my people. Nothing more. The Turn Terrors have chosen me as an enemy. I will fight them as long as they are my enemy.
And you're traveling with the daughter of their king.
Arya, as I have informed you, has turned against her people. She, for quite a long time now, has chosen the path of clergy, aided those she's come across, healed the weak, fed the hungry, cured the diseased, things of this nature. She has led a pious life, and to my standards of the Wolf Clan, Everyone deserves a second chance. She has shown herself to be an honorable and pious person, and to that fact, saved that same champion, aided in his escape so he may reunite with his family. She has done no wrongdoings to anyone here, and she will continue to aid this pious path. That I can promise you, because the moment she would derive herself from it, she would face me.
The altar has a face of processing while looking at Arya, who I'm assuming is still hiding under her hood.
No, she took her hood off, I remember.
Hood's off.
Oh, okay. I remember someone saying they put the hood back on before seeing back down, so.
No, you can see her.
Long.
Okay.
You can see her kind of holding her hands in front of her. Seems to be fiddling with her necklace.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Arya, go ahead and give me give me a wisdom saving throw or an insight check.
Oh, fuck.
Both the same. Okay.
I'll let you choose. It just determines what you become informed of.
Well, why she does that, Felwolf will go further in explanation. Arya has chosen to openly admit what she is, so as that you may believe that the Turn Terrors are not in fact gone. There are others, and they are the ones working against you. It was a great risk that she openly came out about this. But hopefully this risk would sway.
Well, with the Turn Terror's return, and the proof of it being here, he would gesture to Arya. Then what does it say that they have not taken control over the troops or the commanders and retainers I have sent over, and have falsifying information and send it back to myself?
Then it would seem you would have to turn against your own people, Prince.
Once again,
it would show who the true enemy of this war would be.
As fellow, you might be telling the truth. You might not be. If you are, then you would either stand with us or die.
One moment, Aloria. As I've said, there is information we have not shared with the court yet. As the judgment rendered here this day, if peace reigns and the assault stops and aid given to the Jade, I will tell you who your true opponent is. I have worked with the paladins here in Whitewater to come to a conclusion on who that is. And we have come to an agreement.
So instead of displaying all of the information you have gathered about this case and telling this court who the true enemy is, you've went ahead and allowed the voting to begin on whether or not to declare war on my kingdom, when you have just said that there is a true enemy that is not me out there.
This vote is to begin peace. If there is no peace, then there is only war. Should you stand against peace, you are openly stating war. Everybody that is over there to you right now has decided to keep the war going.
The one thing I value most over my kingdom are its people. And he very sternly says this to you.
If it would sway those on the other side, I will reveal my final card. And as we've made painfully obvious at this point, I do not lie. Should I not be good enough for your trust, you can always consort the archivists and paladins here in Whitewater. But I would hope that my word at this point would be good enough. However, I will state that once I say this, there is no going back. The individual who is your true enemy is extremely powerful, to the point where nowhere is safe. No arcane tower, no fortress in the hills, underground labyrinth, nothing is beyond this individual's reach. This individual, to my knowledge, is the most likely culprit. The one controlling the turn terrors. One provoking war. An old war between East and West.
So you're saying that there is I guess I'd put it at a puppet
you will
master.
Not believe me the first I say this individual, and I'm very reluctant to say it, because every action my group has done is to keep him from knowing we know.
But your claims are that there is a force behind these events. That is not.
I think it is probable if the king or princeling here deigns to stand by the side of ignorance, then that means, yes, his senate, his formerly dead commander, all of his commanders in the field, everyone that's in the military or political rank structure of his kingdom have sided with this individual. Because he seems to be the only one, besides probably his two bodyguards, that is completely out of the loop.
So your goal on calling our aid is to just...
I want his
your
forces.
oppressors.
I don't want him fought. I want all of his forces withdrawn. Effective immediately, never to return. He has no right to invade our land. He has no legitimate claim. That is all I ask.
I have to ask, Altair, in light of the information that you have been given,
Yeah, he looks to you. Just
how would you, again, hypothetically, what actions would you have been taken other than a basic investigation? Where's your statement on your expansion? Do you intend to still try to expand if you were not forced otherwise, knowing what you know now?
if what he says is true, then again, the most valuable thing to me are the lives of my citizens. And if they have been thrown away into a war without my knowledge, I would do everything in my power to save their lives and to stop whatever is going on. Of that, I will give my word.
Is there a quill, ink, and paper on these desks? I'm assuming they're supplied.
Yeah,
okay.
There's parchment, ink, and quills. Yeah.
Okay, so Felwolf's going to put his hand up, or kind of cover what he's writing down. Is he's gonna write down the name that he knows as well as a short summary of the conversation between him and the paladins of transpirings and the uniting of knowledge. And he's going to fold that up and then hand it over to Lily.
Okay. She'll kind of sit there processing for a moment and then open up the piece of paper.
You were there for that conversation, Lily.
Oh yeah, I was. But yeah, it's clarifying. Because I'm assuming you wrote down the Mad King or the
Black King.
The Black King, sorry. Yeah.
And would you also write Gilgamesh as a piece of this, or just the Black King?
I wrote only the Black King. The Mad King's something else entirely. I'm not even going to touch that rock.
Yeah. We'll mess with him later. So just everything we discussed about the Black King. Got it.
And you'll see her kind of sit there, and after she's read it, you'll see that kind of look in her eyes as she's kind of recalling the conversation she was present for.
No. Think about it as you read that letter. The individuals, the tactics used against us, everything lines perfectly.
And yeah, you'll see her kind of. She doesn't really shake her head one way or the other. She's trying to stay on that neutral footing for the most part, but she does consider this. And she looks back at the prince and just kind of, It seems like either way, something is wrong if these statements are to be believed in your kingdom. Again, whether your knowledge of it is as limited as you say, to me, at this point, is mostly irrelevant. The issue is that there is a claim that your nation, or people allied with your nation, are invading this land, and the request is aid against that. Does that seem to break down things simply?
Yes, I'd say it appears that way.
And you see Lily kind of look back at Lady Whitewater and just kind of nod her head and take like a deep breath. She's like, I don't believe I have any more questions at this time. And she'll take the paper with her and sit down in her seat. You'll see her kind of like mulling a couple different things over. Now, is she sitting like right next to Lady Whitewater, or is she in another section of the
during
room?
these, normally Lady Whitewater doesn't sit. She just kind of stands in the background.
Okay.
One second. Let's see if anybody else has anything to say. An individual from Altair's side will stand up and walk down towards the podium. The figure has pointed ears, a very soft complexion, auburn hair, and yellow eyes. An elf. As they approach the podium, Arya, their glare does not leave you.
Mm-hmm.
How are we supposed to full-heartedly believe anything involving her.
Certainly you saw Tessaman's document.
I trust Tessaman. I
And if you
trust that he
trust
did his
him-
research. That she is who she is.
And why do you
Let
think
me
that-
put this a different way, if you might understand this a little bit better. You have been in Whitewater for some time, have you not?
I visit here.
And you know their customs.
Yes.
Do you enjoy being here?
It is a pleasant place to be.
Now, we've already made the connection that a lot of the customs come from my home. A way of thinking. Acceptance. I have deemed it worthy cause. Arya bring good to the land that her ancestors created carnage to. Is that not a good enough goal? Everyone deserves redemption. If that is not the case, shut down all of your clergy. I was under the understanding that Whitewater is very accepting on that notion. They don't care what you are, she gestures to Sebastian, as long as you bring good into the world. If you truly do enjoy being here, that means you understand that.
Whitewater may have fought for their peace, all that they now have. They weren't subjugated.
I'll tell you a story. My people, specifically my clan, chose to side with Whitewater. The rest of the clans did not. You want to know why?
Sure.
We choose to believe in the better side, people. I don't care if you're a vampire. I don't care if you're an orc. I don't care if you're human. On my doorstep, I receive people who've been labeled cursed, who live fulfilling lives, who've been outcast or disgraced, to go on and live fruitless lives and bring hope to those around them. These things would be robbed from the world if they were denied. Arya, as I said before, has gone out of her way at every avenue, every time possible, to aid those in need. She's asked for nothing. No payment, no food, shelter, When she couldn't afford something, she would take commoner's work if she was not being clergy. And even then, it was to help those around her. You would say that that woman there is evil. I would point to you, that man over there, who claims ignorance is reason, is more evil.
The king is at folly for things out of or stripped from their control. Then wouldn't it be same to reason that a royal is at fault for the things in which their people continue to do? You said it yourself. Vampires were involved in a form of manipulating individuals, invading your lands. Is not her ignorance of what's going on the same stance as Altier's?
Absolutely not. Because unlike Altair, she's done everything possible in her power to aid us on getting this information to the Senate and stopping it. Against her own blood. As far as I have seen, much less experienced, I have not seen the same for that individual over there. There's something to be said. Actions speak louder than words. I have seen only words from him and multitude of action from her.
So, because you've seen her actions, she's more valuable. Got it. From that same standpoint, you can confirm you are who you say you are from the actions of someone here. But your actions up to this point prove nothing more than words as his.
No. Was it not we who brought the Turn Terrace to light? Was it not we who saved the champion of the Pekovics? Was it not we who rescued slaves that were not belonging to Altatore? Was it not we who brought the information to the paladins so they may make these connections and begin preparations to fight this individual? Not at one point have I claimed ignorance. Do not insult me. I understand.
You'll see her grip the side of the podium as she takes in a breath and is about to say something. You'll see Lady Whitewater put her hand on her shoulder. Malin, we're not here about the Turn Terrors. Or about Arya. You need air. You'll see her bite the bottom of her lip in frustration as she takes in a deep breath. She'll just turn and walk out one of the doors. Sebastian. Yes. Please strick Maylene Nightingale's conversation from the record. As you wish.
Altier will stand up and, after a moment, say, going off of your own words, Phil Wolf, you trust her because of the knowledge she's had her whole life and the actions she's taken. Yet this knowledge has just been presented to me, and yet you're still judging me by the actions I have yet been able to take, since I've just received this information.
True and not true. Your point is seen. I have brought to you information, yes. The actions you take this day determine the outcome of the future. That is what the goal is. However, with her, it was not I who recruited her into service. It was my father, the same man that met with King Whitewater, the same man Whitewater respected. That very opinion should ring true to anyone in this Senate. It does not matter if you're a merchant, if you're a warrior. We know those two individuals' opinions, their insight, are invaluable. Whether you act on it or not, that's up to you. Will you continue to reign in ignorance? I would hope not. You seem to be a clever individual, at least. I do not think you will have the ability, however, to rein in the extent of corruption that I have seen. I know I am not from the West, but I am noble, and I know what noble courts are like. What I saw there, the disregard, it was unruly. Take the information, but I would hope that you yourself vote yes today for aiding the Jade, because that would be the first step to peace.
At this point, Lady Whitewater will approach the podium. It seems most of the talking for this has come full circle. Beyond this point would be reiterations. Unless a witness is desired to be called, unless other evidence is to be presented. The vote currently now on the board is the request to pressure the forces that have been sent by Auditore to the territory known as the Eastern Empire Jade Jurisdiction, or the East, be rescinded and return home. Normally, reparations would be paid, but as deeds that had stated that were taken would be listed as equal and enough. Sebastian will take your votes. As you vote, please leave the room.
You'll Phil will probably notice, but Lily also writes something on another piece of paper. And after she casts her vote and starts to leave the room, she I don't want to say she's trying to be super discreet, but she doesn't want to draw a ton of attention to it. And she gives the piece of paper to Aloria. And I'll send you what it said in DMs.
Which piece of paper? Testament? Or
No, this is my own. I wrote.
Oh, your own. Oh.
You each will be though the party will not be contacted by Sebastian. You will see him look at individuals in the room. The individual that he looks at doesn't say anything, but they both make eye contact, and then the individual leaves the room. Arya, Sebastian will look at you. The noble of the Western Kingdoms, you are permitted to vote within these chambers. What say your vote?
Arya's gonna take a second because she was not expecting this. And she'll give her vote to Fel.
You may leave the chambers.
She'll stand up
outside. You will be fine.
And then she'll head out towards where she thinks Menethil would be.
Everybody's been exiting from the main doors.
Okay.
The ones that you walked through.
Lily has already passed me this paper and left, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, so as Arya stands up and begins to leave, I will do the same. I'll walk out with her.
Double check something. Ellen, and you are technically not a noble, so you will not be messaged even through the wall for it. Sebastian would know that you are here and aware of what's going on to some degree.
Stonewood stepped out as well.
Okay. Beowulf, you will, after a little time, you'll hear Sebastian's voice in your head. I will take your vote for yourself.
Correct.
Please exit the forward left door, as he'll point behind him the direction that your witnesses went out.
He'll put his Kabuto back on, latch it, and then he's gonna put his mask back on as well, and he'll exit.
Eventually, everybody will go through.
Before I leave the room, I'm gonna pull up my hood again.
Okay. Send it to GM, Felwolf, and Altair, D100.
What?
Okay.
Oh no. I don't like that. I don't like that, lad.
And then, go ahead and I will have. Who should I have do this?
Who will be the victim? I mean,
Arya and Aloria, give me just a flat D20 and send it to me privately.
So I click on GM here, like in Roll20, or on my
on your character sheet.
On my character sheet.
If you're rolling just a flat D20, then it's on the actual roll itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever you're going to select the D20, if you just scroll all the way to the if you look at all the way to the top and just click that GM button.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And then roll.
Also, there is no GM option in the character sheet.
Yeah, you have to enable it.
It'd be in the setting.
Just the advanced roller on the side of your screen. It's a little hot bar. He'll see GM there.
It says whisper rolls to GM, and you click whisper toggle, and that brings the toggle from public to GM.
Dice options? No,
it's in your actual character sheet.
You just go to the left-hand side, where you see the little dice icon there.
Yeah, just go to the left. Just ignore the character sheet.
Oh, on Roll20. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
for
that,
this one,
just
this is
that.
where you do that. Yeah. For this one,
Okay,
this is
just
where you do
that. Cool. So this should not be seen.
Yep. All right.
Fuck. Great. Awesome. I'm terrified of what these rolls mean.
I'm hearing a lot of dice rolling.
Dude, I'm terrified.
It's probably rolling for each person.
I'm rolling votes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you that now. I'm rolling votes.
Okay.
And then, I forgot this one.
Development.
Awesome. So, how do you think our first meeting went, guys? I think we got a lot done this time around. Oh, man. No? Okay. Well, this tension.
Alan, and you are currently out there watching, right?
Yeah.
I
would be in the, as I said, the most advantageous position for me to do my thing.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Are there a lot of people around us right now?
Oh yeah, it's quite busy out here. Those and the individuals that left beforehand without casting vote, they're still out there. They're chatting with everybody.
Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the crowd at this point then.
Yeah.
Ellen starts trying to scratch his pocket ferret.
Other than slowly people filing out, either in a couple batches and then slow one by one trickle. You don't see anything on fort.
Oh.
Beowulf, you will you hear Sebastian in your head once more. You may return.
All right, I'll go back in.
Altair will receive the same message.
He would walk in.
As you both enter into the room, to honestly, neither one of you are surprised. I'm sure at this point, behind Lady Whitewater is standing Betrick.
Yep.
Though how he got in the room, who the fuck knows?
He appeared.
Yeah. Sebastian is there as well, along with this fish lady admiral, whatever. The votes are in. I will make the statement of this. The things that are decided here as uncharacteristically stated by Altair, these things and decisions at this point are more along the lines of things that will happen eventually or will be pressured against. Beowulf, please understand that Altair is not a full member of the royal court. And I cannot guarantee his actions even after declaration. Can you confirm that you have been made aware of this?
Yes.
Altair, Beowulf is neither a full member of this court, and I cannot guarantee his actions after this. Can you confirm you understand?
Yes.
The voting was in favor of Beowulf by a slim margin. Altair, your peers, a majority of them view your actions in the coming days should reflect ones of peace. Do you understand?
I understand what this means.
Beowulf, I cannot tell you the members that voted for you, but please note, your threat today was heard and was not taken lightly. There are people, a majority of them, that sided with you. Let that weigh on your conscience if things change in the future.
I know.
The court is free. You have both been given the statement of your peers. The Kingdom of Whitewater's statement will be given publicly tomorrow. Beowulf, I'm aware that this means you will no longer need to be here. I will have Sebastian tell you the result. In case you leave tonight. That fucking
plate, man.
That's so fucking accurate for right now,
Yeah.
dude.
Samurai warrior.
Yeah. Samurai warrior wielding a magical katana.
If fighting breaks out in my kingdom's borders between either one of you personally or in a form of puppeteering, let it be known I will not hesitate to crush either one of you. Is that clear?
Yes.
Alter will give her a stern look and say yes.
Sebastian can send massive things. As she gives a pause for Betrick to straighten his back slightly. And move unmoved forces. Don't push Whitewater. We are peaceful. And we guide others, hopefully, to the same point. Have a wonderful rest of your day in Whitewater. And may your journeys be fruitful and safe.
She'll do a curt nod and about face.
Alter would take a deep breath, pause for a moment, and then give her God, the word escapes me. Like a nicely etiquette, like noble bow forward before taking another deep breath and turning around and leaving.
You both exit the same doors you entered in through this last time, not the first time. You can hear the cascading voices from the front entrance. Arya, make me a wisdom saving throw.
I would say by about this point, Lori would have attempted to pull Arya out into like the open courtyard just to get out.
That's
out
fine.
Of the courtroom.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. 18. Let's see. All right. We'll go ahead and save that from when we get back from break.
Fuck you.
We're gonna have a 15 to 25 minute break now that long ass conversation is over about politics and Fel can finally go and scream out into his front yard and in anger.
Coffee.
Or in relief.
Coffee making noises.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna have a 15 to 25 minute break. We recommend everybody get up, hydrate, eat something, do whatever. I'm fucking hungry. I'm gonna make me a snack. We will be back after that short little stint. So stay tuned.
See ya.
Peace.
unlimited power. I'm kidding.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
Get
That was
down to the beach.
Into your hate, young Skywalker.
yeah. That is literally me whenever I play an RTS. I am the Senate.
I am the Senate. It's treason then.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's that wonderful moment where we get to do the recap from the first half of this session.
Oh boy, I can't wait for it to land on Lucy and have her not be able to recap anything.
Don't worry. If anyone can't do it, we'll just force Phil to do it.
Okay.
I landed on.
Started.
Oh no, that was not mine. Okay. Not one, yay. Oh man. If you somehow get a nat 1, I'll volunteer for Neoma.
No. I got a wonderful number of 3.
3.
So that is it's either Neoma or
Oh,
the
it's
other
me.
2.
No, it's not. It's not me.
Oh,
I'm
hasn't rolled
15.
yet.
Earlier still.
Considering that Neoma currently sounds like a smoker, apparently.
Oof.
Also, I think Forrest needs to talk, no? Or roll?
I think
I
Phil
rolled.
already did.
Oh, then I
That was one of the first ones,
GM?
brother. No, I don't think I did. Did I?
Nope.
Oh, yeah,
You
I
did it, huh?
Yeah, I did put it on GM.
Bruh.
Here, let me check.
It's to the top, right underneath LNN.
I just gotta pull it up. 16 for his. So yeah, he's fine. It's between Stalin and Lily. Since Stalin's number went up there first, odds or evens?
Evens.
Evens, it's you. Odds, it's Lily. Odds.
Congratulations,
Well,
Lily. You
see,
get to-
I gotta do both
Yeah.
recaps today.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sometimes it works that way. You could also
Okay.
attempt to pawn it off if you want.
I don't really care. I mean, okay, we're not going to be doing an audiobook download of all the information we learned, so it's going to be pretty simple recap.
There you go. Yeah.
Senate met, sassy words were flung, and a vote was made, and fell through a head in the middle of the Senate. That's disgusting and smells terrible. And
It worked, though.
ultimately, the vote was that they favored just slightly over half, or like the majority, in Fell's favor. And now we are basically outside the Senate building, I'm assuming.
A majority of you are in the main hall area where you first would enter in and then go through those main doors.
Then yeah, other than that, it's gonna just have to watch back the episode because there's a lot of information that was shared.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff, lots of cool characters.
Lots of stuff. All right. As Fellow, as you step out of the door into that main hall where you hear all the chattering, or chit-chatting from the main area. You will hear a faint or distant scream. Yeah. Just not free. As you hear that, we will snap out towards the front hall area. I do believe Aloria had something in mind for Arya.
I was just attempting to get her out of the building.
All right.
Yeah, I would have followed along. Kind of not really paying attention to, where I am, more so paying attention to the crowd.
And you'll see kind of Lily kind of being on a little bit of the defensive now that she's more aware of who you are. Not against you, but toward other people.
Menathol's
Around
also
you?
nearby as well, kind of keeping an eye, standing over a majority of the individuals here.
As I get Arya outside where it's clearer, there's probably less people or no people. I'll kind of stop and put my hands on her shoulders. Are you all right?
Immediately you feel that she's shaking.
Hey, come here. And Valoria's gonna hug you. You're gonna be all right.
Give me.
Stone will
Tell
start
she's not
sneaking up.
breathing.
Arya, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Neato. Let me do this.
Yeah.
Wait, you said she's not breathing?
No,
Um.
she's shaking but not breathing.
Okay. Aloria, as you
As
you exit out of the doors, you are looking for Arya.
What?
Oh.
What?
You died.
She's not there? She's just gone?
No, you just left the chambers. You were handed a note by Lily, who left before you, and you just now exited.
I just said I pulled her outside. Wait, you yanked me back inside.
You definitely did. Arya, Aloria is standing there in front of you, kind of holding on to you slightly. Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck just happened?
Okay.
With your perception check, Arya,
Mm-hmm.
you can. It's very hard to tell. You are wearing your armor.
Mm-hmm.
Though the behavior is a bit is somewhat normal, and it is strange to have Aloria hug you, to be the first to initiate physical care.
Mm-hmm.
As you will feel, you will feel a knife sink into your side.
Mm-hmm.
Do I not notice this?
Give me a perception check. You have a crowd between you and Arya.
Between me? I haven't. Wait, huh? Where am I?
Oh, you exited the door of the Senate room.
Hold Arya with me outside.
You did. You did.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for aiding me in this.
What the fuck are you doing?
You pulled her away from the crowd.
Can I get a reaction out? Can I cast a spell as a reaction, or?
Sure.
What the fuck is going on?
I will allow you this one reaction that I will need you to give me a Constitution saving throw immediately afterwards.
Okay.
Let me write this in clear print. Aloria, you walk Arya out to the courtyard.
Yes.
You also just left the Senate room.
There's two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Someone's using your face, by the way.
Holy.
I immediately picked up what you were putting down there.
Thanks.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
There's a
Spaz go ballistic. Yeah, I was laughing so hard.
Okay.
Star's gone.
Star died.
Arch did that thing that he does where he's like kind of laughs like, yeah, you totally did do that.
You did.
But this is happening anyway. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you having a do you
having a stroke and just not
are you having a
you?
stroke? Do you have fucking?
No, I'm
I'm
completely fine. Right now, you're for some reason stabbing Arya.
Man, best person to do it to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming that there's other people around, right?
You're on the courtyard. The nearest person is on the precipice of the doors. The main building that you just left. You're roughly
so
about like 150 feet away.
Yeah, so nothing's changing then. All right, I'm gonna cast Sending, and I'm going to do it. This would be the best.
I was with her the whole
This would be her thought right now.
All right.
She's gonna cast Sending to Sebastian.
All right, hold on. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I walked out with her. I was with her the whole time.
Sebastian,
no!
This
All
right,
right,
going.
hold on. You have 25 words to say. I will cut you off when you get cut off as you pass out.
Okay.
I'm gonna start a timer here. 10, 9,
Help! I am outside.
8,
Got
7,
stabbed.
6, 5. Is that
Pip
it?
down!
4? Okay.
Pip down!
All right. I will allow Overwatch, Elenan, one more perception check.
And Neoma, technically.
You've got to be fucking me.
So Lily's with the other Aloria, the
Yeah.
real one, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
real one. She walked out right after you, so you know where she is.
Yep. I'm just saying, like, she's not near Arya now.
No, neither of you are near Arya.
Yeah. Okay, I was just confirming that.
Elenan, as you're keeping an eye out, most of your focus was in towards the center hall as you watched Gloria and Arya walk out to what you assumed to be safety towards the castle. As your attention reverts back to keeping an eye on the court building.
Yeah.
Okay. That is me as a DM telling you that your check was not high enough to see that something was wrong with the individual walking away.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
How? I don't even. What?
You'll then have your attentions caught by screaming, and it's Vanessa screaming as she's now come down the steps some to see this.
Do I hear
Lily would
this?
instantly start running
Yeah,
toward the screaming.
everybody would hear it.
I'm gonna fucking bolt
Eldan's
towards Lily.
bolting full speed.
Stone's going as well.
All right, as
So I have a
literally,
question.
yeah.
I have a question. Hold up. Obviously, a lot of people are running towards the sound. Is there anybody walking away?
Give me a perception check.
Good job. Good job.
Is the question would Fel and I
was about to
still be
say.
inside the like inside the Senate room?
Yeah,
No.
you won't be in the Senate room. You would have just walked out the doors.
Oh, okay.
21?
21. Inside where you are, you don't see anybody just walking away. Most people seem to be rushing towards the sound. However, with your 21, you will see movement underneath the floor.
What the huh?
Yeah.
Is the floor is like see-through?
With your with your 21 perception, you'll begin to realize that the floor itself is made out of some sort of crystal. And the movement underneath seems to be that of a fish-like individual.
Okay. Crystal, right?
Yeah. Like dense shit. Are you attempting destroying it or something?
Yeah.
I would sit there and say that you understand that this, whatever this is also holding up all the weight above it.
Yeah, and so I'm like,
it's more along the lines of you could probably follow this shadow you see, or run to what the screaming.
I'm gonna. If I'm gonna the other dude, jackass McDicksucker's next to me, right?
No, he went out the other door. So there was.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna follow the shadow then. Everybody's going towards the noise.
All right. We'll get to what you find with the shadow here after this, as everybody else begins to run out towards the courtyard. Lily, as you push through, you leave somewhat of a wake behind you for Eloria to fit her frame into. As the others are slowly
like battering ram.
Yeah. Because at this point, everybody here still has their gear. As people begin to push through, and you get to the very front of it, you will both see eventually, Elenan, as you get down from that point and you're standing on a ledge, you will see it as well from your vantage. Arya is bleeding profusely, left on the ground. Unmoving, and no one else nearby, other than the group now moving towards.
I don't suppose you like. Well, actually, yeah, because I'm with Eloria right now.
So we arrive at Arya's body, right? That's what just happened.
Yeah, she's there. Yeah.
Emphasis on body.
Emphasis on body.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Laura's going to immediately drop down to her knees, and I'm going to cast a level 2 Cure Wounds on Arya. I guess before I even roll numbers, does it have any effect? Does she seem to be revivified?
You mean like get up from
like,
being
does it bring her? Yeah. Does she?
No.
Is she?
You will watch as the wound itself somewhat begins to close, but becomes stagnant. It doesn't continue to close. As in that moment, you will see an arcane flash. As Sebastian is then standing there looking down at all of this.
I'm going to, as I finish my spell, I'm going to bring my hand up to her neck. Do I feel a pulse?
She doesn't have a pulse.
Well, I know she has a slower pulse. I know she has a slower pulse. Do I feel a pulse? A single pulse?
She does know that she normally has a very slow pulse.
And she's explained this.
Okay. Then you will feel that even. You thought what she told you would be like boom. A couple seconds later, boom. You feel 1.
Okay, so she's alive.
It's either that or she has gas.
There does seem to.
The wound isn't fully closing. Like I'm healing, but the wound isn't like healing.
It's not.
Would Lily know any kind of weapon that would do that?
You can make me an Arcana check, or I would allow a survival.
Stone would start moving the crowd back, giving more space.
What Sebastian and Lily will see is Eloria just like panicking, like no, not again.
Do I get advantage since I make weapons?
I will give you one alternate roll. Roll me a history check.
Okay.
I will not give you advantage.
First player death, y'all. Let's go.
All right. There are a myriad of different kinds of weapons that could do such, be it magical that forces a wound open, could be even poison itself, or something that's constantly keeping the wound up. However, double check this before I say anything else. However, with your passive perception, you will notice that the wound itself didn't close beyond what would be a shape of a blade. And as you reach down, there is still a blade, invisible, left in her side.
Okay. Lily will look at Aloria and Sebastian and just be like, just tell me when to yank it out.
Now!
Be ready. Okay. and she'll try to pull as carefully as possible. Obviously, she doesn't want to do any more damage, but she wants to be swift as well.
Okay, so
try your best.
as Lily pulls out the blade, Aloria will cast another level 2 Cure Wounds onto Arya.
Arya.
Mm-hmm.
Give me another Constitution saving throw. The wound does begin to heal, though it is slow. There's also no movement or anything from Arya. No reaction other than the wound itself slowly beginning to heal and eventually closing up. The pale skin in which she did have is paler still, as there is now a large pool of blood underneath.
So the wound isn't fully healed yet, but it's slowly healing.
It is, after a few moments, it does heal over. It does close up.
Close.
But you will notice that the area that was stabbed, there is a heavy discoloration.
Will I recognize what it was? A kind of poison? Is it something magic? Do I have to make a check for it?
Give me...
Or is it just discoloration just simply from the wound?
Give me Arcana with disadvantage, or I will allow a survival.
Survival? Okay, I'm taking survival. Just a normal survival.
Normal survival.
Come on. God fucking damn it. You gotta be fucking me!
From your experience and the current situation, you can't think of anything that would cause something like that.
Lily's gonna... So I was gonna inspect the blade. I know I can't see it, but I can hold it. There's nothing like dripping off of it or anything.
Do you need some assistance to help you see the blade? You want me to make you a suggestion, or do you begin to, or did you forget essentially what your character does?
Yes, I could say I could. I'm assuming it's magical to make it invisible, so I could try to dispel magic.
Go ahead. Are you using are you going to use dispel magic?
Yes, I'm just trying to see what level I might need. I'll be safe. I'll use it at 4th level just to make sure.
As the blade comes back into view, as it materializes itself in your hands, other than the floating crimson left on it, you will see this silvered narrow blade with a hole left open in the center of it. Then inside you can see what looks to be a busted vial fitted in this gap. The handle itself is almost of this polished gold with soft leather wrap and filigree across it. It's a dagger, but one designed specifically to insert something into a person's body.
She would turn to Aloria and say it seems like it's probably poison or something specifically. And she'd kind of show the dagger a bit.
I'm going to put my hand back on Arya's neck to see if I feel another beat.
Arch, is there somebody in the crowd that Lily would associate with possibly being able to help?
Is there a doctor?
Basically,
as they are somewhat slower, as they are the heavier armored individuals, as they push through the crowd, they will also begin attempting to perform spells, working with Aloria to some degree. As you look at the blade, go ahead and give me a history check with advantage.
Okay.
18. It goes without saying, this blade is of elven make.
There was one person that was pissed off earlier.
Yeah.
Lily, you begin to recall those series of events, and I would allow you to formulate a suspect. It is upon you to share that with anyone.
Do I see Malin anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
I'm gonna call out to Stolen.
Stolen hears you.
Oh God, no.
I'm gonna look directly downwards, and then look back to you as soon as our eyes meet. Because I'm assuming the gates have been closed at this point.
You would have heard the gates open, Elenan. With your passive, I would have allowed that. The gates have not opened.
Okay. The gates are open.
They have not opened.
Okay.
Could I also try to recall if I saw her have like the hilt of mashing this weapon on her
so you
gear?
don't see her in the crowd. I'll go off that previous history check. No,
Okay.
You don't ever recall her. You know her and inform that she's essentially a huntress. She hunts creatures in Nightingale. She's a bowmaster, essentially a ranger. It wouldn't be unlike them to have a dagger to subdue a beast, but you don't recall her ever actually having one.
Okay.
So that could just change, or could have just been something she kept hidden.
Okay.
Elenan, am I to assume that you are attempting to inform Stolen?
I'm trying to basically tell them we need to find whoever did this, because they're probably trying to escape.
Okay.
And I'm going to, after I kind of try and signal Stolen, I'm going to take off into the building to try and find Fel.
Okay. Stolen, what are you doing?
Kind of understanding what Elenan is referencing, he kind of thinks to himself. He has two ideas in his mind going. With his background in sort of bounty hunting, he knows that suspects usually like to come back to the scene to make sure they got their job done right. So he first wants to look around the crowd to see if there's anyone that may be standing out, maybe looking at with a malicious intent, or an intent hoping that what just happened goes according to plan.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All right.
They always come back. Nice, dirty 20.
Altira, you're standing out there in the crowd. What are you doing? What do you look like right now?
What am I doing?
What am I
I'm
doing?
wondering how fucking boned you are after this. Well, my opponent I was just getting voted against, one of them just got shanked. Fuck.
That could be a good or a bad thing. I'll let you as that character decide. What does your face currently look like? You don't have to tell us your inner feelings. What would your face look like?
My face would have a mixture of shock, slight terror, and oh shit.
Okay.
Oh shit.
That's
And
fine.
at this point, I would turn around and I would just try and leave the area.
Stolen's pursuing him.
Okay. There we go.
Well, which direction is he going first?
You'd
To the
have
Senate?
You'd have to go back to the Senate building. if you're walking back around from the group, or you have to walk by the entire thing. This is between you and the castle. The only way you got now is back. Are you heading back to the Senate building?
I would be... Yeah, I would make a quick stop at the Senate building. Then after that, I would head straight, like, as fast as I can back to the castle. And then, like, I'll leave it there for now.
All right. Stolen, are you wanting to intercept him, or are you just following him?
Basically, Stolen's running to the Senate building anyway, so he's gonna first catch up with him, get in front of him, and point at him and say, You don't leave this fucking courtyard without me knowing. If you leave, I will find you. And then he'll turn around and start running back into the
The fuck is who the fuck's
hall.
that guy? I just continue.
And he is going to the other exit that he knows of, and is the statue that has water pouring. He's running to that to see if it's been moved or tampered with, or if someone's recently exited through it. And he's running.
All right. Bubble, as you are following this moving object, the shadow essentially, underneath that moves through these underneath these floors, you eventually find yourself towards the back of the building. It moves beyond the walls of the building itself, is kind of left standing there, until eventually you'll hear this grind and shift.
Grind and shift. So the sound of basically
like stone moving against stone or something like that.
On the inside of the building?
Yeah, somewhere near you.
Okay. Is there windows next to me somewhere?
Back here, no. There are no windows.
What's the building I'm at?
How
big is it? What's the dimensions?
All right, so essentially, if you look at the map, you are in that far back corner or end of the Senate building. What you see around you is this long, curved kind of hallway with statues against the walls. Some of them holding vases, others holding swords, knighted shields, blah, blah, blah. And a few doors that line this curved wall, the inner wall. The outer wall itself is completely made of stone and goes all the way up.
How up does it go?
Roughly 17 to 20 feet. So it goes up to this vaulted ceiling that curves back in towards the building itself. But what you're hearing seems to be coming just around the bend of this hall.
Can I get in?
Yeah. As you head down the hall and look, you will see a woman's figure. Let me go ahead and pull it up real quick, so I can give you a good.
Oh, you approach me.
Yeah.
Whoa.
See where here.
Foolish samurai warrior.
About to be wielding a elvish fish woman.
Wielding into fish woman.
You will see a woman, like the upper torso of a woman with like a bob cut. Essentially, the bangs are longer in the front and it gets very short towards the back. They are wearing these robes that are very akin to like a kimono, with the long kind of droopy sleeves. But they themselves are kind of holding themselves up from what seems to be a drainage.
He just says like they're pulling themselves up, right? Like trying to get out of the hole or whatever.
Yeah.
He just steps near it, draws his sword, and has the electricity basically flowing around his sword. He's like, I would not move any further.
As she turns and looks at you, her jaw kind of drops slightly and just thuff. As you will hear the pounding of feet down the opposite hall that you came from, as you'll see Stolen rounding the bend.
I am going to throw my sword and grapple this woman.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Athletics check. Give me an athletics check.
I'm working on it. Really low for me today.
All right. Yeah, you'll be able to grab onto her. What do you do now that you have her grappled, as she's still halfway in this drain?
Pull her out of the drain.
All right. It takes you a moment, as she appears to be much heavier than she looks. As you begin to pull her out, and still pulling her out, as her lower half is that of a snake.
Yeah, Stolen instantly recognizes her. Phil, you can put her down.
Why?
I don't think she's done whatever's happened. It's Arya, outside.
I heard a scream and I saw somebody running. I chased.
That woman you're holding, that's Krishvik. She's well known from my side of town. Sort of the ambassador from it, if you'd say.
What specifically happened to Arya?
She was stabbed. She's unconscious outside. I came to the other exit just to see if anyone's left this way.
This is the only person fleeing from the scene.
Miss Lapsick, did you see anyone leaving when you were down there?
No one's supposed to know about Niece Whitewater.
Don't worry. He can be trusted.
I will remain holding this person.
The drain was clear when I was coming up.
Okay. That means they're still here. And Fel, you should seriously put her down.
She'll kind of awkwardly smile.
We have dealt with the shapeshifters before. I am not too keen with relinquishing potential threat immediately after capture.
She's no threat, Wolf. She was actually there during the meeting. Sure. He'll walk up closer to not have to be talking out loud about it. Underneath the city, there's another part. We just refer to as the Sapphire Spires. And here at the City Hall, I don't know if you've noticed, but the crystal that holds up this building, underneath of it's water. So some of the residents can sit in on the meetings and participate. It's their city too, right?
Yes. But how do you know this is the real person?
Because the person who would have attacked them would have left by now. If she's coming just back up, she would have saw someone.
Or she is the person who was just fleeing the scene, of which I have had a direct line of chasing.
How would she would have had to go past you, though, Felwolf?
She had a head start.
It's helpful. You can take me to see Lady Whitewater.
I was planning on doing that anyway.
So, I'm sorry, Krishvik. He's got a good grip.
It's fine.
Stone will kind of do a little nod and start running back the other way.
And I would just... I guess the tactical term is drag her, since she's like 13 feet long.
Yeah, she she'll move her lower half and pace with yours and not struggle against you or really cause any drag, just not fighting your grip. Though there are moments where she'll shift her chest and somewhat just to be slightly more comfortable to some degree.
And you'll see Stolen running back to you, and he'll come up really close, like, by the way, no one's supposed to know about the Sapphire Spire, so please don't tell anyone. And then he'll turn around and start running back the other way.
He just kind of has like the what the fuck face. like the whole Jackie Chan thing. They're like, what? Dude, shut up!
Let me say this.
Got Spaz over there just sweating bullets.
You hear me adjusting in my chair.
Eventually, Fell Wolf, you'll get into the main Senate room where you could see Betrick, and Lady Whitewater is in there kind of pacing back and forth with her hands.
Thank you for the raid.
Whitewater! As I fucking kick open the door, pissed off.
Yes,
I'm dragging the snake woman in. I found this woman fleeing underneath. Right after the stabbing.
That's Krishvik.
How do we know for sure?
Anyone that would want to cause harm to anyone here would not know of her visage. She points to a medallion around her neck. She comes up when meetings like this are over. So she's on time. I didn't suspect anyone to intercept her.
Fell Wolf! Oh, this is a predicament. This is a predicament. He is supposed to be part of Bastard. One of his bastards just got shanked.
This is bad.
So be it. However, I will relinquish my hold in case that she proves to be innocent. I ask forgiveness on my detainment wrongfully. However, he looks to Whitewater. This is not what I was expecting for your city.
I will explain to you more after we capture the individual responsible. You have my word.
Forgive me, Queen of Whitewater, but I grow very weary on Western words today.
I will leave her in Betrick's care so that you can ensure that she won't flee.
So be it. I will remain at their side as well. I ask that any news be brought to me.
I will have Sebastian inform you of anything new. I request that you leave the door locked until told by Sebastian.
Understood.
She'll walk out the main door, still kind of with the hand on her forehead. After spells being cast, guards being alerted, and people running off and checking in different directions. those that are out seeking for the individual, go ahead and give me a perception check. Those of you that are attempting to assist Arya, give me a medicine check.
Fuck.
Arya, I will need a Constitution saving throw.
You've got to be fucking me!
Oh my god.
Technically, I'm hit her over, but whatever.
2 in a row! 2 in a row!
Change color.
Damn.
No! I will not betray the green!
Alright. I will lend aid, I suppose.
Oh, I suppose. Wow, what a great friend.
No, let the ranger do the ranger things. Because everybody else is incapable of being a ranger today. Let's see. Where do we
Maybe
get?
what it takes is for a ranger to hunt a ranger. Maybe that's what it
Maybe.
takes.
Maybe. Alright, so all the information I have is that she was stabbed by an individual that apparently looked like one of our own.
No one knows that yet. She
Oh,
was stabbed, but
DM
nobody's...
information. Okay.
Yeah.
DM information. Sorry, I was going over everything I heard. And
are we all currently
a
in like
poison dagger, correct?
Some a dagger designed, at least from what you can see visually, to insert a vial. Yeah, it's a form of delivery. So something was inserted into her. So this wasn't just stabbed some random person. They would have had to have known that the certain things, yada yada, you know, bounty hunter, vigilante crap. You can come to conclusions, but to anything in regards to other than what's related to the knife and what you can see, you have nothing right now.
Right. So generally when somebody runs from a scene of crime, they usually look for an area that is not conspicuous or an easy out, such as like an alleyway or an easy escape. Just getting a general glance around, do I see anything like that I would typically use if I were to put myself in this particular situation?
There is only one other way out of here that wouldn't be the gate. And is the docks through the castle.
Docks. Gotcha. Alright, well, I suppose I am tracking this individual. She is unconscious, correct? I cannot ask her any questions?
Arya, she is currently unconscious and surrounded by clerics and medicine people.
No questioning the really pissed off work.
You will see Lily heading off towards the castle.
In the direction?
In the direction of the castle. You were informed by Lady Whitewater your first evening here that if anyone needed to leave the castle district, or the government district, they could go through the private docks that has an entrance that is accessible via the back of the castle.
All right, I'm going to try to go that way then. We'll figure this out one way or another.
Okay.
All right, is there anything you would wish me to roll, or because you know what I'm looking for?
Give me a perception check, and I will also accept the survival. This is a humanoid, so apply what needs to be applied.
I will be tracking them. Let's see.
Sorry, this will not be another fucking stolen. I will not fail to fix Arya 3 times in a row just to have like a fucking band-aid solution.
Don't worry. If you can't do it, I'll use my charm and I'll intimidate the poison out.
Yeah, fucking. That's an amazing idea.
I can't tell if you used stolen in a positive or negative way.
No, because I mean, I failed like 2 or 3 times to fix your fucking leg.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, thought you were referencing the nat ones.
No. I'm referencing my
I would
failure.
have advantage on
your
that.
leg.
Okay.
You know, I have a plus fucking 7. I can't roll anything higher than a 1 today.
It's looking like that plaque belongs to somebody else right now.
Yeah. And the curse passes on.
Yes.
The cheese test.
22. Yeah. As you're going along,
I've been rolling low all night.
as you're following behind in the same direction that Lily is heading, you begin to see these small, odd things upon the tiled ground itself, almost imperceivable drops of blood, as if being tracked or dropped from somebody that may have been sprayed or was in close proximity of an open wound. From those you'll be able to follow, Lily is heading in the same direction, though she doesn't seem to be looking at the ground.
She seems to be following these precisely.
No, she just seems to be moving towards the castle itself with haste. As you will see behind you and hear behind you, the other royal court asking the guards if they've opened the gate for anybody, and you'll be hearing them say, no, the gates have stayed closed.
And I'm on the right path. Okay.
I'd say with your speed, you could easily catch up with Lily.
As I'm following these paths, I am attempting to keep quiet, but I am following these intently.
Okay.
So if you want me to go do a stealth to attempt to keep hidden, I will. But I will be following them.
I will inform you that the individual in front of you, Lily, who is on the same path, is not stealthing, and they are quite noisy when they move.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
That just means that I am not the center of attention.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check. I'll take the first. 27, nice.
Yes, looks like somebody's getting high rolls today.
Yeah. We might find them yet.
Nah.
Fucking no.
As you follow behind Lily, who, if you use everything to move at half speed, everything to get yourself moving in tandem, you will keep up with Lily. As you find yourselves running through the castle, heading down a one staircase into this basement floor that takes you out into this open courtyard behind the castle itself. There are still these massive walls, but it's an area behind the castle. As you can see, a worked stone pathway to a staircase that leads out of the wall. As you both are following it, Lily, you will see, standing on the dock, attempting to untie one of the boats from the dock itself, is whom you assume to be the suspect.
How big is this boat?
It's essentially it's a rowing boat. It's not very big.
Oh, absolutely the fuck not. Siege arrow.
Okay.
Ooh. Let's go.
Roll to hit. You are technically stealth, I guess. The boat doesn't see it coming.
The boat never sees it coming.
Okay, sneak attack, explosive arrow. Let's go.
Fuck.
It's just gonna be one of these days, okay?
And the moment Lily sees this person, she's gonna basically like,
oh hey, there's a
order her to stop.
Okay.
Boat's gone.
30 will hit the boat. The boat
You want me to
will
roll
essentially
damage?
just... Yeah, go ahead. I want to see all those dice.
Yeah, let's see what it does. Yes.
Don't forget, it's... Oh, yeah, you do
Times
have it on
2
there.
to
Siege.
buildings. structures.
So it is ×2. So that's 39 points of damage to this rowboat. As
remember, it's an AOE. They get blasted back.
I would assume that you target the rowboat mostly. It's an AOE of what, 10 feet?
It's a nice little radius.
Yeah, it wouldn't hit them exactly, but it would detonate the rowboat. They are on the dock. They're not on the boat. As the rowboat just fucking explodes as if it was just erased from the water surface itself, as what used to be a tree and then a boat now becomes shrapnel as it flies out and just decorates the water itself with floating bits of debris. You will both see Maylin standing there.
Fucking bitch.
At the sight of the boat suddenly exploding, Lily will kind of take a beat to look, figure out where the arrow came from.
I'm not behind you as I shot from behind you. I'm now in front of you, walking angrily, weapons drawn towards the person. By the way, you met him in white attire. He's now in black.
Yeah. Lily will also draw her weapon and turn her attention back to Maylin. And ask, where do you think you're going?
I'll just stand there menacingly.
Menacingly.
If you
7-foot tall cat person.
The cat is smoldering right now.
if your intent is to intimidate, I guess.
C0 does it, yeah.
There you go. Discord.
Yeah.
Like, now what, bitch? Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do?
Go ahead and roll intimidation with advantage. Fucking 19 on that dice.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's fucking Shadow's taking all the dice today.
Yeah, he took all my good rolls.
Can we check to see if Shadow has weighted dice?
We'll do that afterwards. We'll do that afterwards.
No.
He's actually putting in the algorithm like I want a 2 and a 19 with this one. As you say that, she looks up. Shadow, her face, the way that she's looking at both of you, isn't unfamiliar with you. It's a person that feels like they just got justice. And Lily, you know what's going on with Maylin.
Am I like do I have a lot of experience talking to her directly though, or like being around her?
She prefers to be alone. Everybody in the court knows her history. It's not a well-kept secret. But you would say from your personal experience, this would be either highly out of character or something deeply hidden in her personality that to do something like this, she had to have deceived everybody.
Gotcha. Lily would just say, you know you're caught. Just surrender now. Don't make me have to bring you in.
I shot the cleric.
No, she stabbed the cleric.
Would we have heard that explosion from the courtyard?
After like I'd say about a second or so, you'd hear the echo of it.
I guess I'm taking off running that way.
Give me a
For
perception
a stealth
check.
character, I'm not very stealthy, am I?
Yeah.
Me?
Anybody that's wanting to figure out where the sound of the explosion came from, I'll need a perception check.
Yeah.
It is
Much better.
echoey, and its distance from you is also very muted. Alan, and yeah, you'll hear exactly where it came off, or it came from as you'll take off in that direction. Stolen, you'll see him running that way, and then it'll come to you, via thanks to your background as a bounty hunter. There is a way out that isn't a gate.
The dog.
As
I dropped
you,
my fiance off at last night.
yeah, as you will take off that same direction. Not with the same speed, but you know the destination.
Yeah. I know I can't keep up with that guy, but
Here we go again.
Yeah.
I'm moving at 90 feet.
Yeah, I know.
Every 6 seconds. I'm trying to get there.
There's a lot of castle maze you got to get through first, so there is some time.
Yep.
Lily, free ride. Yeah, you still have the weasel, or the ferret or whatever.
Yeah.
Who's a now literal rodent runner. Lily, as Milan looks up at you, kind of with that resolved look.
She doesn't move to reach for anything, right?
She normally would have a bow. Currently she doesn't have it. With your passive, it's not hidden it can't really be hidden anywhere on her. She has a long bow.
It's a freaking bow.
Yeah.
Just stash that in your pocket.
You could probably surmise it may have been in the boat.
Yeah.
I definitely want to throw it in.
It's in the bottom of the water now.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the water now.
We'll need you later.
Would I have like rope or anything to restrain her?
You would have
I'll give it to you.
You'd have a set of manacles.
I'll give you shackles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That won't do if you have a pair. Cool.
Then I would pull out the shackles with my free hand and start walking toward her, very cautiously, but pretty sure that she's not intending to run. She's already thought, so I think she's going to be pretty confident with it.
Can I do an insight?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'd like to see Lily's face if they know this individual. It might still be an advantage. Just take the first.
21, yeah.
What is with
nice.
these ones? I am dodging bullets today.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
You can definitely tell that Lily knows who this is. However, you yourself do not, and as you kind of glance over towards her, she's resolute. It's the face of an individual that was confident in the actions they're taking. On the verge of being able to sit there and say this person has no remorse.
As Lily, I can't speak. As Lily's walking toward her, she is going to ask, even though she's pretty sure she probably won't get the answer. What did you put on your knife? In your knife?
She'll just look at you and show her wrists.
She'll go ahead and cuff her. And then grab the back of her collar and kind of push her forward back toward the castle. Not like trying to knock her over or shoving her, but just kind of go.
You proceed to take her up the steps, and by the time you get to the rear courtyard, Alanan will be going through the doorway in the back of the castle.
Now, even though I may not have a lot of personal experience with her, her family's monster hunting methods are they decently well known?
Her family's not the monster hunters.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, that's exclusively Lythe's family.
Gotcha.
Lith's family. He's the one that that does that. She's technically supposed to be she shows up to these events whenever called, but she's supposed to wait until a certain point, or she's being I guess you could say educated on what her role is to be.
Okay. Is there like, since we've had to deal with turn terrors before in this town area, is there a known substance that people would use to fight them that I would be able to recall?
Make for me a history check. I'll allow that.
Just bring this bitch over here. Just bring her over here. Give her to me.
Give me 5 minutes. That's all I need.
You want me to bring her victim? Wow, good job.
No, bring this bitch that just stabbed my friend to me.
But you're next to the friend she tried to kill while y'all are trying to heal her. I don't think that's a good idea.
And she'd probably take her to, like Lady Whitewater or the prison or whatever. No.
If it was just me, I would have gotten answers already.
From what
but I'm letting Lily do it her way.
From what you've seen of Arya's not the same as other vampires. So whatever methods that would work on those vampires would not work on her. Whatever this is, either had to be something that would work essentially across the scope, or something potent enough that anybody that was affected by it, affiliated with vampiric blood, would be affected.
Okay. Would anybody around the city come to mind to ask?
Lythe, the only one.
Okay. Do I know where they live?
You know that his banner was still outside one of the inns just outside the castle district.
Fine. As they're walking, Lily might she'll turn to Shadow and kind of make a suggestion of that being a possible source of information, just in case it's helpful, and then it would continue walking back into the castle.
Does she tell him where?
Yeah, she'll tell you.
The inn itself, to be specific, is the Annoying Swan.
Number one.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna do that that whirlwind sprint technique.
Okay. Sure.
We're gonna give it the old Tabaxi special.
All right.
Tabaxi special.
Yeah. If I was a monk, I'd fly even further. But action dash, bonus action dash, feline agility. Getting straight there.
All right.
He just nods after the information is relayed and takes off.
It will take a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Alan, and you're now there with Lily and Malin.
I assume this is the one that did it.
Lily will nod. Like, still keeping most of her attention on Malin.
I will take her up from the other side and I'll escort her to... I'm assuming there's a place here.
In the castle, or you could take her towards where everybody was. currently there don't seem to be anybody near. There isn't anybody nearby, like a Minithal or Minithal or Sebastian, who are the only hands you've actually seen about the castle itself.
Yeah. Do I see any of the guards around?
The guards are on the walls. There are some that see you that are just kind of looking down from the walls at you.
Okay.
Yeah, I would call up to one of the guards to alert Lady Whitewater that we have a culprit, our culprit.
They'll sound off a horn as it just rings down the wall.
I'm assuming there is a room in the castle that
the castle
Whitewater
itself
would
used to have a dungeon or blockade, but it was repurposed. That room was turned into what is Betrick's office.
Okay.
Because this was the only one stable enough, truthfully, to hold his frame.
Makes sense. Is there
you-
like a meeting room? I'm assuming the one we had like in the morning.
Yeah, there's the study that's right inside the front doors. That is normally what Lady Whitewater uses to meet people. It's one of the larger rooms.
Okay. And that's where we'll take Maylin. I'm not too keen about bringing her back to where Arya is.
Okay.
And then we would just kind of wait for Lady Whitewater to get back.
Loria, you will hear the horns resounding as you'll see Lady Whitewater look up at the wall and begin to walk towards the castle.
At this point, is Arya, like, is she getting paler or is she stabilized at this point?
She's not getting paler. She's not bleeding out still. She's just not waking up.
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Don't you die on me too. Not you two. I'm going to use Aura of Vitality and continuously channel that into Arya.
I need to check something real quick. Celia, you aren't going to need to leave immediately after the session today, are you?
Nope.
Okay. I will go over with some stuff with you, what's going on currently too.
Okay.
Okay. Just want to let you know. I will also record that, and we can have that thrown into the YouTube. So if you want to check that out, make sure you go watch this video on the YouTube.
As I'm channeling this Aura Vitality towards Arya, I'm going to instruct the other healers. Focus on trying to neutralize the poison.
With a mixture of no fucking duh, we understand you're stressed, and we are doing it.
She doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, they're all they all have the same slightly stressed face, though yours is more so. They're like, yes, we know, as they're still attempting to aid Arya.
It's like yelling at a doctor to save them. Save them!
Well, except I'm actually attempting to help, though my fucking dice hate me right now.
What room was I locked in?
The large Senate room. You're in there with Betrick.
With Betrick?
Yeah. The big Warforged guy. And this snake lady.
Looks at the snake lady. I don't think Philip has ever seen one of these before, has he?
No.
Just kind of stares at her inquisitively.
Her upper half does resemble that of a human female, almost to the T, and the lower half is just like it's what. You've seen some weird stuff in races and whatnot, but like this is a different degree. I'll even go as far as saying your character still hasn't even seen a centaur. So like these pure cuts of two different races or two different things onto each other is new. You've seen blends. This is something entirely. She's sitting there kind of reading a book, not out loud or anything, just skimming through it.
Just kind of pulls out his blade, pulls out a whetstone, and begins sharpening his blade as he just sits down.
So you're from the east?
Kind of takes like a small breath in, and he's like, yes.
My mother always told me it was beautiful.
It is.
I'm sorry what fools on the surface are doing.
Should your innocence be proven today, you will have my apologies as well.
It's to be expected. My people were kept secret even from the populace of Whitewater. Your suspicion is warranted.
Still, unjust is unjust.
She'll look up towards the door. Gloria, give me a medicine check. I'll allow you to have advantage because you do have many others assisting you.
Here we go again.
See them drives.
Let's fucking go!
Nice.
There you go.
19.
Hey, even if you didn't have advantage, it would have been a 14.
It's a fucking law of statistics at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
I changed my green, by the way.
I gotta double check something here.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
You don't get advantage.
I told you.
No,
I told you.
I'm just checking here.
You're not
No.
good enough.
Okay.
Arch, I swear to God. By all that is holy, I will.
You actually get a negative
myself.
20.
No, I was just checking to see because that to see if that was another third for the same check, but it wouldn't have been. If you would have gotten a 1, it just would have been your third fail in a row, but not for the same thing.
And then
Okay! Not for the same thing. That means there's multiple poisons.
Yeah. But yeah. As there'll be a moment in which, as you have your hand on checking for pulse, making sure she's fine, it comes back into a rhythm that is normal for her.
Okay.
As her skin becomes less stone in color, less marble, and more porcelain, or less pale. Though I don't think Arya even acts like she breathes in her sleep, but you'll come to understand that she is currently either in a forced state of unconsciousness or is resting. You can't quite tell yet.
As I watch the her normal color return to her skin, I'm going to, as I finish channeling this aura of vitality, kind of
like to try to shake her awake to see if she stirs.
She does not awaken.
I'm gonna turn to the other healers. Is there a place you can keep her safe?
Kiri would be the one kneeled next to you. The only only place I can think of is in a room, chambers, or something in the castle.
Not even saying a word, and before Kiri can finish speaking, Laurie's just going to begin attempting to, like, try and pull Arya up onto her shoulder.
Give me an athletics check. She is wearing her armor, so...
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware.
Come on, Druid, use the muscles.
Just ask Borfin for help.
Normalized. Acrobatics? No, athletics.
Yeah, if you start going fucking
athletics,
Arya on your shoulder.
9.
As you are attempting to lift her, Borvin will see it and lift both of you up as he strides over the crouched group of clerics heading towards the castle. Clinging on the back of his armor is a massive pot still. So he is making a fuck ton of noise on his way that way.
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to...
I mean, you wanted to wake her up.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of try and gently worm my way out of Bordvin's grip.
Ding dong, bitch.
So that he releases you, or...
Yeah, just so that he releases me. Not...
You'll drop a couple of feet onto the ground from up there near his torso as he essentially wrapped his arms around both your waists and just stood up, or like lifted you like duffel bags and just took off.
Okay, and I'm going to basically keep stride with him as he moves towards the castle.
Yeah, you could keep... Actually, no. He'll pull ahead of you. He does have a faster base.
Okay, then I'm going to climb on it and hang off of his pot as he runs.
Okay.
Like, same way I did when I climbed on Felwolf's back during the arena.
Sure. As... Without missing a beat, he's still carrying both of you as it takes off down the courtyard. Eventually, you'll see Lady Whitewater off in the distance entering into the castle. And the doors shutting behind, and Wordvin's still just striding. That boy trucking his way there. As Lily and Elenan, Lady Whitewater will walk into the study, closing the door behind her.
Would Stolen not be there? He kind of went there, right?
Yeah.
He was falling behind.
Sorry, yeah, Stolen, you would be there as well. You would have caught them in the hallway as they went to the study.
Okay. As soon as he sees Malin in cuffs, basically, he's gonna ask if she's been searched, and he'll do, like the whole thing, like a latex glove short of a cavity search, like he's just full on making sure she has nothing else, even taking off her boots and shoes. And
Lily, do you perform the physical search on her, or are you letting Stolen do that?
I feel like she probably already would have done it while they were waiting, but she wouldn't be opposed to him making sure, I guess.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check,
Okay.
Stolen, and Lily. You'll both be able to have one since you both checked her.
Well, never mind. I put my stuff in her pockets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Luckily, one of us has proficiency in investigation.
Lily, you successfully did strip her body. She's wearing clothes still. You took 3 daggers, quiver, a bag of holding, and a bunch of other equipment and gear off of her. She also had a cloak of invisibility.
Did any of the other daggers look like the one I found?
The shape and construction not so much, but the make, yes. Think of it like knowing what a dodge looks like, but not saying like, oh, this is just a Challenger. It's like, no, well, this Magnum has the same front as the Challenger. You know, that whole kind of thing.
Did she have any like vials that would have been the size of the one that was cracked?
You wanting to attempt to check her bag of holding?
Sure.
So you reach in, thinking about the bottom, you grab it and pull it inside out. There'd be no way of you finding out anything other than that. As like arcane stones, magical items, and all this other gear and equipment scattered to the floor. You'll see a leather sack hit the ground with rows of different colored vials, and one slot is missing.
I'm guessing all the rows have like, do they all look the same? You said they're different colored, right?
Yeah, all the vials are different color, but they look like they'd be inserted into a blade similar to that, like the one that you are, I would assume, still holding.
Yeah.
Like, one thing is immediately off.
Oh.
As you pick up the satchel to give it a closer look, you can see it has the crest of Greybane, and there is blood on it.
Okay.
Oh boy, we stepped in the mess, didn't we?
Fuck.
Where did you get this?
First, Ellen, make me a sleight of hand check.
One.
What are you fucking doing over there?
Lily, you will witness Ellen attempting to steal the cloak of invisibility.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Fine.
All right.
He wants it so bad, though.
We will say that I'm going to state that was your one chance to get away with stealing something. Now there's an eye on you. You won't get the opportunity again.
It's that dog. That motherfucking dog is on your ass.
Go ahead and ask your question once more, Lily.
Where did you get this?
Roll me an insight check as she won't look at you.
Okay.
Could I also do an insight check?
Sure.
Good shit.
Yeah. You'll both tell her demeanor quickly changed, as she was resolute in her previous actions. She doesn't look down to avoid the conversation, more along the lines of being ashamed of what the answer would be.
Are there any guards like posted in the hallway or in this room?
There are no Imperial guards ever in the castle. You would know that. They are all on the wall.
Okay.
As we're here, we don't need no guards.
So, so she would turn to either, I guess, toward both Stolen and Elenin, and tell them to alert the guards to go check on the Greybane house.
Speaking of that,
Greybane, sorry, it's Greybane, right?
Yeah, Greybane. Speaking of that, we'll shoot over to Shadow. Shadow, we'll go ahead.
Development, man.
Yeah.
Perfect transition.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and ignore going over the details of what the annoying swan looks like. Right? This is not. You're not worried about what the building looks like as you run up to the desk.
Absolutely not.
And ask the woman behind it, where is Greybane?
Yes.
She'll look at you confused for a moment, and then taking you in. The first. The floor just up, room 3.
Thank you. As I'll jettison myself right up the stairs.
Jettison, he says.
Jump through the floor.
Go ahead and make me a perception check based on smell.
Oh no.
I will also allow hearing because you cannot see within the room as you reach the room.
All right.
All right. 20. As you begin to approach the door itself and you grab onto the handle, you smell a grotesque amount of blood, iron in the air.
Oh no.
As you hear this, the sounds of muffled groaning. The door is locked.
Kicking it in.
Athletics check.
Come on.
Oh.
First one.
Oh my god.
First one didn't work.
That one.
Give me a second one.
Color.
I'm using a crowbar.
All right. I will. I'll allow that to happen. Either athletics at advantage, or I would allow the sleight of hand.
Let's
There
go.
you go.
There you go.
As you pull open the lock as the door goes in and you step in, the floor is covered in blood. There are a series of beds in here with the individuals that you know, the Kinku, the gnome, tied down and strapped to. They are unharmed. As they're all kind of moaning and like grunting after seeing you, and with like with eyes of like, finally fucking someone. As
got them both free.
As you begin to look across the room, mounted to the wall is Gravebane's figure. Though his arms and legs are pierced through with arrows into the wall as he is hanging there. There is a large blade in his chest with a hole down the center of it.
I'm guessing all this blood all over the floor is coming from him.
It is still pouring from him as he looks towards you with eyes still open.
Oh my god, he's still alive. This much blood. Okay,
As
fuck.
I told you I wasn't gonna win that fight.
He is
regeneration means a hell of a drug.
Yeah. You can tell from his eyes just the dark color underneath them and the paleness of his skin compared to what his fine porcelain skin looked like before. This man is holding on only due to the curse that keeps him alive, and he is still suffering mounted to this wall.
Well, I'm gonna untie the other two and get him off of this wall. Administer the only fucking healing spell I know that I use for myself. Because I came here for him. So I have to.
Time for murder.
Shit, I guess we're start one off at a time. I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have a level 2 spell.
Do you just pull him from the wall? You'll take out the 4 arrows that are like have him pinned to the wall. And
so essentially what I'm doing, because I know how to do this, is I'm not removing the arrow wholly. I'm cutting the shafts, pulling him out that way. The blade I have to remove. I can't just do it that way.
As you remove the blade from his chest, the bleeding almost immediately stops as his knees drop to the floor, as one arm stays up, somewhat caught, like holding on to your waistband.
Don't ignore the siege damage. That was still tolerable.
Heal in siege. I heal in siege.
I heal this wall.
Yes.
Don't worry about all of that.
That's fine.
Not important.
as his hand's still somewhat gripping your belt, you'll hear the sound of a foot hitting the pool of blood that has accumulated on the floor here, and then it's behind you as you'll turn around, seeing Master Hawk and his friend next to him as they're both looking about the room.
Jesus Christ.
This isn't good.
Oh, stay far from it.
Tell no one. As he'll look at both of the individuals on the beds as they're like just kind of still in shock. He'll Master Hawk will grab your shoulder and his friend as you're still somewhat, your arm is still trying to keep up Greybane, as you'll watch as arcane runes circle all of you on the floor as you vanish from place.
Oh god.
Damn it.
You'll reappear in the main hall in the castle. And as you see the vision around you change instantly, as the vision changes instantly, the blood that you were standing on is also here as well, as the wounds on Greybane are slowly healing up and gradually going faster, and the blood pouring from his chest ends.
Oh. Good we got to you in time.
He'll look at you. You'll notice he's not breathing. Yeah, he's looking at you, and just the moment the hole on his chest seals up, you'll hear this. It's nice to see all of you again.
Wait a minute, am I here?
I've never met this individual.
Yes, we have.
Greybane.
You did.
It was the werewolf man.
Yeah.
The person you met at the bridge that fought fell.
And also our opponent in the arena.
Well, I wasn't
there for the arena.
He himself was not there.
I was not there for any of that.
Shadow.
You were there at the bridge.
1v1 me, bro.
I thought I was running that errand while you guys were at the bridge.
You were dead.
No. You don't know this man, but he is talking to Master Hawk and the other individual as he's looking at them.
Okay.
Thank you very much. As he's slowly gaining his breath and trying to stand, and his pants are just soaked. He's not wearing a shirt or anything else. There's no boots, nothing. Just the long white hair just caked in blood, and his pants. Never thought I would be on the receiving end of one of my blades. You'd think it wasn't silver. I suspect you found her.
Well, I do believe we are talking about the same person. That probably did this to you. They attempted to take another life today. Just yours. So it's
Master Hawk, I told you. Be careful. I didn't think that she would be able to go beyond my eye. We both trained her.
Oh, now Hawk's getting a glare from Shadow.
As custom, you won't see his face, but he is like crouched down slightly, like kind of squatting, kind of trying to look Greybane in the eyes, as well, in the eyes, air quotes. Where is she?
I believe she's being held in the castle. Here. I don't know where.
Who took her? Who hunted
Lily.
her?
She practically gave herself over. After we captured her, I blew up her only chance of escape.
He'll somewhat smile. He'll grab onto you and Master Hawk and kind of lift himself up. As Hawk tries to help support him. I need to sit down. As Hawk and him stumble towards the study and just open the door. These three will enter in moments after Lady Whitewater does, as she's just kind of still standing in the room, having just entered with her hand kind of on her face, with just the sheer, with a look of frustration, disappointment, and thought.
Now she gets to see a naked werewolf covered in absolute blood.
He's in his humanoid form right now.
Oh, did he turn back? Okay.
No, he was always in this form.
Oh.
His
I
body
painted
was
the wrong picture in my head then.
Yeah. His body was unable to change while mounted to the wall.
But he still had his regeneration, I see. Gotcha.
As soon as Lily sees him, she'll just give like a little sigh of relief.
You're supposed to take over after I'm done. You go and do this, child. I suspect she's used the dagger.
Lily will nod and hold out the dagger and show him the little satchel of vials and where the one was missing. She wouldn't tell us what it was, though.
Because she doesn't know.
What does this do?
The one she used. Does 3 different things depending on the person or creature you use it on. There's the werewolf-like, the lycanthropy. Afflicted would remove their curse and then kill the person. Applied to a vampire, more than likely prevent them from ever being able to return to the coffin. be reborn. If used on a demon, would enhance their powers and cause agitation. If used on anyone else, an intense coma, though I would suspect if treated quickly, it would prevent long term. I would say, how long ago was she stabbed? 30? An hour?
I don't know how long has it been.
It'd be roughly an hour.
Okay. Okay. I relay that information. Although I don't, at this point, currently know where she is. Right? I'm assuming she's at
Probably
the same
out in the
spot.
courtyard still.
Yeah, I haven't been told anything. Right?
Speaking of which, where are we exactly, Arch?
Yeah, as you hear the door being busted open. I gotta give Dwarven an athletics check or acrobatics.
Nice.
Which he promptly fails.
Nice.
As they blow through the door and hit the patch of blood across the stonework, and Boardman you hear this of just metal against stone as this.
Oh god.
As he just comes to a grinding stop with the pot still underneath him. Still holding up in the air Arya, like all those videos of drunk people holding out their beers, attempting not to spill a drop.
Laura's gonna hop off of his back onto the ground. Get her to a room, lock the door, and open it for no one but myself. Do you understand?
He'll nod and then point towards the floor where there's this massive pool of blood.
Yes, we'll handle it. Just go.
He'll just stand up and then head up the steps.
I'll turn to who's there in the main room.
You'll see the bald individual with the beard that did sit next to Master Hawk. As he's just like looking at the entire thing that just happened before him.
Where is everyone?
Just points towards the study. The
Take
door
it
is
to
still
him.
open.
Oh, okay. I'll just run past him towards the door and enter the room. Basically, like just barreling into the room.
Elenan, Stolen, Shadow, Greybane, Master Hawk, Lily, Lady Whitewater, and Malin. They're all in there.
As soon as I see Aloria kind of barreling in,
You will see her face is fucking furious.
where's Arya?
Bordvin is taking care of her. Now, did you find them?
We need to get Greybane to her now. Priorities.
As he's covered in blood, he'll just look at you.
Then get him to her.
After hearing that Boardvin is taking care of her, Stone will immediately go to look for where they went.
He's still trying to get up the steps. He's covered in blood.
I'm going to look back out the door. Never mind, you're having visitors, and then I'm gonna go back into the room.
And Stone will be underneath Boardvin, pushing him up the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Grabbing him by the belt behind him and just helping him up.
Okay.
And as they leave, I'm gonna turn back to the group, and what do I see?
Everybody's still there as Master Hawk and Greybane are trying to find their way out of the room as he's still somewhat shaking in the knees.
Lily will kind of put her hand on your shoulder, just trying to like just tell her to breathe for a minute.
Where are they? tell me you got them.
Who did?
They're here. Lady Whitewater would say as she's just kind of standing there.
Loria will brush Lily's arm off of her and approach where Whitewater's voice came from. I'm assuming I see. What was her name? Marie?
She's standing roughly near you. Yeah, Marie's shackled and sitting in one of the seats.
Is this her?
Yes, Aloria.
No other words are said as. I see. No one else from my group is actually here. Everyone else is elsewhere, unless Ellen is here.
Ellen, Shadow, and Stolen just left.
Okay, so
watching her,
and Lily's like pretty much right behind Aloria, ready to kind of grab her if needed.
So only Ellen is here in the room, right?
And Shadow.
So you two, you've obviously seen when Aloria is upset, or rather, you'll notice when she's like feeling an aggression towards someone or something, her eyes will flicker with the flame. Her irises, rather. As she looks at Marie, her irises turn full solid orange, and they basically illuminate her eye socket. And think like Sith Lord eyes, basically.
Okay.
And just a flame blade will appear in her hand. You'll die for that.
Lily immediately grabs her arm.
Shadow would take a step and
stop me.
This is not what we're doing here. This does not help us.
She wants to kill us? I say we return the favor!
Listen, this is not our land. This is not our area. Let them deal with her accordingly.
She is our enemy. She tried to kill Arya.
And has been apprehended.
And will die.
By their hands, not ours. Leave them to their laws.
These people are weak. They will do no such thing. They'll try to reform her, do something stupid.
Aloria. Please just breathe.
I'll breathe when this scum lies dead and burned at my feet.
Didn't lose anybody today. Yes, our ally was hurt, but there is still hope. They're not dead, so we don't need to go to revenge yet. Trust me, I've had the thoughts, I've had the feelings, but as of now, we need to focus. We need to attend to the matters at hand.
Lady Whitewater will
do that, and you will have your pyre.
Lady Whitewater will pull out a stone from her pocket. And she'll talk into it. Sebastian, Aileen was apprehended. They're in the study. Please send a message to Foulwolf to update him that we have the individual and they are apprehended and secure. Foulwolf, you will receive essentially the same message from Sebastian.
I will announce the message to the small group that I'm at. Once again, air my apologies to the woman. Give a deep bow and excuse myself to where this prisoner.
You would be told that they were. You would be told they are in the study.
I will go there.
I assume you move with purpose, so you'll get there.
Wind stands if I need to.
Yeah, you'll get there in no time. Aloria, when the rest of your party gets here, we will discuss.
It was not your friend who was stabbed, near murdered.
You will be made aware of the situation. You will have your ability to put in your pieces.
Loria will see kind of like a more like apologetic look come from Lily as she tried to kind of urge her away.
She almost killed my family, and I'm just supposed to stand here and do nothing?
What would you have us do? Just kill her and be done with it? It doesn't solve anything.
It solves the problem we have. Right in front of us. Right now. Closure. Done.
Well, what then? If we just murder everyone along the way and go about our lives, we're just nothing better than the murderers and other cold scum out there. You have to have purpose for what we do. Even I know that.
Purpose.
And what is that? You fly off the handle, you get into your rages. I understand people we love and care about are hurt. But what good does it when we go around just murdering because they hurt us? We would be scum and nothing more. Don't you want to see a beautiful world? Don't you want to make this land that we live in better? Or do you just want to watch the world burn? Answer me this.
The world doesn't have to burn. Just her.
If we make this exception, when does it stop? Where does it stop?
At this point, Foulwolf, you'll walk through the door.
Hello, everyone. No,
as you walk in, Lily has a death grip on me, right? Like on my arm or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
The arm that you produced the blade out of before.
So
you
yeah,
basically kind of grabbed your wrist to dispel it.
Well, as long as it's in my hand, it's not dispelled unless you use dispel magic again.
Oh well, okay, sorry. Then no, I don't. I guess you still have it in your hand. Is it like a physical item, or is it? It's just made out of fire?
It's a magical blade. It is a magical blade made out of fire. It's not a physical object. If it leaves my hand, then it's gone. But it hasn't left my hand.
Then yeah, she definitely still has the death grip on your wrist.
So I presume this is the individual.
Yes. Now convince them to let me end her here.
Take a deep breath. See.
It's like the 8th time she's been told that.
Let me introduce you to Maylin Nightingale. She'll gesture towards the shackled elf. Foulwolf, I suspect I don't have to tell you the ramifications of everything right now.
Foulwolf will put a hand on Alori's shoulder and say, I will make sure she gets justice. But I believe you would be better suited at Arya's side at the moment.
Laura will
for the first time since she's seen Aileen break her gaze and turn to you, and you'll see the fully inflamed irises. And you'll see on her face kind of a... You'll see the obvious rage, but there's also like a deep-seated sorrow in them. I couldn't do anything the last time this happened to me. I can end it here, for good.
Let me handle this. You trust me, right?
Of course I do.
Then let me do this. This is what I do. You're best suited at Arya's side. She needs you there.
Laura will turn back towards Maylene. A few tears have welled up and begin to fall down her cheeks. As she releases or opens her hand from the flame blade, it dissipates.
The moment Lily feels sees it go away and kind of feels your muscles like relax a little bit more, she'll kind of like she'll soften her grip slowly and position herself to kind of let you slack a little bit, but she'd be there to like catch you just in case.
Blair will turn back to you, Fel. The flames, they begin to die out in her eyes.
He just sits there and smiles at you, saying, I have this. Trust me.
Blair will try to like turn fully towards Fel and place her forehead on your shoulder.
He gives her a embracing hug to calm her down.
I almost lost you once. Please don't do that to me again.
No one dies today. Not us.
Do what you think is right. And Laura is going to push away from you and begin to walk out the door and go back to Arya.
Shadow.
I was muted. Apologies. Yes.
See to it she arrives safely. There's already been one ambush today.
Of course. I will do whatever I can.
After Shadow leaves, who else is in the room?
Elenan, Lily, Lady Whitewater, and Malin.
He looks at everybody. He says, I want everyone except for the criminal, Whitewater, and myself out of this room.
Lily will look back to Lady Whitewater.
I'll be fine.
She'll give her kind of that nod.
She'll smile back.
And start gesturing everybody to get out of the room.
Follow it.
And she'll be the last one to leave the room. She'll give one look before she finally closes the door.
Well, this is some fucking shit. Is it the wrong party? What do you think should be done, Beowulf?
How is the prisoner currently positioned?
She's shackled in the front, and sitting in one of the chairs, kind of face looking towards the floor. Lady Whitewater will circles around her chair, heading towards the desk, because she'll pull out a bottle from one of the drawers and just open it and take a drink and set it back on the desk.
Foulwolf is going to go over to the prisoner, pick her up, literally, take the chair she's sitting on, drag it to the middle of the room, and then replace her on the chair. He's then going to go over and grab 2 more chairs and place them in front of it. Motions to Whitewater to sit on one of them.
Thank you. She'll sit.
He pops off his Kabuto, drops his mask, kind of just lets the gear kind of just leaves it on the floor. Takes his katana, not out of the sheath, just inside the sheath. Puts it next to the Kabuto on the floor. Just looks at this individual. So,
she'll look up at you. The resolve back into her eyes, just staring.
He would match it. Not as a challenging menace, but as a recognition. Everybody has a reason.
And what? You want to know mine?
It probably would help the situation, yeah.
She'll shake her head. Why should any of them live? I'm all that's left.
Yeah. That's a very good point. And what happens when you die?
She won't answer.
Let's see, here's the thing. I may not know you personally, but the really interesting thing is I don't need to. So you and I have a similar personality. And the reason why I know that is because this woman here, beside me, actually gives a shit about you. You have people that care for you. Which means apparently you're doing something fucking right. So, my next question is obviously you don't cherish your own life. Why would you hurt those around you? And just to immediately counter your rebuttal, no, I'm not talking about physically. Look at Whitewater right now. Look at her face. I don't need to punish you. Her face does it all. Fact is, you may be the last. I know for a fact. Someone with a similar type of past. Your ancestors would be frowning on you right now. Yes, I've had my people slain by Turn-Turrs. Many of them, just like you. Right in front of me. So just skip the pity story. We've both lived it. If you refuse to live for yourself, then live for those around you. The faces that care for you, that remain at your side even though you're apparently alone. Those people that keep pushing you forward so you do not remain stagnant, mired in your own self-loathing. If you truly care so little about them, tell her right now.
She'll put her head down.
See, Whitewater and I have a really simple, fundamental understanding. Peace is something that's very hard to obtain and very easily broken, as we've seen so multiple times today.
There'll be a slight, like, under the breath scoff from Lady Whitewater. And she'll take another drink from the bottle.
I'm not asking you to like people. What I'm asking you is to see past their fucking race. That same hate you boil towards Arya is the same anger I've felt because of my skin color. That I am simply barbaric, a savage from the East, as Altair likes to say. Uneducated, but somehow clearly teaching nobles from the West how to fucking be civilized. I'm not without my own flaws. I'm on my own road to better myself. From what I understand, by looking at the faces around me, the individuals you call friends and family here believed you to be on the same type of path. Today was a bump in the road. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk out that door. I'm going to count for a minute. And when I walk back in, you and Whitewater are going to have an understanding. And I'm going to take you up to Arya's room. Then we will begin your path again. He kind of looks at Whitewater. Grabs his katana, Kabuto, walks out the door.
Are you going to attempt to listen in on what is going on inside the door?
You're talking to me?
No, Beowulf, as you step out.
No. I'm just gonna step outside, close the door, just kind of lean on it. So I'm looking at those that are outside.
Lily, you would have had enough time to see both of them were still alive and okay as the door opened.
Lily,
Yes.
I'm about to do something very stupid.
Oh, well, having a forewarning is always nice. What are you wanting to do?
I would like to have the majority of the people in Arya's room removed, except for Gloria, one of the doctors tending to Arya, myself, and Whitewater.
I know you said that you were going to do something foolish, but I feel the need to ask, are you sure that you want to do that?
And he kind of puts his hands on your shoulders. He takes like that deep breath, closes his eyes, exhales. No, but this has to be done.
Are you sure you don't want me there to restrain her?
I'm capable enough to restrain Aloria. She listens to me.
Well, yes, I was worried about that too, but I was more referring to Waylin.
I do not fear Waylin. If Waylin tries something, she will touch the ground dead before she strikes another one of my allies.
As usual, Lily will look back towards Lady Whitewater.
The door's shut.
Oh, I thought they were both out.
No, they didn't.
Oh,
they didn't
no,
step
you went
out.
out. Okay, I see.
It's
Okay.
supposed to go in after a minute. Oh, it's been a couple now.
Okay. Lady Whitewater wants to go along with it. I will
We're
do that.
attempting to stave off a rather severe incident, so it comes with some monicums of risk. If we want to play in your book, we're at least doing it my way.
Fair enough. It's your friend.
You'll both hear in Maylene's voice this crying out, like this cry no. And then an immediate response, Whitewater's voice saying, then do it.
Seems like
Okay. I guess that's my cue. I'll be right back. If you would be so kind as to get that process started.
Very well.
So
You'll see her peer around you as you open the door again, just to kind of try to evaluate what's going on.
he goes in and he closes the door behind him to give the group privacy once more. He slowly walks up.
Maylene will be currently crying.
He sits in the chair. So, Waylin, do you truly wish to keep hurting your friends? Or are you ready to start a new path?
I'm ready to go about things differently.
He puts a hand, just gently, on like her forearm. I know what I'm asking. It's severe for you. I recognize that. But I know you are no pushover. Otherwise, you would have no place here. Because of that, I know you're strong-willed enough to see this through. You will be walking out of here with no handcuffs. Beside Miss Whitewater and myself. The room will be emptied, save all those that are necessary to be there. Basically means you will have your privacy. As per his custom. To my people, this is your second chance. He stands up, kind of holds out his hand.
She'll take. I think Lily has the keys to the manacles.
Yeah.
She'll.
I'm still outside.
Yeah, Lady Whitewater will go to the door and open it up as the other two are behind. You can take them off now, Lily.
Okay. She'll kind of look between the three people in the room, and as she's walking in, and pull out a key and start to release her. And then she'll walk back out of the room, and you'll see her start heading up to where the direction that they took Arya.
Lily.
Hmm?
Can you make sure Sebastian gets everyone else home? Or wherever they were?
Alright.
I don't need
She'll
a
smile.
pitch tent in the courtyard.
Yeah. She'll give Lady Whitewater kind of like that like easing look, like, you've had a long day. Trust me, yeah, I'll take care of it.
Thank you. Have over 100 adventurers out there.
And then you'll see her give her another like little smile, and then she'll start heading out that way.
Just before, inform Mr. Altair that I would like to speak with him before he leaves town.
I left him locked in a room. Until somebody gets him, I doubt that he'll be leaving it.
Like, all right, now let's do what we currently have.
Leave him there for about an hour.
Let him stew.
He's got his guards this time. He'll be fine.
Alright, show us the way to the study.
Well, you just left the study. You'll be heading up. She'll take you upstairs. As you guys will just follow the blood that dripped off the back of Boardman and the bloody footprints from Greybane. As you get to a door, and open it up inside, you'll see kind of Greybane mixing together a couple of elixirs and working on some things, and Boardman just kind of standing in the room looking around with a crushed pot on his back.
Felwolf would enter first to speak with Aloria.
Did you say I was working with Greybane on the stuff?
No, he's working on his own. I would surmise that you are next to the bed, just being attentive to Arya, and Master Hawk's standing in the corner.
Felwolf will walk over to Aloria and place his hand on her shoulder.
Aloria doesn't look up at you, but looks at your hand and then looks back to Arya. Is she dealt with?
What I am about to do is a tradition from my home. A tradition my father started. Can you work with me on this?
Lori will turn her head towards you like for a moment and then stand back up and look at you in the eye. Kind of a look of concern on her face. What are you about to do? Don't tell me you're about to do what I think you are.
Yes. I ask you to only give me time.
That time was a luxury we did not have.
He just kind of grips her by the arms gently. He says, I just need some. Please.
I don't.
Just stand next to me and watch. That's all I ask.
If anything happens, I won't hesitate. You know that.
If something happens, you won't have the chance. As I've already made abundantly clear to her, she will be dead before she can try anything. That you have my promise.
Okay.
Let's give her a couple pats on the back. Just, you got this. I'll walk over to the door, open it, nod at the two outside, and then walk back over to Aloria.
They'll both enter. Master Hawk, seeing everybody in there, will nod and find his way out the door and grab Boardvin on his way out.
Aloria, seeing Malian again, that flame in her eyes, it almost instantly comes back. A little weaker than before, but it comes back. And she'll just give with her right hand, give a death grip onto Felwolf's hand, one of Felwolf's hands.
Go, Wolf. Do you need anything else from me?
No, privacy would be great.
Whitewater. Do you need anything else from me?
If you can help Sebastian in the courtyard, make sure everybody has their stuff. You can gather a lot of their equipment from the main hall. If anybody else needs things to do, like Boardfin, you can take that stuff over there, over to the courtyard.
Malin's stuff, you mean, or whose stuff?
Everybody's stuff. All the bags in the main hall. Just take them over to where everybody's gathered outside the Senate building.
Okay. No, start walking out. Ellen's there, right?
I'm already out in the courtyard.
Okay, I'll go out. Start being a baggage boy. Get some luggage for people.
Yep.
Boardman will aid. Good to see you again, Domo. Greybane says.
Same to you.
He's just covered in blood. Wish it were better circumstances.
He looks at him, he says, I told you I wouldn't win that fight.
He just smiles at the bloodied teeth. There's a reason why I'm left. He'll hold up a vial in his hand. He'll hand it, present it to you whenever you're ready to wake her up.
He'll take the vial. Kind of looks at it for a second. And then walks over to Wayland and hands it to her. The deed was done by you. It shall be fixed by you.
She'll look over at Greybane. Orally. She'll walk over, open up the vial, and pull her chin down slightly and pour the vial into her mouth. Arya, go ahead and make for me a Constitution saving throw with advantage. Okay. She does begin to move. You'll see Arya kind of coil up slightly as if asleep. You can give me a second one if you want. There we go. She'll begin to wake.
How much pain do I feel?
None.
Oh.
You had enough fucking healing spells cast on you, the equivalent of a king would get if he had a cold.
I kind of figured.
Yeah.
You feel like a newborn biscuit.
You felt like you had a good nap.
I will take stock of what's around me. And slowly sit up.
You'll see Maylene, the individual from before. You'll see Greybane, Lady Whitewater, Beowulf, and Aloria.
Did you catch them? She's not even looking towards Malin. She's looking at everybody else.
Wolf kind of just motions with his eyes.
She's gonna look to Malin, and it's gonna be a very sad look.
At first, she's not looking at you. As she'll finally meet your gaze. I should not base my judgment of you on the actions of others. For that, I'm sorry. All I can do at this point is earn your forgiveness.
Ari's gonna nod slowly. It'll take a long time. I am not ignorant of my blood. My family. And she kind of sneers a little bit as she says that. Has done horrible things. Things that I was not a part of. Things that my family, my brothers and sisters, did not know about. Things that my mother tried to protect me from. I assume most of my brothers and sisters are dead now. I only learned recently that some of them were even alive. And then the people who still go around harming others as well. Next time you try to take out your anger on somebody, don't use their friend's face.
If I were anybody else, I likely would have struck back at you. And there's been enough. There's been enough death lately. She'll look back to Fel and Lady Whitewater. I assume that you two have a punishment in mind?
I am enacting a tradition. As long as Queen Whitewater does not see issue with it. Wolf Clan tradition of redemption, a second chance.
I
know.
A nod. Then that is good enough for me.
He kind of lifts up Waylon to her feet, so she's standing. And he just kind of looks at her, he says, "You're not the only one who feels pain. Everyone here in this room has lost countless loved ones very dear to them. We may not have those loved ones anymore, but what we do have is right here. We have each other. If we shun that, we truly have nothing left." Kind of gives her a smile and says, "What you do now determines who you really are. Will you continue to hate? Or will there be a new you?" And lets her go. Kind of looks at Aloria and says, guess I'm not a savage anymore, am I?"
Aloria just look at you like, really? Now?
He gets that like slowly, like Grinch style smile.
A very small smile of amusement. She just shakes her head, forms.
He just kind of opens up his eye like, "Come on."
Aloria will just roll her eyes and turn back to Arya.
Yeah, Arya will look to Aloria. Have a questioning look.
I should probably let you rest. You've been through a lot. You'll notice still that there is that like flickering of the flame in her iris. Is not as intense as it used to be, but it's still there.
I'm still feeling pretty good at this point, right?
Oh yeah, like a fucking spring chicken.
Yep, nope. I'm
spring chicken good.
Edge of the bed,
good.
Walking over to Aloria, grabbing her arm. I would rather get some tea. Let's go.
What? No,
And I'm starting to drag her out of the room.
Hey, Listen,
The dragging motif is reversed.
Listen, there are other things I need to do. I can't just drink
What other
tea.
things?
I need to. Well, there's something that Lily brought to my attention that I need to investigate, and I can't very well waste time drinking tea when there's work to be done.
Tea, and then investigation. And dragging away.
Phil! And Laura will like look back at you with like the eyes of please save me. Nothing? Awesome. Great.
I was muted. He said, you just see like his grin slowly get wider and wider. He's just like, nah.
Laura go and her look changes to I'm gonna kill you later. Like it's just a goddamn it.
As they get yoinked out of the room, Felwell's just gonna place his hand on the small of the back of Wayland and walk her towards Miss Whitewater as he says, Whitewater is trying to do something incredible or bring all of us together. Now our nations may not agree with each other, but when it comes down to it, we know that in the very end, we can count on each other. I know I may be new to your group of friends, but I would like to extend that same sentiment.
Lady Whitewater will look at you, Phil. Thanks. Guess we needed a refresher on the ways that inspired my father, that moved everybody so long ago.
Sometimes a change in perspective is useful. But I would like to declare there is more than enough drama today, and I would like to drink.
I'm pretty sure those that don't go home are heading to a local tavern. Where I'm sure you can probably convince one of them to pick up the tab.
Wait, he's like, Wayland, would you like to accompany me?
As she's about to speak, Greybane will pull himself up from the side of the bed. I think a conversation is in due for that. Afterwards, maybe.
So be it. I will dally inside the courtyard and admire.
Lady Whitewater will smile and exit the room.
As will I.
As you exit the room and stand behind her, you just kind of hear her just give this heavy sigh. Just, fuck it. Who needs to pay for drinks? There's a cellar. I'll throw something in the courtyard. I don't want to go out there and deal with Uncle Bukovic's army tonight.
Well, technically, may I suggest we just use my supply?
You have enough to allow many to drink.
private party, not mini.
Oh, well, we'll then wait for all of them as she gestures out one of the windows towards the massive group of people slowly being teleported away. We'll wait for all of them to find their way out of here.
I would think that'd be for the best. Save us a little bit of headache.
You know, I never met my father. I like to think that he would have been a bit like me and a bit like you, but probably more on the ball with things, I guess.
Well, I suppose when you fall down enough, you tend not to do it anymore.
I guess it takes a strong man to find their way through every corner of this.
Or woman. He kind of looks at her and winks.
Or woman. A better person to find themselves in every place and make it home again and be better off for it. She'll pull out from a small pouch on her dress a tiny flask. Hand it over to you.
Takes it.
I guess we can start now as we watch them leave, and by the time we decide there's enough gone, we can go out, right?
Sounds like a plan to me.
As the evening goes onward, as Sebastian is aided by Stolen, Bordvin, and a few others, he eventually gets everybody, except the original troop, Lily's group, all sent off and on their way. As he's standing there, Stolen, you'll see that the color is somewhat faded from that pearlescent shine of his skin. As you just kind of see him kind of rubbing his head or trying to keep himself slightly awake. As he just kind of turns to you, pats you on the shoulder, and walks off towards the castle.
Still with his shirt off?
Sebastian, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a Graybane.
No, Sebastian was out there.
Oh, okay. Sure. Still with his shirt off? I'm just kidding.
I don't think you've ever seen him with his shirt off.
God damn it, Stolen.
Yes, just suddenly no shirt. I'll let you have that mental image. I'll let you have that mental image. Shirtless mind flare.
It's like Careless Whisper starts playing.
Yeah. Dissident whispers, you mean?
I just imagine Sebastian going to a fucking rave with like glow sticks and shit.
Nah,
in each tentacle. They got
a glow stick in each tentacle, yeah.
He'd be in like different color, like glow in the dark paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got like the fucking.
himself.
He got like the Samurai Jack binky going on.
Yeah.
There you go. But eventually the night everybody begins to find themselves out in the courtyard, as quickly, via naps, stress, or a conversation, the day flies by. As the evening hours hit, the courtyard is lit with light. lamps and areas and tables strung about with food and drink. Small enough for a private party for the roughly 16 people. Sebastian and Menethol moving about, making sure people have drinks. Lady Whitewater just in essentially a large lawn chair, just staring up at the sky.
See Lily just kind of bring a whole big barrel for Boardmans.
Do I see Prince Altair anywhere nearby?
No.
Hey, did anybody get him out of the room?
Lily, you would have been sent earlier that day to release him from the room and tell him to go home.
Go the fuck to your kingdom and figure out what the hell is going on.
Which I assume, Altair, you promptly would have done.
Yeah, whenever they had opened the door, they would find both Bortek and Trock, like, weapons ready, pretty much. Just, like, waiting for something to happen. Then once it's realizing, oh, it's just Lily, she threw weapons. I fucking hate it here. And I just walk out.
Maybe if you want.
You'll see her like deadpan stare at you and just kind of her she doesn't move, but her eyes will just follow you all the way out the door. And you might catch her under her breath when you're far enough away, just like fucking asshole.
Proc, as he walks out of the room, though, will kind of give you like the sup with this hand, kind of like the two fingers, like sup, as he just leaves. You know that personally that Trock is also Goliath. He's a big ass guy, but he's
bros,
just
man.
he's like, hey, like the Northern Water Tribe kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Just like
our secret salute. We got you.
Waterbenders unite, brah.
Yeah, waterbenders unite, brah.
Flicks his hair back.
Yeah, there you go.
Buttons the top button on his shirt.
But he just, the hello is passing by, and that's about all your interactions with him ever go. He never talks. It's just the gesture. But you've been able to figure out that that's what he is. But eventually, those three will leave. The party will take place that evening, and the tensity that was there did slowly die, but it would take to this moment for the rest of you to kind of realize and have that moment of relief, like there's the letting go of that stress. Shadow, as you're standing somewhat on the edge of the party with a drink in hand, occasionally mimicking drinking or having a small sip here and there, Master Hawk will approach.
I'll look in his direction.
He'll walk up to you. There is something you should know.
I don't like the sound of this. You never tell me anything for free. What is it?
A few of your family has gone missing in the sand.
What? When?
Roughly 5 nights ago. I stopped in Oasis Minor and received word. Khan's also missing. No one's seen him.
Oh, nay.
And after seeing Maylene, I would suggest a different course of training is needed. Was your adventure with your friends fruitful?
I learned a few things. I have ideas, but not the talent yet to put them into action.
Maybe you can identify those talents. Maybe make new friends.
Possibly.
I leave tonight. If you are to join me, you have to learn. And we will find your family.
All right. Shadow looks down at his drink and just sets it down. I'll meet you later.
He'll nod.
He'll walk past. Shadow will head towards Fel.
He's with a near couple others of your troop, Aloria and Dolan. Aloria is mostly trying to avoid, but Fel's just kind of softly chuckling to himself at Caleb and Boris again fighting it out as if the entire day never even happened, or that the Nagrod army is not even outside the walls. But Felwolf, you'll quickly see Shadow approaching.
Hey, old friend.
Hey, Fel. I think I'm going to have to split ways from the group from this point. Unfortunately, there have been many disappearances in Oasis, some of which are my family members. I need to go and look into this. I trust that you and the others will be able to take care of things in my absence. My hope is that soon I will be able to meet back up with you in the group. But as tonight is bittersweet, this is my one farewell.
Well, the party will be at a loss. However, I could see the benefit of covering more avenues of approach. I would say speak with the rest of them. Bid your farewells.
Whoops. Aloria would never let me hear the end of it. Oh. Here. The spear you gave me. Hold on to it. Please.
Alright.
I'm sure right now it'll do you more good than me. Alright, and I'll hand that over to Fel.
Alright.
Who else is around?
Stolen's nearby, and you can see Aloria.
I'll pat Fel on the shoulder. Goodbye for now, friend.
Goodbye, lengthy Catman.
I'll walk over to Stolen and Aloria.
I think I'm separate from Stolen at the moment.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of off by myself. Being the
Those are the closest to where you were standing,
okay.
other than Fel.
Stolen. Stolen first, then Aloria.
Ah, hey, there's Shadow. I was just talking to Hawk earlier.
Where are you?
Yeah, I meant to give him something, but told me there was something going on with you.
Unfortunately, we will be parting our separate ways. There's been some disappearances that I need to go and look into.
Huh.
Things have been happening.
People?
Mm-hmm. He'll give you a very serious look.
I understand. If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same thing.
I don't have much to give you, but I do have this. He'll reach into his bag of holding, pull out the silvered rapier. Take this. I'm sure it will come in handy on your adventures.
Stone will put both hands out and take it, look it over, and thank you, Shadow. And he'll put it through he'll literally poke it through his belt, make a new hole for it. And here, why don't you take this? And he'll reach up to his hat and take off his 4-leaf clover. I can't really tell if it's given me a lot of luck, so hopefully it'll do you some good.
No. That's funny. I often thought the god of luck often laughed at you, but it seems today he's smiling.
Well, I'm still here, so he better try harder.
Don't tempt him, he will.
Oh, I intend. Oh, and maybe one more thing. And he'll reach into his bag, he'll pull out his scroll tube and pull out a piece of paper, unfold it, and it's the drawing, or Zarala's drawing of Stolen on the fish, and then a seagull, Aloria, and then tiny Felwolf in the background. That way you'll know what we look like when you come back, or when we see each other again.
You'll see a really confused look just go over his face.
I mean, so you don't forget us.
Okay. Thank you, Stolen.
Storm will go in for a hug.
Shadow will allow this to happen a little awkwardly.
Oh god, what's he doing? Oh no.
You smell a lot of ale and unstolen. So
First, thank you, friend.
Thank you.
I will see you again.
Soon.
Hopefully.
I also have an idea for once this war is over.
I
might come down to Oasis afterwards. Still in the works, so just keep an eye out for me.
Okay.
Go give a nod.
All right, Stalin. Take care of yourself and I don't think I remember hearing anything about it. I can't really say that.
We were at the garden when I introduced her as my fiance to everyone.
Yeah. You were there for that.
Okay. I might have been spacing that specific part. Good luck with your fiance.
Thank you, Shadow. I'll send you a postcard. He does a finger guns, dropping his drink probably. Damn it. I need another one now.
He'll smile as he steps away.
I'll wave and go to get another mug of ale. Did the finger guns. I forgot I had a cup in my hand.
Oh boy, this one's gonna be fun.
You have Aloria.
Aloria.
Aria nearby. Okay.
As you approach Aloria, she's sitting on the ground, her knees pulled in towards her and kind of giving a somber look towards the night sky.
Shadow would quietly kneel beside her, then look up at the sky as well.
Gonna figure out what those stars mean.
Give it time. You'll figure everything out in time. Everything that is important and meant for you to find. You will.
Laura will look down towards the ground. Listen, I'm sorry. I thought that I was improving. That because I opened my heart to all of you that I would just somehow be better. But that connection and the passion that followed, it just made me worse. I don't know what to do with it.
Fight for them. Fight for yourself. Become strong so that you can protect those around you. Become strong so you can lift your friends and loved ones up. Become strong so you can defend them from anyone coming to take them away from you. Always stand vigilant. Words my mother taught me. She was a kind woman, never a fighter, but she cared deeply for others. It's bad timing, but I must leave the group for a short stint, and I've come to say my temporary farewell. People have been taken in Oasis, more so than normal disappearances, kidnappings. Hawk has requested my aid to look into these matters and help him figure out what's going on. Plus, I must also redouble my training. So, to this end, I will say goodbye for now, but we will meet again.
Laura will just turn to you. Her face doesn't change from the somber look, but you'll see tears begin to just flow from her eyes. I really need to stop hoping my days will end well.
Sometimes it's hard. But if I can give you any advice, stop fighting your emotions. Let them be. Accept that you are angry, accept that you are sad, and just live the moment. No need to cover anything up or hide anything anymore. Just be you. Be the person in your reflection that you wish to see every morning. And I'm sure everything will turn out all right. Now,
Laura is just going to just suddenly reach out and just wrap her arms around you.
I could just imagine a sobbing mess just wiping her face all over Shadow's fur and like clothes. I love this scene. Shadow will lightly wrap his arms around Arya or Oloria as well. Sorry, I was looking down at the names.
Are you actually crying, Spaz?
Shut up.
I have a tear in my eye as well. I like to see. Okay. This is what you wanted, Art. You wanted us to get attached. Now we're attached.
Yeah, I'm getting what I want. That's why I'm smiling over here.
He's like,
I can see it in your voice.
Art's over there, like rubbing his hands. I can't wait. You die.
I'm gonna blow up the boat that he rides out on. I'm kidding. You can continue.
I have a gift for you.
Laura will pull away and her eyes are just tear-stained.
He'll reach into his bag of holding and pull out 2 vials. I know how much of a pyro you are. This is alchemist fire. You can have these. I'm sure you'll put them to great use.
Aloria kind of just forces a smile through the tears.
Make sure to burn someone for me.
You bet your ass I will.
Shadow smiles.
Thank you,
Stands
Shadow.
up. You're welcome.
For standing by me in all of my moments of weakness.
Of course.
For seeing someone better, but I couldn't. When you lived in the same darkness I did, I couldn't pull myself out. But you did.
Not easy. But hey, keep your chin up. I need one favor from you, okay?
Yeah?
After Stolen and Fell, keep Fell on the right track and, well, keep Stolen away from danger.
What do you think I've been trying to do?
Then you'll be fine. I have a few more goodbyes to say.
Wherever you end up, find someone. Find someone who will take care of your dumbass.
Find someone? What do you mean? He actually looks confused at you.
Find others like us.
Oh, friends. Yes, of course. Of course, I will.
Come on before I make a puddle.
All right. I will see you in the near future, Aloria. Goodbye for now.
See you later.
Shadow will start approaching Arya.
She's gonna be just casually drinking right now, just watching over everyone, relaxing.
It's a beautiful night out, isn't it?
How far away am I from like Aloria and all them?
40 feet. 40 feet.
The nights are always very nice here. Although it seems as though you've been saying something interesting to Aloria?
Oh.
Just kind of sobbing over.
She's getting better. She'll be fine. She's just recovering her state of mind right now. I gave her some words of wisdom and might have made her a little sad with what I'm about to tell you, but definitely helped her. I must leave the group. Arya, I'm going to be straightforward with you. There's been instances of disappearances in Oasis that I must attend to. I will go with Hawk, redouble my training, and find those responsible for the disappearances.
Important people?
Among others, yes.
I'm gonna roll insight just to see how much I can tell.
He's got a very stern look on his face.
Oh.
You can tell something's agitated him.
Do I even need to roll insight then?
It's important people. To him, at least.
I mean, yeah, okay.
If you want further
You
than
can
that,
ask. You know he's not one to exactly spill all the details, but
true.
You've always known to just ask.
Family?
He'll scowl. Yes.
Arya's smile fades.
Family's important.
Family is important. That's why I need you to take care of this family. You'll do that in my absence, yes?
With how much trouble we get into, I'll try.
I'm sure you'll have your fair share of trouble. You know what? I have a gift for you as well. Right back into the bag of holding.
Oh boy.
You are getting 2 bottles of brandy.
Ooh. Don't mind.
May these help soothe your woes when stress gets a little high. Yes?
I mean, after today, I can definitely put this to good use.
And Arya's gonna reach into her
her little pouch as well and pull out a small little flask. Some holy water that you asked for. Take it with you.
Sure. Here, I'll make you a trade. This is what I meant to give you earlier. He'll also pull out a silver bar and hand it over to Aloria. For those shavings that you'll need, you're sure to get plenty out of this.
This is Arya.
Did I say it again?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Everybody gets it confused at some point. Don't worry about it.
No, mostly only
Okay.
Fel.
Goodness. I'm getting too involved into the other stuff. All right. Here's the silver bar I've been meaning to give you.
I appreciate it. I'll be sure to put it to good use.
Good. And without further ado, I have to find a few more.
Tyra reaches over and hugs him.
Another hug.
Another treat.
He's just sitting there like, oh god, why is this happening tonight? This 3. This has never happened before.
She'll ease up now.
Thank you for that. He kind of looks a little flushed, which is odd because he's never looked flushed before.
The fur usually hides it.
You can clearly tell he's a little flustered.
You got Ellen and
All right.
nearby.
I will see you when I see you. We will meet again.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Shadow.
I will take off towards Elenan.
Ellen, and is there anything in specific you're doing?
The last thing I posted in the chat.
Oh, that happened a long time ago. So are you just kind of standing around the small little party, just staring at people?
No, I'd be fumbling with something.
Okay. He'll be near one of the tables of food, kind of fidgeting around with something.
Elenan, I need a word with you.
And you'll see he's got parts of the poisoner's kit that he picked up.
Just fiddling with the poisoner's kit then?
Yeah.
Alright.
I assume the actual poison.
Yes.
Because they are at a banquet.
Yeah.
No, not actual poison. I don't actually have the
My
poison out.
God.
I have a couple of the tools and gadgets and gizmos in there.
I see him like doing like a fake autopsy on one of like the chickens that were made, like just poking and prodding it slightly, just testing out the tools.
Oh, that's great. I'll keep it short. I'll be leaving the group for a little while. I have to go back to Oasis and look into some disappearances. Key members have been disappearing recently, and Hawk needs me to accompany him. So, while you all finish up this war, I need to go and look into this.
That is quite right, indeed.
As the only one that is of stealthy nature left, I'll give you a few things to help your travels. So pop open your inventory real quick because I'm going to give you a few things.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So, first and foremost, you have a bow, right?
Here's the
Yes.
crossbow.
I have a crossbow and a short bow.
Right. Well, you're getting 5 explosive arrows.
Hmm.
And stuff. Also giving you a grappling hook, which has 100 feet of rope attached to it. And under a cloak, shady business style, 2 jars of nightshade poison.
You don't need this yourself.
No, I won't. Trust me.
Okay.
Plus, I still have plenty. I'm not giving you everything.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out a letter. This is a letter that we found from Khan. Maybe there's something cryptic in here. I don't remember anything being in there that we found yet, but we only looked at it once.
I'll look it over. Thank you. Have you seen the satyr around?
I'll pull the pocket bird out. That's basically asleep now.
Oh. Okay.
Should be reverted by this point.
She would be
Like-
reverted by that point.
Oh yeah, she would be. Been that long.
She'd be
Because-
she'd be over in the party, kind of biting into different foods, and then trying to use a fork right, those kinds of things.
Yes. All right. I have one last goodbye to say for now. Take care, Ellen, and watch over them.
Good luck on your
Thank you.
adventures to come.
He'll turn face and head straight for
Neoma.
Neil. I was going to say dumb bean.
I mean, she's that too.
Is Neoma even still here?
No.
No, she isn't.
Well, to keep it brief and short, essentially, he would let her know that it has been fun meeting her and that they will meet again. Essentially, his destiny lies in hotter, warmer sands, as it were. He would then give her a gift of the ocarina that his mother gave him, as it would have a string tied around it, and he would place it around her neck. He would bend down, or kneel, and give her a hug, essentially, before saying goodbye.
She'll promise to not steal signs. Or trim.
I'm sure of it.
And that the next time she takes food, it won't be from a plate. And she'll kind of squint for like affirmation.
Just ask before taking, pat her head, and get up and go and find Hawk.
You'll see.
I think I covered everyone.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's everyone.
No one spoke up in a, protest. Hawk will be saying farewell to Lady Whitewater. And I assume Lily, who would be probably nearby.
Of course, I told you she just wants to drink and arm wrestle. It's pretty much where she's at right now. She has been so done with listening to all the talking, and she's like, I just want to do something.
Do something, punch someone.
Do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but she's also got these wonderful new strangers, new contenders.
Contenders! You will go on my second whistle. Sorry.
So I'm saying she'd probably want to arm wrestle like Fell or something, just because be like, yes, I got new people, let's go.
Sure, I could somewhat see people trying to coax him into that in the background. As Master Hawk finishes up a conversation with Lady Whitewater, as they both kind of nod at each other and part way, as he'll walk towards you as well. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. I've said my farewells.
I suspect I can keep you updated then, as they journey.
I would at least appreciate that.
To warmer weather.
To warmer sands.
And still place his hand on your shoulder. As what you saw earlier that day will reoccur. As these arcane runes begin to spin around the ground at the feet of both of you. As you would go from the pleasant view of watching Beowulf and Lily arm wrestling, as everybody kind of cheering them on, as Arya watches on from a bit of a distance, and Gloria smiling, walking over, kind of wiping away the tear. Boardvin crushing some sort of large barrel in the background. Elenan just secretly passing coin off to Boris, betting on who will win. Just take one last look at the group. As that pleasant sight is whisked away. And for the sake of brevity, we're running on close to 9 hours. So that will be where we end tonight. Precipice, everybody.
Precipice.
A lot of shit happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for being here this long. It was a long time to sit here.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mal, for holding out this long for this evening to give a proper farewell.
Of course, I wanted to at least make sure that the farewell was worth it for everybody, not just my sake. Because me leaving this setting kind of sucks. I really got attached to everything and everyone, but as we all know, life moves on. Things change. So, thank you guys for having me. It's honestly been great.
We'll see what happens into the future. Maybe you'll be able to be back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're dead or anything.
Oh, absolutely not. That I know of.
Yeah.
I mean, you might find Hawk,
a few more
you know.
keys.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
You might find me down the way, hog-tied by hawk, black and blue somewhere, maybe, or further down in the campaign, it might be him, black and blue, tied to a chair. I don't know.
Oh.
We'll have to find out.
Better come back.
If life allows it, you bet your ass I will.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I must go. I've been
Get out of here.
holding
Get out of
stuff
here,
in for a
everybody.
very long time, and I have to go.
Yeah.
Good
Get out of
night,
here,
everyone.
everybody.
Good night. Good night.
We'll raid somebody. Let's get this
you guys have a
going.
great
We
night.
have who's up?
Is Heroes
Down
on
to
still up?
die. No, they
No.
just closed down a while
Down
ago.
to die. How would that work? Down the number 2, and then
Yeah.
die all lowercase, or is D and die?
D.
Down to die D&D.
Is it, so it's capital D OWN 2 capital DIE, or is it just lowercase DIE D and D?
It's
I'm just gonna
uppercase,
type
so
it for
down.
you. How about
Thank
that?
you.
How about
Go for
Yeah,
that.
there you
That
go.
works.
You have it. I sent it to you in your fucking DMs. You should have
there you
it.
go.
I'm not scrolling through all that.
There's not even that much.
Here,
It's
how
right
about
there.
this? I'll just make it super easy.
It's already in chat.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I'll do this.
Yeah, she just did it. Okay, boss did it.
There you
Whatever.
go.
I was typing that in. All right, we're gonna raid Down to Die D&D. Thank you everybody again for being here this long. The shadow has now parted from the group to go on to other things. As yes, we'll see what holds into the future. More than likely, this will be the last time that we'll have the lovely Luna here with us, doing the voice of Lily, as they need to get back to doing stuff for Saturdays. I'm pretty
I
sure
hope you all
they.
enjoyed.
Yeah.
We're glad to have you here.
Too bad we can't convince her to give up her Saturdays every weekend. That'd be wonderful, but highly unrealistic request.
Are we still on for tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay.
Reborn is out. Although it's Mel Arch.
All right, we're gonna be
Meaning
gone.
and
Bye,
not-
everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay epic. Blah blah blah. See you
Peace,
guys.
kids. See you guys.
Bye. Later.
Ah!